Envy is typically a decently hard opponent because they play like a really jungle-centric game.
Their entire team collapses on Lyra's jungle quadrants, so whenever you invade, expect the whole team there.
Now the rest of Envy has arrived. The hook down onto Smoothie. Fox shows up. Smoothie jumping away to from the side here. Engaging, but Niski coming in on the side, dropping the burst under contracts. Apollo grabbed the kill.
CLG have been looking pretty strong. We kind of have to prove ourselves that we don't really just rely on beating the lower teams.
But the win will be there for Envy, 2-1, taking down Team Liquid.
Envy take down FlyQuest 2-1.
FLICKR just too late on that one, and Envy are going to win the series and sweep the weekend.
Welcome back to Week 8 of the North American League Championship Series. Teams return to our LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California, and the fans are out in force. We've got cosplayers galore, some Snow Day Bar. We got a Tristana out in the audience as well. I love to see all those smiling faces. Plenty of TSM fans, but go figure. Always. There's never a shortage of them. Here they are lining up outside, making the cheers. That is a sick Bard cosplay, by the way. Wild Turtle waving to the crowd as he makes his way into the studio. FlyQuest up against TSM in their first series of the day. Coach Parth making sure his team looks prim and proper as they make their way to the stage. And Coach Zix sitting right alongside Omar God, making his debut as the starting jungler. They've got a tough test here against Apollo and the rest of Team Envy. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. Well, it might feel like deja vu. The universe is not deceiving you. I am joined by Mark Zimmerman in the Analyst Dojo once again.
People should probably get used to it at this point. It's not much of a surprise anymore.
Until we swap it up on them, man, and then the whole world is on fire, or something like that. All right, let's start things off with a refresher on how the teams rank against one another. Immortals are currently safe in first at 12-3, with TSM and CLG sitting right behind them in second. In the middle of the standings, Team Envy, Cloud9, and Team Dignitas share fourth and have not yet secured their spot in the postseason. We'll see if they can pick up the wins they need with our matches today. And if you're tuning in on NALCS 1, your day starts with FlyQuest versus TSM, followed by Team Dignitas aiming to take down Immortals. On NALCS 2, the Battle Theater hosts Team Envy versus Counterlogic Gaming. Then Team Liquid get another crack at showing off their roster changes against Cloud9. And that's where we got to go immediately. Those roster changes. Last night, we saw Team Liquid showing off their new starting jungler in Dardoch. He makes his return to the team after about a year. Not enough, though, to come out with a win over the #1 team.
No, and he didn't look great or terrible, which is kind of his story all split long so far, even his time on CLG. He had some high moments, had some low moments. But the big thing was, one of the things that was supposed to happen with this is they were supposed to be able to get Mickey along with it. And so they got some early leads this game, but it did feel like they still struggled to close it out. Golden Glue got outperformed for the most part by Pobelter. And the thing with the Mickey situation, just because he's going to be a new import player in the mid lane, Dardoch, a strong resident jungler, they were hoping to kind of work both of them together, but there is still some visa hangups.
Exactly.
He's still eligible to play as soon as that gets sorted out, so it feels like Team Liquid was just kind of waiting on that figuring itself out.
Right. If you're going to play Mickey, you've got to get rid of either Piglet or Rainover in terms of those import slots. So that's the thinking behind bringing Dardoch in. We'll wait to see and make our, our opinions about Mickey clear when he finally does get to play. Now, today we get to see the other side of that late season shift as the rookie jungler Omar God is going to have to step up for CLG into that starting position.
And that's the thing about now that he's officially the starter, it does add an extra little bit of pressure before, whereas when you went in, it was kind of like you're going in for Dardoch, let's see how you do. Now it's like, well, you're the guy, and we need you to actually play well every series.
And win or lose, you're going back in, right? There's no sub after the first loss. Hey, let's take the pressure back off of you. You're going to have to muscle through all that alongside the rest of the team. But let's talk about this change for CLG because in large part, we talked about it a bit yesterday. To me, it feels like a move that's going to benefit the other 4 players on the roster quite significantly.
That's what you would assume, given the fact that there seem to be some disagreements in the kind of direction of the team. You heard them talking about that a couple times. And with Omar God subbing in, or now taking over, and hopefully just fulfilling whatever the team needs of him, the other 4 members can get him to come to their lanes and, do whatever they need him to do, as opposed to having their own vision of what the jungler wants to do. That should lead to a better performance out of the laners, ideally, as well as to increase the rate of improvement because there's no longer these kind of tensions in the team environment.
Right, and as he moves into that starting position, let's take a look at the schedule, the teams that he's going to have to face in these final 2 weeks of play. For CLG, most notably, this week they're playing Envy and Phoenix 1, and when it comes to the transition to the starting roster, this poses some very interesting matchups for Omar God. He's got, of course, Lyra on Team Envy, a top-tier jungler, as well as Mike Young. Both very aggressive. However, expected wins in terms of how the teams match up against each other.
Right, and that was the thing you even heard Aframu kind of saying in that little intro bit, whereas if you invade Lyra's jungle, get ready for a collapse. So it's going to put a bit of a test here on Omar God right away, making sure that he's being smart about his jungle pathing and invades, because Lyra and the rest of MB like to key off any kind of mistakes the enemy jungler is going to make. And just for CLG the rest of the way, you see that they also have Phoenix 1, Dignitas, and TSM. So they have not the hardest win percentage overall. That's sitting at 50% basically. But what's really interesting to me is just that TSM has the same teams, except it's FlyQuest instead of Envy. And then assuming that everyone's winning their matches as you would expect of the top two teams, they have a very important final game between each other to probably be fighting over the last playoff bye.
Exactly, quite possibly fighting for that bye. The other two teams that we want to take a look at when it comes to schedule are the teams over here on Mark's side of the screen. We've got Envy with the toughest schedule ahead of them. 72% win percentage from their opponents left to play, whereas Cloud9, woo, smooth sailing from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, another two teams that are very close in the standings, but unlike TSM, C9, and Immortals, which are all relatively close, they are so far apart in terms of the difficulty remaining. It can work against you a little bit for Envy if you lose those, but if you do win them, you probably head in with more momentum than C9, who, for the most part, should be beating teams they're expected to beat, and it's kind of a thing where you can go in like, oh yeah, we won our last 4 matches, but were you really tested and had to learn more?
Without a doubt, we heard it from Apollo there in the opening tease. He's talking about, hey, we don't want to be known as the team that can only beat teams below us. All right, well, if you're going to prove it, now's the time to do so against these other top-tier teams. All 4 of your opponents will likely, almost definitely be in playoffs with you. And then for this, the side of Cloud9, this is that kind of situation where, like, ooh, if you drop one, then you should be worried moving into the postseason.
Yeah, and you're just expected to win. It's kind of one of those lose-lose situations a little bit where, like, you won 4 matches, not super impressive. You lose one of these, you lose 2 of them, and all of a sudden you look like maybe the weakest team heading into playoffs.
Could help them in terms of seeding, though. Either way, that's some thoughts on the weeks to come here. Now it's time to send it over to the casters to get us into the games.
Thank you, Dash. Hello, I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and I have some bad news.
Oh, no!
Hartman Kinsler, our intros have peaked after yesterday's fantastic intro. It's only downhill from here.
Well, that's too bad. We're just going to have to get over it.
But it's uphill now. Wait, uphill's normally bad. Anyway, we got some good games coming your way. The Rift is ready and waiting for our first match, Team Envy versus Counter Logic Gaming. The big news coming into this week for CLG is that they have dropped Darduck and promoted Omar God, to the starting roster with only 2 weeks left in the regular split.
Yeah, I mean, Omar God showing up here for CLG. He's stepping up when the team needs him, right? They wanted to get rid of Darduck, and he has slotted in for the team. The problem is that he's still, he still definitely looks green, and it looks like he's playing with a little bit, maybe a lack of confidence or something. They're still working with him, and it is going to take some time for him to gain that synergy with the rest of the team, but they actually don't have a bunch of time left because the fight for playoff spots right now is incredibly important, and Team Envy is actually one of those teams fighting them for those spots.
Yeah, he's got quite a test as a starter versus Lyra, who, despite not having as dominant of a split as he did in spring of this year, can still pop off at any moment.
Almost all the Envy games are kind of the Lyra show where everybody's watching this guy. Not only is he been playing mechanically well, not only, is he one of the top junglers, if not the top jungler in the entire league, but also Envy released that video where I think it was Apollo talked about how Lyra's even teaching the rest of the team macro, and he's kind of stepping in as a pseudo coach for the team as well. It just kind of seems like the legend of Lyra keeps on growing, and there's almost nothing that he can't do. And as we said, Envy are one of those teams tied with Cloud9, tied with Team Dignitas, and they beat both those teams very recently. So they're in playoffs basically. We're kind of considering those top 6 teams, and it's about are they going to be able to move up the standings and as they were talking about, beat the top teams.
Right. This is not the Envy that we saw have to play in the promotion tournament in Spring Split. This is an Envy that's now a potential real contender. And today they got to fight up against one of the other contenders in CLG. So let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for both the teams squaring off today. On the blue side, Team Envy with Seraph in the top lane. Lyra, that teacher, that leader in the jungle. Niski mid, Apollo bot, Hakuo supporting, and Coach Violet.
And facing off against them on the red side, it is Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, Darshan. Jungling now, Omar God. Mid, Huhi. Bottom, Stixay support, Afromu, and Coach Zix on stage.
And what's on the line for both these teams? Like you mentioned, it's a close race in terms of playoffs and seeding and things like that. And it's true for both the teams playing. CLG neck and neck with TSM, trying to get that second bye, while Envy is trying to prove themselves as not just the 6th place playoff team.
Yeah, exactly. Like we talk about, these top 6 teams are considered to have a pretty good edge as far as actually securing their spots, but so much importance as to the seeding. And that's what really does matter here, moving towards the end of the split. So let's take a look. Should be standard bans. Standard for CLG when you're against them.
Gotta put that asterisk.
We would expect, something like Zach or something to come out here. Maybe the Callista even. As far as teams have really been pushing that priority on that champion, even up almost to the level of Caitlyn, because of the ridiculous mid-game spike that Callista has, because of the ridiculous objective control and playmaking ability. She's really risen up the ranks, but there are the classic tanks that we're looking for. We'll see if they throw any more curveballs. Maybe Thresh or the random support bans have come in as well.
And after the buffs to Maokai, just in general, he's been banned a lot now too. There's that Callista you were talking about, so nothing really too crazy out of the ordinary, as long as you consider CLG.
Exactly.
Showing up in the ban so far.
Mandatory Aurelion Soul ban. They did not forget. And it looks like we are going to have some Lyra priority. The classic Elise. People were getting super hyped up on tanks, and rightfully so. Cinderhulk extremely powerful right now, but it really does still feel like Elise, especially if you want to get an early game team composition going, is the queen of the jungle at the moment. So much more playmaking early on from her than those tank junglers, even though the tanks will scale up quite nicely for team fights.
And although Envy has fixed it a bit this split, they were a team last split that was known for the early game, and then it was the mid game where things sort of started to fall apart for them. So not surprised to see them go for that early pick, especially in the guy that makes so much happen for him. Counter Logic Gaming going to respond, picking up Gragas for themselves and also locking in the Trist.
Yeah, CLG have long had a high priority on the Gragas. Darshan feels very comfortable on the champion, as well as the obvious swap that you can make him into the jungle. So flexible first round for them. Meanwhile, Tristana, one of Stixxay's kind of main champions there, building towards the crits, getting those resets later on in the game, and CLG kind of drafting into that team play style.
Well, Envy will decide to answer it with their own AD carry, grabbing the Varus for themselves after they were thinking on the Galio there for a minute, but that's a champion that, although he was really, really popular and really, really meta for a while, has since sort of fallen off a cliff. So it looks like Envy just instead opting to go into both bottom laners, picking up the Braum, more CC to go with what they've already got on the team.
That's definitely the key here with Envy's last couple of lock-ins. Huge amounts of crowd control from the bottom lane, so that opens up their top and mid picks actually to be just very, possible high DPS, possible tank frontline there, depending on what Seraph wants to roll with. Ooh. Meanwhile, we get some roaming from Huhi. Aurelion Soul is banned out, but Callista, pretty good at it herself.
Yep, going to be able to see the Talia picked up there, so you can have that mid lane pick before the second round of bans come in, so you don't have the pool pinched any further. Interesting choice, because it does open you up to counter picks, but...
Yeah, the reason that we see so frequently, actually, now your third pick here on the red side being a mid laner is because we slot right into the next ban phase, so you still... get 2 more bans to throw at the mid lane. You basically take 1 away, then add 2 more bans on there, and don't feel too bad about counter picks against Talia anyway, because kind of the best ones are basically assassins for just lane, looking for kills and looking for pressure. But those really don't translate well in competitive and especially in these types of scenarios. Talia right now is just an extremely robust mid laner. Very reliable damage as well as the utility coming out of those walls.
And there you go. 2 of the champions that could do potentially very well into her that are not assassins, banned away. Well, I still have... Syndra's kind of like an assassin. Press 1 button, you kill the guy, but it's not an assassin class-wise. Exactly. Meanwhile, supports banned out by Team Envy, taking both Lulu and Janna off the table, so those can't be picked into the Braum, give them a hard time in lane.
Interesting, too, because we have seen a resurgence of Alistar. And I just kind of want to go over this real quickly, just in case there's a possibility of Aphromoo actually picking it up, because this was one of the big champions for him. He's been a long-time Alistar player. He has a lot of playmaking abilities, and it's nice for CLG when he is on the front line. It's not going to be the case this time around, and he just does go with the Morgana for the Black Shield. for all the crowd control they're facing, but I will keep, cautioning against that for enemy teams of CLG, because I really do think, especially with the recent round of buffs, that Alistar, is definitely back and will be here to stay.
Well, Envy going to pick up something that can never be back because she never really leaves. Orianna, a competitive staple since the beginning of time and probably going to be there till the end of it too. Locked in there for Niski in the mid lane, and now they've got one more to pick. Their top lane still left to be locked in. Counterlogic Gaming will get the opportunity to counterpick this one if they pick anything too wild. So usually going to see something relatively safe. And the Jarvan,
bit of a front line, also works really well with the Orianna. There's the Shockwave delivery combo where Jarvan can just jump in Cataclysm, get everybody nice and grouped up for the good AoE. But it is a lot more about team fighting there. And CLG, mainly with this Taliyah pick, do have a lot of options for splitting up the map, roaming around early, and now that they've got the Camille for a split push pressure, it's exactly what you want when you have this type of composition. Have Darshan split pushing with the Camille, try and get some pressure, draw the team apart, so you can then use the Taliyah wall, go cut people off, corner them, and isolate some kills for yourself. So we'll see, can Envy actually stick together and pull off that team fight and those combinations?
I like seeing this top lane matchup because I remember when Camille was first released and she was hilariously busted, people talked about her ulti just saying Camille's ult is like Jarvan ult, except it works. Because people could always tumble out of Jarvan walls or jump over Jarvan walls.
Camille can get out of it easy.
No, you're not getting out of anything. Camille just traps you in there. But now, of course, they've got different strengths, different weaknesses. We've seen so much of Jarvan recently, too, after the changes to the Golden Aegis, and also just the fact that his laning lets him lane against carries and tanks alike. You can shred their armor. You can just do really strong burst damage to him. The champion is versatile.
It is versatile, but Camille, as you said, is one of those champions that can just jump right out of his ultimate, and he cannot do the same to hers. We'll see if Darshan actually gets any attention up there early on, because we have seen many a Camille recently, after her buffs, get out of control. The mid-game spike, everyone always loves to talk about Trinity Force, plus your Tiamat, and it starts to get a little bit risky.
And you and I, yesterday, watching those Echo Fox versus Phoenix 1 games, we got to see Brandini on the Camille have some crazy ultis, trap high-value targets. If Darshan can have performances like that, then he can definitely be a power player in this series, as CLG wants to make sure that they stay neck and neck with TSM, grab a win here. Envy wants to climb further up those standings, cement themselves as a true threat and a real contender in the playoffs. So lots on the line here for both these teams going into this best of 3. As we break out of the summoning platform, everybody heads out onto the Rift. You can see CLG grouped up while Envy fans out.
Interesting. Maybe we'll have actual level 1 play. Just looking for the Morgana bindings in case anybody walks a little close, it looks like.
They don't get spotted out. They will sneak into that brush.
There's a chance they can actually rush Lyra, and he's a little bit slow walking away.
Keep those fingers crossed.
You need Afro to go first. Get Stixxay out of the way. He's blocking.
Oh my god. Body slammed over the wall? Yeah, he body slammed over the wall to make sure.
All right, when they're going to go for it?
They can catch Lyra out here.
They're going for it.
Lyra's going to see that. Fire back up. Ooh, flash for flash. Instant reaction there from Lyra, but Darshan with his own flash, cutting off the spider. Afromu needs that binding, gets him anyway. That's first blood for CLG.
Oh my goodness, that is definitely the way that they want to start this game off. The only way it could have been better is if, oh my god, didn't take the kill and Stixxay actually with that rocket jump in was able to get it. Now they're going for a little bit of harassment on Seraph too. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, that is going to stick a little bit. And every little bit does count in this matchup. Camille can definitely have a good time up there as long as, there's no repercussions from the jungler. But yeah, as you were saying, oh my god, body slams up to the top. They're doing this blind, but this is one of the highest chances of the enemy, sitting early level 1 is in that brush. And since Darshan here on Camille has that mobility, easy for him to answer there with his own flash and get the stun to set up Afromu's binding. That was close to being dodged, by the way. And Lyra kind of walked back into it on his second stutter step.
That's a hell of a fan vote, Kobe. CLG fans out in force today, 85%. Think that they're walking away with the win. And I mean, after the first blood play, that's kind of supporting their claim there. Can't get too carried away with 1 kill, but it's a good omen for CLG.
Definitely is. Money definitely talks, and that's what you're going to get with First Blood. So Omar God has got more in his pockets. Bottom lane, though, good harassment here from Apollo. Ooh. Actually just destroying Stixxay.
So much damage and procs the Winter's Bite on that very last hit. So Stixxay is going to be sent home if he's not careful.
Around, but he's definitely got to be careful.
He'll get that Warlord's Bloodlust to proc up a little bit of healing, but I mean, level 1, you're not getting gigantic multi-100 HP heals from that thing like you see later on in the team fights as the game gets towards its ending. So Stixxay really has to respect what these two can do. The Braum potential lining up that Winter's Bite.
Lyra wants to take advantage. Darshan used his flash to get the first blood on him, so he's going to revisit.
Dodges away from the cocoon, instead getting the stun back onto Lyra, who has to repel to keep himself alive, but Lyra will instead donate double buffs over to Darshan, who's going to find the 1 versus 2 outplay if Seraph isn't careful. Good Lord, man.
Where's Huhi at? Yeah, Huhi. Oh, now he gets the idea.
Huhi's like, okay, hey, bud, catch you later.
Flashes to go take it. I would have given that to Darshan because, as we said before, yeah. Plus, back to this team composition, the Camille. The quicker you can get her to that Trinity Force and then Tiamat, the quicker she absolutely takes over the game. We've seen already the mobility on display, and that is biggest strength here for Camille. You know, she has dueling power, but huge mobility. So if she gets fed, it's really hard to deal with it. Cocoon, a little wide there. Darshan lands the stun onto the low health jungler here, and then punishes Lyra for coming back. Seraph does not hit the EQ, doesn't get the knockup, doesn't get the damage, has to flash over the wall. And then Darshan's been yelling here at Huhi, or maybe he wasn't telling him and he wanted the kill for himself. Maybe that's why.
That's
a little bit slow of a roam up.
Always could have had that, but
like, nothing's going on here. I got it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Either way, what a fantastic start for CLG. Lyra getting caught out at level 1 and then trying to get himself back into the game, trying to slow down Darshan's snowball, and instead only packing more snow into it, making life very, very rough, not just for himself, but also for Seraph, who's now got to contend with that 1-0-2 Camille, who just bought his Sheen before 5 minutes.
That is rough. I mean, he basically, as you said, packed more snow into the snowball and then handed it to Darshan, and Darshan smashed him in the face with it.
He's like, here, hit my top laner.
With another one.
Hit my top laner. Here's a freebie.
Now he's off to the Sheen. So Sheen, reason why this is one of the biggest early spikes for Camille and why, Darshan with the early money is going to rush into this item is that your second activation of your precision protocol, your Q on Camille, the true damage part, actually converts the Sheen damage into true damage as well.
So dirty.
So exactly. Very, very dirty. Lyra wants more, though. He's back to the top.
He's not letting this go.
Definitely angry. I have to say, it was both intelligent by CLG and also fortunate that they were able to get Lyra in the Pixel Brush and focus down Lyra early on in the game. Because as we said, Lyra has been the driving force for Team Envy, really, in the early game at least. And getting him off his normal game plan and off to a very rocky start here is basically the best thing you could possibly do versus this team.
And it's not just getting rid of Envy's win condition, it's shoring up some of your own weaknesses as well, talking about how the team really wants to get Omar God up to speed and make sure that they're facilitating him as much as they can. Taking Lyra out of the picture allows Omar God that breathing room, saying, okay, he's not going to be counter jungling you, he's not going to be in your face, he's really far behind. You can play your game without having to worry about the Lyra creeping around in the shadows, getting all up in you, trying to figure out how you can avoid that.
Creepy spider crawling
around. Spooky spider skittering all over the place.
Oh, man. Look at what this does to the top lane, too. Seraph cannot get up to the minions. Even though he has that pink ward, he has to worry about the ridiculous range that Camille, can close right there. It's the jump off the wall into the ultimate here now that they're level 6 means that he can't even be in experience range. He's so far back because roaming from mid lane, Huhi's coming up, and they're just denying this Jarvan a tremendous amount.
Ward placed down in the top side of his jungle, so Seraph knows that they might try some sort of multi-man dive after seeing the enemy mid laner disappear. So they'll catch out Omar God walking around there if he sticks around any longer. But now Omar has made his way towards the mid lane. Niski still doing a good job staying dead even here with Huhi in terms of farm. But Envy's already down 1,500 gold 7 minutes into the game because of those 3 kills they dropped early, Kobe. And with Infernal Drake being the first one on the table, if CLG can continue to make these early game plays, they could get ahead really, really rapidly.
Yeah, it's definitely looking rough for Envy already. They should be able to, try and stabilize here and keep calm. Lyra actually has gone for mobility boots even on the Elise, which we don't actually often see when you're behind like that. Very rarely does an Elise get killed twice, pre like 5 minutes and then rush into mobility boots, but he's kind of going all in on this. I am going to get back into this game. It's all or nothing. And we'll have to see if he's able to get into place for any big plays here to try and right the ship, because you are incredibly squishy. Do not have combat stats here with this purchase. It's all about, trying to make plays to get yourself out of this deficit now. And he's definitely investing in that possibility. Still aiming at top side. He's going there once again.
All right.
Do it.
Darshan trying to jump himself away. The Cataclysm interrupts it. They will blow the flash for that one. Nice timing.
Definitely good ult there by Seraph, trapping Darshan and forcing his flash, but they are unable to get the kill, so we'll see if that flash really matters. In exchange for the gank on top side, CLG starting up this Infernal Drake, even with the wards here.
Darshan not actually getting back on the top side, though. Instead, keeping Seraph there, healing back up, forcing him away, maintaining lane dominance. Huhi with the ulti in the bottom lane. Hawkwo knocked up into the air. Black Shield down to Omar as he face tanked everything there in the front. More damage coming through, and Hawkwo is casualty number 4. A nice catch from Omar. Will throw Apollo right back into CLG's waiting arms. The whiff on the shockwave, thanks to the flashes, as now Niski finds himself the target. The repel up in as Lyra grabs 1 revenge kill. Seraph now closing the gap, making the flank into the back lines, but rooted up. The TP also coming in, a double kill from Lyra, but Darshan has made his way into the mix now. Seraph gets taken down.
Afro binding.
More and more with the fighting. Constantly these teams trying to make something happen out of this.
Well, they're going to chase him back up the river here. Darshan wants Lyra again, but Niski's there for a shield, maybe?
So close, but a nice dodge away as Darshan gets the kill onto the spider, and Niski finds himself now cut off. Hawkwo is respawned, working his way towards this fight. Aframu taken down by Niski. Hawkwo jumping in, looking to keep Niski safe. The stun of Darshan. He might just find himself outplayed here. A double kill for the Envy mid laner.
Oh, it's getting bloody here down at the bottom side of the map, and in the end, it's actually not that bad for Team Envy. Let's take a look at how it all started out, because it could have gone a lot worse. CLG get the 4-man collapse here onto the bottom lane. Omar holds onto his ultimate on Gragas, knowing he's against Braum, knowing that Braum just putting up the Unbreakable would just block his ultimate, so he saves it there and they get the kill onto Apollo. It's looking great for them here until Omar with the re-engage, and they see Seraph on this ward. So everybody else from CLG backs off, but Omar, low health down there, has to stay in and goes down. Then Darshan is able to teleport in, but that's already been 2 kills picked up for Team Envy here. So even though they answer, the early people died so early on that already Braum and Varus here are running back out onto the field, as you can see on the mini-map. So Darshan chases down the extra kill here onto Lyra, takes him a little bit further away, and his ultimate actually, really nice dodge right there. But the key, Braum does finally join. He died so early that he's able to get here and make sure that Niski doesn't die to Darshan in the end, and it's only that extra kill. So all in all, not too bad for Team Envy. They did delay the dragon. It looks like CLG is still going to return to that area, though, and they actually could pick it up, even though they don't have vision on Lyra. They have plenty of wards around the back of the Drake.
4 for 4 in that huge, bloody, drawn-out fight. And CLG getting the Drake here could be a nice payoff for themselves in the early game. Grabbing that extra power, going to make them stronger in team fights. Going to make Darshan a lot scarier, especially as that damage-heavy top laner, working on that Trinity Force that he's really close to getting. 800 gold away from being able to complete that one. As Lyra counter-jungles a little bit here. Has the pieces, at least, of the completed Runic Echoes there in the jungle, but still behind. The double kill doing work to get him back into the game, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely feeling good about the chaos, basically, that happened. Because if you stood in standard lanes and they kept on going as planned, it would have been even worse. In the end, though, CLG do pick up that Infernal Drake, so they've got some extra scaling there in their pockets. And Darshan is still a problem.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, Seraph did get 1 assist down there, and the team got a bit of gold out of it, but it's still a little bit scary for him because Darshan is going to be very close to his Trinity Force here.
I like the fact that Seraph went for the early Ninja Tabby. He's trying to play it defensively, just trying to say, okay, I can run away from him, I can defend against his attacks. He's not trying to be the hero in the top lane going up against someone who's fed like that. But at the same time, if you look at the score lines, who he's just as fed as Darshan is. 2-1 and 3 on the Taliyah, went ahead and rushed Mercury Treads before anything else, so taking a defensive stance against that CC for himself. But the gank in mid lane from Darshan wants to go for Niski, gets the ulti down so he can't run away. The seismic shove back and the cast from Omar God seals his fate.
They don't even let the shockwave complete, and CLG trying to push for the first turret bonus gold as well after it. They have Tristana, bottom lane is rotated up, and it's an instant objective after that kill. Now that is team coordination.
That's exactly what you want to see from one of these teams contending to be the best in the North American LCS. Not just setting up the kills, but having a concrete plan about why they're doing it, getting those objectives after.
Seraph is going to be able to answer here for the turret on top side, but the first turret bonus gold is not going to be able to be made up. That's definitely something they're good for. Envy, though, they definitely need to try and get those consolation prizes after each one of the plays. Lear starting off the Rift Tail. It's pretty easy for Elise. You can turn them around really nicely with your Spiderlings. And it basically just takes time to kill him. Not really much threat of the damage.
Pings coming out at a few different points on the map from both teams here, but it looks like Lyra's not going to be stopped as he continues this Rift Herald with the help of Seraph. And they will put that one on Lyra with those mobility boots. Means he can get to whichever lane they think it's most appropriate to drop that in here in the next 4 minutes.
9 times out of 10, that's going to be mid lane. Let's take another look here, though, at the gank. Darshan sets it all up with the stun. That means that it's very easy to land Seismic Shove for Hugi. Stun target, skill shots are easy to hit, and that's an instant kill.
Niski, no way to try to outplay that one. Like we talked about a little bit earlier when we were joking about the Camille and Jarvan ultis. Camille ulti, there is no way out unless you knock Camille out of her own ult somehow. Makes it very, very difficult.
Or you make her run away.
Yeah. Make her run away, knock her out of it, somehow prevent her from staying in that hexagon. It's the only way to get yourself out. But when she's ahead like she is, it's really, really hard to put her in a spot that's disadvantageous enough where retreat is the only option.
Yep, and there you go. The Darshan Trinity Force is done before Boots even picked up. 15-minute Trinity Force completion for himself. That does wonders for his trading there on the top side. Even though he doesn't have a turret, he does have decent defensive vision. And we keep on just raving about the mobility of Camille, and it can be used both offensively and defensively here.
The thing that Seraph's got to be careful for, with half HP and very little mana to work with, he could lose his own top lane turret very soon. Definitely need to keep an eye on that for Team Envy.
And Lyra's making his way up there. He's doing 2 things here. Yes, you do want to kind of prevent the dive just in a 1v1 scenario, but he's got to assume with a Taliyah on the enemy team and not too much vision coverage, there's definitely a possibility of CLG trying to make plays up onto that weakened top side. You know, low health turrets can also be used as traps, as bait sometimes, because you know that they're definitely going to want to continue to pressure their area of power. Lyra's actually making a very long route up to the top side, goes all the way through the jungle, all the way around behind Darshan, and he's looking for vengeance.
Let's see if they can pull off the 2 versus 1 this time. Up into the air he goes, but Huhi coming in. The cavalry has arrived on the wall. Darshan firing off the ulti now back onto Seraph. CLG finds the kill.
Lyra really wants to pay him back for the early game, but every single time he goes up there, it just gets turned around, and each consecutive play that backfires up there just adds more fuel to the fire, more money into this Camille. And Darshan now level 11, a very fearsome force. CLG starting to take turrets as well. Bottom side goes down. Rift Herald also going to be killed pretty quickly. Lyra used that one because it was, you know, the duration was running out. You don't want to let him go to waste. So that at least they got the charge off and got some damage on mid turret for themselves.
And the worst part about this is every time Lyra goes up there and causes that trouble in top lane, it's not him who's hurting once the play goes awry. It's Seraph who's hurting. Seraph's the one who now has to deal with a fed and then more fed and then most fed Camille. And eventually it's going to get to the point where he gets run over, and we're already seeing Lyra not being able to help him. Darshan isn't going to take a lot of time to take down these turrets. So if Seraph is constantly forced away from them, Darshan is just going to have a field day up here, and CLG is just going to have that much easier of a time doing whatever they want over the course of the rest of the map, because so many resources.
What turret is gone already?
That's a good point. That turret's already out of there. Tier 2, the next problem, as Darshan will now be able to move through the top part of the enemy jungle much easier, throw down some wards if he wants to, look to make rotations, picks, catches, any of those good words that we want to use to describe CLG trying to get Envy out of the picture faster. Omar God swoops in with his big old belly and steals away that red buff from Lyra's Spider.
Such a graceful swoop.
It really is. For such a big guy, Gragas, he knows how to move.
He definitely does. Aframu looking for some bindings here. Steal away 10 gold, but not going to be able to get it. Darshan is going to be able to steal away more than 10. No, he's not. Niski
Lash
arrives for the shield plus Seraph's flash burn. And these are exactly what you were talking about. All those, nice words or whatever you were listing off. That's top lane pressure for you. He 2v1s, he gets a summoner, he draws pressure so that nobody even has a chance of going to look at the Drake that CLG pick up.
And now CLG have put themselves into the mid lane. They're saying, okay, we've got so much pressure topside. Let's go ahead and complement that with threats elsewhere on the map. They push up towards that tier 2, take about half the HP off, and now everybody else is joining the Darshan party.
Where's my invite? Stixxay on the Tristana be able to... Oh my goodness, that's just too much. They wall and 5 people able to instantly burn down this turret. CLG here continuing to snowball quite nicely. 19 minutes into the game, worked up a very nice gold lead for themselves. And just to add more insult to injury here, another Infernal Drake is coming up. These best snowballing Drakes here. So they've got to feel pretty good about that one. Apollo trying to answer back here on the opposite side of the map, get some more money for Envy, and keep him in this game. And it's really nice for him to get solo gold on the local gold for that turret as well. Seraph though.
Oh no, kicking a guy when he's down like that. Omar and Afro and Stixxay, the whole Rude crew just takes Seraph down.
Rude crew.
The whole Rude crew.
The Rude boys coming to town in the top lane. Darshan though by himself now. He's set up shop on the other side, and he's going to start splish pushing all the way down to the bottom. As you get, past 20 minutes here when Baron spawns, you want to transition your pressure down to the bottom side because it's furthest away from Baron. That's how you can best pull the enemy team apart. As we said before, you want to use these Talia walls, split up the team. And Darshan very confident at the moment. He's actually going for a Titanic upgrade to the Tiamat rather than the Lifesteal. Lifesteal for Ravenous is a little bit better if you are hard committing to a split push and you're going to stay one-on-one and you want to get your healing back up off the minion wave. But if you are going to have a little bit more flexibility for team fighting, you always want that baseline of HP, and that Titanic is going to give that to you as well. It's not like Camille isn't able to heal up off of her other sources. It's just a little bit less without the Ravenous.
And it's so hard for Envy to try to stay even in objectives against CLG too, considering they've got no map control, they can't contest Drakes, and it's very difficult to go turret for turret against a team that can just wall you off of your own turrets like we've seen CLG do a couple of times this game and say, okay, we're going to take this. If you want to fight it, you have to flash over it or something.
Yeah, so we got to play hard mode here and look at it from Envy's perspective to see where the comeback comes from, They do have the crowd control from the bottom lane and the combo of Jarvan, Orianna that we talked about. Now, this is going to have to be used in combination with some surprise tactics, right? Control wards in your own jungle brush so you can, get some fog of war to work with, and then maybe you can pick someone off from CLG, but they actually get caught in their own jungle, and now they're walled off.
Envy stuck in a really bad spot between the wall and a rock in a hard place, and Haku is going to be stunned up, but Aframu the first one to drop. Stixxay jumping away, and Envy turned that aggro around.
They get the last laugh here. Aframu does go down, and CLG a little bit stunned after that one. Darshan's right back to his old game, though. Taking down the turret. Trinity Force, Prox doing decent work there. Envy very happy about that kill, though. They need any gold that they can get, and it looked like they were in a very bad spot. Niski had to use both summoners to get out of that, so they may still pay for that later, but they're happy to get the gold off of Aframu at the least.
And that's something you always want to see, is when somebody does barely get out of a situation and they have to blow both summoners, you want to see the other team make a plan to do something against that particular player while those summoners are still down. That's what's on CLG now, is that responsibility to say, Nisqy has no summoner spells. How can we make this fight work out for us? And it's Envy's responsibility to say, let's avoid that.
Definitely true, doing their best so far. Lyra actually walks into Stixxay.
Whoa, so much damage coming out from that Tristana as Omar God comes around from the side. Hawkwo providing some peel, but that spider's not getting away.
The patience here from Omar, you know, with these ultimates on Gragas here, he's saving them until he's, you know, fairly sure that the enemy has no more escapes. Has been able to nail the last few. Darshan already used the tumble right there, so gets locked in with the turret.
Meanwhile, Huhi grabs the kill on the Nisqy.
Ask and ye shall receive, Captain Flowers. They wanted to punish the Orianna, no summoners. They found him out in the middle of the map. Didn't even have to see what happened. You can fill in the blanks there.
Yeah, pretty much pieced that one together just based on the details as Darshan takes down the tier 2 in bottom lane, while the rest of CLG moves their way on to Baron. They realize they've got the threat across the map, they've got the enemy mid laner dead, and there should be no real contest for this objective, as Envy's just not even acting like they're going to try.
CLG looking pretty good here. They've kept the pace of this game, you know, very quick, continually pressuring objectives, continually splitting up the team, looking for picks, and finding them. Here's a recap. Nisqy was out in the middle of the map, gets a good double shockwave, but it doesn't matter, as you know, Aphromoo landing that binding makes it again super easy to land your seismic shove. You know, bound target, and he's able to finish him off. It got a little scary there for Aphromoo, down to like, what,
He's squished.
100 health or so?
Not exactly a tanky Morgana when all you've got is Eye of the Oasis and Ardent Sensor. However, those items are really, really good and really, really cost efficient. So he's still able to contribute a lot to his team, and his team is in a fantastic position right now in this game. 7,000 gold up, 3-0 and 3 on that Tristana with all 3 big core items done.
Yeah, it says a lot about an item where even if Aphromoo only has, you know, one shield, a single target shield on a decent cooldown there in Black Shield, and Ardent Sensor is still the rush item. It's just that good for scaling AD carries. You mentioned Tristana's triple item power spike right now for Stixxay. He's also going to have the added, you know, benefit of Ardent Sensor Black Shield on him, which absolutely makes it a ridiculous, almost late game Tristana at 25 minutes. He's got double Infernal Drakes and all these extra buffs here. He is looking pretty scary.
I mean, you remember 2 minutes ago when Lyra walked up into his own jungle and ate, what, 4 auto attacks and an E from the Trist and almost got killed instantly from that? And Stixxay's only scarier now compared to what he was then. Walking up this bottom lane, here comes the Weaver's Wall yet again, zoning Envy away so they cannot defend as Seraph finds himself stuck in the Hextech ultimatum and brought down. Hawkwo barely backing away alive from this one as CLG looks to take down inhibitor number 1, only 25 minutes in. They're playing it safe, though. Don't want to overextend themselves. They're allowing Darshan time to provide a threat on the top part of the base as well.
Yeah, definitely threat. You could say that. Threat level right now is high.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Black Shield
nice
there.
Black Shield.
Dodges or nullifies the shockwave, and they're able to finish off that inhibitor. Inhibitor number 2 should be pretty trivial. Envy, it's 4v5. They're tremendously, you know, outgunned here, outmatched. But gotta go for some kind of miraculous play.
And there you go, inhibitor number 2 gone, inhibitor number 3 now the target, but all 5 Envy members are alive.
All right, Seraph only has kind of one option here. They can't afford to give them all up.
Omar God going in with the flash into the body slam, getting the cast back onto a couple. A rampage for Stixxay as Seraph falls instantaneously. All 3 inhibs gone. They had 3 up at 24 minutes, 3 down at 26. CLG wants to finish this game fast, and it looks like nothing's going to be stopping them today. Huhi grabbing the kill onto Apollo as Hawkwo finds himself caught out, nearly brought down. That volley from Talia, not able to finish the job just yet. But the Nexus turrets are falling. Nisqy's blocked off, flashes over the wall to get back into his own fountain, but a nice shove on Lyra back over it to take him down for the 5th time this game, and CLG.
Red Rover sent Lyra over!
And they win the game 26 minutes in with that shove and with that Nexus explosion. What a convincing win from CLG. I mean, honestly, they never stopped.
Exactly. So when oftentimes we see early game, you know, come out with, you know, first bloods before minions and stuff like that, and and it translated into a pretty bad first couple of minutes for one team, we'll be like, okay, that's one thing, but how does this team, keep up the pressure? How do they use this early benefit to actually end the game early? CLG through the mid game, continually pressing those objectives, continually splitting there with Darshan, finding the 1v2 outplays, finding the 1v1 outplays, and they actually kept up the pace of this game really well. So even considering the very fortunate start that they had, you can definitely say super well played by CLG in this opening game.
And it seemed like Lyra got so frustrated with that opening gambit.
I would too.
His returns to top lane over and over that just didn't work out, and Darshan stayed cool. You saw the great timing on his hook shots, being able to get around like that, navigate those skill shots, and outplay his opponents, and Lyra just could never get his footing back.
Yeah, Lyra couldn't get any sort of early game pressure back, and when Elise has that happen, it makes it super hard for the team overall to come back, especially since he still went Moby boots, to try and make plays. But Darshan gank mid lane, and then you've got a Talia also roaming around. There's just too many moving parts at that point.
CLG's team worked fantastically from ahead, but for more on that victory, let's send it down to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. CLG coming up on top of Envy for game 1 of this series, and it's all about that jungle matchup. Captain Flowers hit the point there. It feels like Lyra was, in a sense, frustrated and really looking to make plays after that inventive and kind of weird level 1 from CLG to pick up first blood.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That level 1 was one of those times where you do it and you're like, I don't know if that was worth it, because you had to level up weird abilities on multiple champions. You had to blow 2 flashes just for 1 kill. It was definitely a situation where you're kind of scratching your head as if this was actually going to pay off for anything.
Right, and the importance is that the 2 flashes used were Oh My God and Darshan, right? So Lyra looking to attack the exact flash that was dropped in Darshan. Darshan getting the outplay, though, on that turret dive definitely sent him off to the race.
That's the big thing, is that one play kind of not only got him ahead, but who he was able to come in and help as well. So this was just an over-aggressive play that Darshan played pretty well. You saw Lyra trying to basically predict the E out of Darshan, send this cocoon along that path. It was just a little early, and then they didn't call the playoff after that, and Lyra didn't have a flash either. So even though you're trying to punish this flashless Camille, you don't really have the tools to punish it that well either. Seraph tries to save his teammate, ends up putting him in a bad position as well. So instead of just being a 1-for-0, now you have to worry about the extra kill coming in. And there you see, right away.
Flash is unnecessary, but still gets the kill.
Who he might not have known that Seraph blew his flash earlier.
So now, but now I want to talk about the junglers and how they matched up, because this is very important, right? Lyra did identify that he wanted to take advantage of the lack of flash from Darshan.
And it's important because if you look at traditionally how CLG was playing, whenever Darshan ends up on a carry like Camille, the entire team seems to kind of focus and tunnel around that. And you see with Dardoch on the team, 12% jungle proximity.
That's Dardoch's average over all games that he played with CLG. The number on the right that you're seeing for Oh My God is his top jungle proximity in this game in isolation. So spending less than half the time that Dardoch would normally spend near his top laner. So that means that Darshan was doing some serious work alone.
Right, and that's the thing, is if you come in with a game plan of, okay, whenever CLG's on a carry, they try and snowball him really hard, Dar Duo, all that stuff has been built up over the course of the season.
Right.
Even though Omar God is the one stepping in, you still expect them to play around this hyper carry in a sense in Camille, and for the most part, they never did that, and they focused elsewhere on the map, and it did feel like Darshan on his own understood that he was in a different situation.
Right.
And he played back and more reserved than we're used to seeing a little bit, but it didn't feel like Envy was aware that he was not going to be aggressive in the top side.
All right, so CLG gets some quick advantages early in the game. Of course, we did have a crazy 4-for-4 skirmish down in the bot lane, but once we moved into that mid-game portion, 13 minutes onward, we saw a lot of really slick plays out of CLG. In terms of movement, right, this is where we can clearly see the difference in skill from team to team.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you sometimes look at lower tier teams, you see them get a pick off and a kill, and it's like, great, what else do we get? Well, CLG is taking objectives with a single kill in the mid lane. They're all grouped up, they 5-man force. Here, using Talia Wall very intelligently against Envy, able to force down this turret without even getting a single kill. And this is the kind of stuff that really separates great teams from middling level teams, because they don't need anything to really snowball that lead.
Right, exactly. Envy is just as capable of getting that mid lane pick as CLG is, right? And, reverse the situations, I'm sure Envy can, execute on that play. But Will they have done it in a fashion where everyone else is collapsing on the lane in order to take advantage of the man advantage, that man advantage in the mid lane?
That's the thing, is getting everybody on the same page at the same time. The fact that your bot lane is roaming up while that's happening. The fact that Darshan's moving down with the advantage that he has and spreading it all over the map. That's one of the things you tend to see is, oh, I got a 3-0 Camille or something, but how many times is it actually spreading its influence over the map versus trying to consistently 1v1 the enemy top lane?
Absolutely. Player of the game going to Darshan on that Camille. It's great to see him stepping up into those carry roles that he was once known for. Fantastic play out of him here. Let's return to the jungle conversation, though, because this was Omar God's debut as the starter. Obviously, we've seen some games of evidence. How do you feel he played?
It's a bit of a question mark just because it did feel like he was not super influential in the outcome of the game. It felt a lot like Envy overforced at times, CLG punished appropriately, and then they did what CLG is known to do, which is group up and work together. But the tricky thing is that they have brought him in order to do that stuff better exactly. So it's a situation where it's like, yeah, the team looked really good. Omar God, not so much, but he's brought in to be a team player.
That's what I was going to say. To me, it feels like he's slot into that role phenomenally where he's probably not going to pick up a ton of POGs, and that's totally okay. You've got some other playmakers on the team. Afromu, one of those playmaking champions. You've got Darshan looking at the carries in the top lane. Even Huhi at times has his breakout performances. We just need someone that's a rock in the jungle.
Exactly, and it felt like he was with his team at all points, never somewhere else, never over-forcing, and just letting the game kind of come naturally to CLG as they had an early game lead.
What does Lyra do differently here in Game 2 to take advantage of the rookie jungler?
It's a little bit of a question mark just because he picked Elise, early game champion, got set behind early on off some CLG aggression.
Double down on Moby Boots
That's
early.
exactly where I was going to go. Yeah, so he fails the dive in the top side, doubles down on Moby Boots. There's a crazy early game skirmish, but he's still pretty ineffective at this point. And you would like to see him take Elise because it's an early game champion, but just not fall prone to some of these mistakes in the early game.
When I want to see him attack Omar, not attack the laners, right? Let's see what happens if he spends his time in Omar's jungle as opposed to going for those top lane ganks that could be outplayed.
It's potentially a good idea just because we haven't seen him have to deal with this kind of pressure and communicating with his laners, come to me, versus the laners saying, come to us. And so you heard when CLG was talking about Envy, they said if you attack Lyra in the jungle, the team's coming to back him up. And you don't
Will CLG do the same thing?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, there's some thoughts on how Envy, might be able to strike back here in Game 2. We're going to step away for a moment. When we return, it is that Game 2 between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Envy. Don't touch that browser.
Do you guys know that Trevor is dumb?
Oh, that's toxic. Yeah, that's just toxic.
Very toxic. Yeah, some floating on trying to
Alright, guys.
Instant reaction there from Lyra, but Darshan with his own flash cutting off the spider. Afromu needs that binding, gets him anyway. That's first blood for CLG.
Back up, back up. Multi-verse. Watch out for TP. He's gonna get stunned, Orbital. Jarvan's coming. Jarvan's up here.
All 3 inhibs gone. They had 3 up at 24 minutes, 3 down at 26. CLG wants to finish this game fast, and it looks like nothing's gonna be stopping them today. Huhi grabbing the kill onto Apollo.
He plays super high pressure junglers, and they're definitely a jungle-centric team. So their entire team collapses on Lyra's jungle quadrants. So whenever you invade, expect the whole team there. And that's the only hard part about Envy's playstyle is because they play around jungle when most teams don't do that here in NA. So it's very impressive.
Welcome back to Game 2 of CLG versus Team Envy. You just heard from Aframu talking about playing against Lyra and playing against Envy's jungle-centric style, but last game, CLG did a great job of shutting him down.
I mean, yeah, they did a great job. They also were able to catch him out level 1. That helped, and it looked like it kind of affected his playstyle as well.
Yeah.
For Lyra, that was a very bad game compared to his averages. As you can see right there, you know, the 0.6 KDA, negative gold differences. These are not things that you're used to seeing from Lyra. You know, positive gold average. He's got one of, you know, the strongest early games that we're used to seeing from North American LCS junglers. But CLG, they had the number in game number 1. Game number 2, Envy, probably not going to let him get, you know, a level 1 pickoff like that, but we'll see if it actually does change the way that the game is played, because Lyra is going to be aggressive, as Aframu talked about, and it's a style that Envy, you know, like to try and get off the ground pretty early on. So we'll see if they have any more tricks in their up their. I was gonna say bag, then sleeve.
It's tricky.
The sleeve bag.
Yeah,
we'll see how many.
Sleeve bag. The Envy sleeve bag better have some sort of an answer in it, because if game 2 goes like game 1, they're gonna find themselves swiftly defeated by CLG. And remember, this team's whole goal, they want to prove that they can go to playoffs and not just say, okay, we're gonna go to the first round, and then the other teams are just better than us, so we'll probably just lose. They want to say, we can go all the way. We can go far.
And to be fair to them, Envy, in their last game versus Team Dignitas, which is another one of the playoff teams, they beat them. In their last game versus Cloud9, they beat Cloud9 as well. The problem for Team Envy is mainly moving ahead. Their schedule is literally the hardest as far as their opponents' win records of any of the teams in the North American LCS. So that's why a lot of people, don't have a tremendous amount of confidence that they're going to push up super high, because the strength of the remaining schedule for them definitely looks difficult.
I mean, when you looked at the graphic that Dash and Mark had at the top of the day when they were talking about that, Envy's was the only one in big critical red numbers, because their opponents had a combined win percentage of like 70% or something completely crazy, while everybody else is messing around with 30s and 40s and 50s. Well, I guess Cloud9's the only one that gets 30s because they have the easiest schedule remaining, but still far and away from a 70% win rate on their opponents. Envy's got their work cut out for them, and every single win they can manage to find is going to be absolutely huge for this team, especially talking about seeding. Yeah, the seeding is going to be important. And able to do that, though, they're going to have to get through Darshan. And let's talk about him a bit, because he had such a good game in game number 1 on that Camille. 1v2s, 1v1s, outplays. You know, he was the one who actually flashed forward and got the stun onto Lyra to set up the binding for that first blood, for Omar to actually get the rewards for it. But yeah, definitely strong performances from him. And this has been, an improvement split for Darshan. He's been playing, very consistent, basically, I'd say, as far as a lot of the good tank play and some split pushing right on in there to boot. Well, let's see how we go here in draft number 2, as Thresh is instantly banned away by CounterLogic Gaming. Team Envy going to take Zach off the table as well. Now, one thing I want to bring up before we get any further into this draft is you saw Team Envy ban Aurelion Sol away first ban last game. And I'm wondering if they're going to ban him away in the first ban phase again, or if they're going to leave it open, since a lot of the time CLG won't pick it until one of their last picks anyway. Yeah, to me, the Aurelion Sol conundrum here for teams playing against CLG has to depend a lot on what are their side lanes actually going to be drafting as well. Because Aurelion Sol, biggest strength, roaming around to side lane. So if my bottom lane, if I'm planning on picking, Kalista and Thresh or something, that I feel pretty confident, in their disengage, they're pretty safe, they can rely on each other to save, or something defensive, then I'm not as worried about the Aurelion Sol, and you could think about leaving it up. It's not like a permaban all cases versus the enemy team. But Kalista will not be there. CLG gonna first pick it. Not really a surprise. Nope. And we've seen everybody just in love with this champion right now. Gets off to such an early power spike. Even though the win percent is not very good in North American LCS at this point in time, only 36.6% over the course of 41 games, it's still been a very highly contested pick. We saw it banned last game. This time it managed to make it through because there was different priority. Envy saying, you know what, at least didn't work out the first game, but that was a fluke. The level 1 went bad. That one doesn't count. Now's the real one.
Lyra running it back here. Elise part 2. See how he can start it off. This time they are on red side, so it'll be a little bit easier as far as the level 1 and having to worry about those invades. Also going to deal a little bit of a steal here, it looks like. I think Apollo will lock it in. There we go. Yep. He's also a fan of the Tristana currently. Also, the reason is that he's against Kalista. Everybody loves Tristana into Kalista.
Yep.
You're able to get a little bit quicker of a trade with your explosive shot than Kalista is early on. That being said, it has not scared anyone off of the first pick priority of Kalista, even if Tristana is there and ready for that soft-ish, lane counter pick.
Well, Omar had a good game on Gragas in game number 1. He had some nice flash body slams and some good casks, and he's going to be reprising that role here in game number 2. Huhi stealing that Talia away for himself in the first round yet again. He had nice walls in game number 1, really doing a good job to allow CLG to make sure they could get those objectives whenever it was convenient for them. He'll be doing it again now as Niski gets the often banned LeBlanc under his control.
Yeah, this is Niski's first time this split of actually getting his hands on that LeBlanc. A lot of mid laners actually haven't been able to get their hands on it this split, but we'll see what he's able to pull off here. It definitely is a champion. We talked about assassins, Captain Flowers. This is an assassin, yes, even though it is ranged. Blanc definitely likes to get in there. We'll see if they can set up ganks onto Talia, because that is one of the best combos. LeBlanc and Elise. It's absolutely terrifying, for a mid laner, because LeBlanc can set up ganks so well, and Elise doesn't even need setup half the time.
Right. You just throw your cocoon out. If it hits, you kill the guy, but there's not really an if they're already locked down by the LeBlanc chains. Huge kill pressure there, as supports are the bans for Team Envy, taking Rakan and Blitzcrank off the table. Kalista Rakan, the Rakambo, was originally one of the reasons that Kalista kind of came back. We saw her played with that champion in LCK, I believe is where it originated, as a lot of things in League of Legends do. And everybody else said, whoa, that's really OP. And they started copying it.
Whenever you see Kalista, you're like, all right, things like Thresh, things like Blitzcrank, things like Rakan, oh, they're all banned out. Well, there are still more. Braum is also very good with it. It's just, people, when you're looking to theorycraft things with Kalista, there are so many supports right now that have good crowd control that there's a long list that work well. Oh, there's another one off the list, actually. They picked up LeBlanc too. So they're denying as many of those playmaking supports to add on to the Kalista as they can. And instead, it looks like CLG might go a little bit more defensive here with the Lulu to give it a different look, since so many of the offensive ones were taken off the list.
Lulu was banned last game by Team Envy after they locked in
the bait.
But CLG, nope. They're saying, look, Morgana worked out well for us last time. The binding secured kills. The black shields kept our 80 carry alive. Kalista's an 80 carry that as long as she doesn't get hit with some hard CC, she can just jump all over the place and kite everyone to death.
And lifesteal like a madman. If you're able to get that CC immunity from your black shield, and especially if there's an Ardent Sensor, which Aphromoo, has been rushing, then it actually means that Kalista is so ridiculously difficult to kill. You have to burst her down. Your LeBlanc, your Elise, they have to actually just combine to focus fire that Kalista, and it becomes difficult in a 5v5 scenario. We'll see if Envy can pull it off. They definitely have a lot of early game moves, early game tools, and we'll see if they're able to put them to use.
They also now have the insta-give Cho'Gath.
There you go. Flash on Kalista and deal 2,000 true damage. There you go.
Can't kite that.
Can't heal that up either.
Can't jump away from that one. But it does take a while for Cho'Gath to get to the point where he does that hilariously goofy damage. At the start, he's still vulnerable to ganks. Remember, especially when you've got Gragas and Jarvan and these two with plenty of ganking power, CC, lockdown potential, Seraph's going to have to make sure he's careful. Because last game, not really by a lot of fault of his own, but as much so Lyra's as anyone, he ended up in a really rough spot. He couldn't deal with Darshan at all. This time, Darshan's on the champion Seraph was playing in game number 1. So Darshan's looking to say, look, I know you played the Jarvan against me. Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, it's definitely a frustrating scenario for Seraph in the last game. It's like, please stop ganking my lane.
Just don't gank. Go somewhere else.
Either way, definitely was hot water for him and trouble for him to work himself out of. Let's see if they can do it, though. Team Envy still have a chance. best of 3 series here. We'll see if they can actually push it to game number 3. CLG looking to end it quickly, though, if game 1 was any indication.
I mean, that was honestly so impressive from CLG, winning the game at 26 minutes and just never stopping after that level 1 advantage they got for themselves. And yeah, you could attribute that to Envy also trying to make really aggro plays to get themselves back in. Lyra specifically going for the dives topside, but CLG still just never had a lapse in that momentum. I guess maybe that big Fiesta 4-for-4 in the bottom could have been called a lapse because it wasn't pure CLG mojo working. Envy also found their own successes there, but Envy's really going to have to make sure they don't let CLG run away with this game early like they did last time. Remember that Envy as a team historically has been strongest in the early game.
Definitely should be true here with an Elise LeBlanc combo, but CLG will probably be expecting that. Maybe who plays a bit more defensively, and they try and ward around mid lane. Definitely, I'm going to still keep my eyes on Omar as well. They touched on it a little bit on the analyst desk, but you know, some games...
Fool me once.
Hakuo has seen this trick before. They touched on a little bit that, you know, sometimes we're used to seeing a lot of early game influence from these junglers, right? And Gragas is definitely one of those champions that can have that. You know, definitely potent ganks as far as body slam flashes even early on, but we'll see if Omar gets more offensive. Last game he did a very good job of just being that consistent, you know, getting some vision, holding onto his ultimate until absolutely necessary, and creating those plays for the team. But Lyra's angry. See what he gets out.
This is going to be an interesting test for Team Envy as well, seeing if they can manage to rally after such a convincing defeat in game number 1, get themselves back on track, especially Lyra, who did seem to be a bit tilted.
Well, Lyra started out with that ward kill, so that is actually going to help a lot. Huhi cancels it out, though, by stealing away 2 of the small raptors, not just 1, and the Talia definitely puts a stop to that extra experience advantage that Lyra would have had, you know, by killing the ward, which can allow you to do things even without an experienced Quint, you know, like 2-minute, 30-second ganks.
It hurts so much to lose 2 of those baby chickens because then you don't even hit level 2 off of your raptor camp. Lyra had to go up, kill the tiny Krug in order to grab his level 2.
Yeah, with the bonus there of the ward as well, not too bad. He does do the thing where as well you just kill the small Krug and the big Krug and don't kill any of the ones that pop out, so you don't waste any extra time up there, because especially on the first clear there's not a lot of extra experience in there. So he kind of rights the ship very quickly and moves back down to the red. So Lyra is actually not hurting too much from that early steal from Huhi. It does allow Huhi as well himself in lane to hit level 2 one minion earlier, or I mean 1 wave earlier, and he was able to use that to continually push Niski in, which Talia should be able to do anyway.
Aggressive mid lane summoner spell from Huhi too, going for the ignite this game to make sure that he can just put the damage down on whoever he gets himself on top of. Niski forced to jump back before he gets the second part of the chain to proc off and get the stun onto Huhi there. Also want to point out the difference between the supports. Again, this game, you're going to see the Relic Shield line from Hakuo, while Aphromoo goes for that ever so powerful coin line that, with its recent buff, just provides so much economy for support players.
Yeah, everybody's pretty hyped up on the gold that you can get from the coin. And no surprise, really, that the Brahm's going with the Targons for the shield, but Seraph actually, when he went in for that invade, did not drop a ward or pop the plants here with the Scrying Orb. So Omar still has the Scrying Plant as well as the Blast Cone to use if he wants to go punish Seraph. And Darshan has this wave frozen right in front of his turret. This is actually a pretty rough spot for Seraph once again, since Lyra's on the bottom side of the map. Since he is on the bottom side of the map, though, he might be able to kill Afro.
TP coming in, too. It looks like Aphromoo in some serious trouble here. Cocoon comes out, only finds its way onto the black shield. Niski wants to get that extra CC down at a stick stay, and they get the first blood. Aqua bound up, though. This is gonna be a 1-for-1. No, not quite. Apollo with the heal, keeping his support alive.
Big roam down bottom, and the LeBlanc Elise combo doesn't actually take effect in mid lane. They're able to make the double roam down to bottom side and cut the legs out from the bottom lane of CLG. Stixxay burns both summoners, Afromu burns both summoners, and Envy get that first blood.
The level 4 TP play from Niski finds success. Afromu's binding doesn't do the same, not able to stop that back in time, but good start for Team Envy, really making sure that they're the ones with that early lead compared to last game.
This is why Afromu keeps talking about how he hates playing against Lyra. This guy is just... Oh, maybe we'll play a flash.
Flashing away from the shove. Huhi getting the better of Niski here so far.
All right, well, that is another summoner blown here for Niski on the LeBlanc. It's not so detrimental for the LeBlanc because you can play and hold on to your distortion rather than, going super aggressive. But real big story here is Lyra off to the more expected starts for him, that we see. He's able to right the ship, even though a couple Raptors get stolen, no problem. He had that ward kill for extra experience, goes up, gets the Krugs to right his ship, and ganks bottom very early on.
And you saw the stat that popped up on the right side of the screen there. Lyra actually the second highest first blood kills or assists put together in all of North American LCS so far in summer. So this guy is no stranger to making sure he's a part of that first big play on the map.
And he did walk over a ward to get into the jungle here. So CLG, now that the scrying plant was also blown, definitely know that he is on the Raptors.
He tries to take one, but the spider bite not quite enough damage to do so. Instead, Omar just gets to farm up his own camp. Lyra will not get any revenge for the chickens that were stolen away from him earlier. He'll have to wait till later to potentially do that, as Apollo and Hakuo feeling good about themselves in this bottom lane after getting that kill onto Stixxay. Just assist for themselves, but still a slight CS advantage for these two.
Lyra trying to be annoying and continually protect the vision that he set up here in the red quadrant. They have a lot of control over Omar.
Omar eats the cocoon and one little bit of that neurotoxin, but now Niski sidestepping the seismic shove. Huhi's at half HP. They got to be careful about taking this 2-on-2. Lyra also injured here. Bottom lane's thinking about maybe roaming up to that as the action fades away. Huhi healing up with the potions. Niski will be doing the same. Lyra goes back into his own jungle to keep on farming.
Meanwhile, on the top side, Darshan is pushing Seraphine right now, so he's got some time to roam around. There's a decent amount of vision here in Envy's jungle, so they see him coming, but this is very similar to what he did last game on the Camille. Trying to get a gank onto the mid lane, it is a LeBlanc, so even though the flash is blown, it's very difficult to actually pull that off.
So hard to actually get the gank onto LeBlanc. Lyra hanging around too, just in case they try something super cheeky. There comes Omar, there comes the flag and drag, there comes the wombo combo, the cataclysm down. Niski getting himself away, but the spider has been squished. Omar's got to be careful for himself here, though. Doesn't want to put himself in feast range, but Seraph had used the feast previously just to get himself some stacks, so no danger.
That was a case of Envy saw Darshan roam down, so they were trying to counter him, but they didn't see Omar.
Not going all the way in for Niski here. Recognizing he can go back on the distortion, but the ignite is enough from Huhi. Instead, though, they will trade the kill as opposed to having a clean one. Seraph hangs around long enough to get himself some money.
Bunch of flashes blown there.
Yeah, this is kind of, that was a little messy on everybody's part.
It's kind of like what you talked about. It reminds you of the, skirmish, we'll call it, last game that was down bottom side.
Skirmish? Uh-huh. Yeah, that was something down bottom last game. But Stixxay and Afromu level 5, their opponents level 6 on Apollo, so be looking out for that one. Here's a replay.
All right, so this is actually part 2 after they, already had the successful dive and were able to kill off Seraph. Huhi flashes in. He's already got Niski's kill, basically, there with the ignite, but he flashed in, so Seraph's easily able to answer the kill, and they get 1-for-1 on the mid laners.
That helped bring Seraph back into a closer contest with Darshan as well, because you saw before the top laners rotated down, Darshan had like 55 to 39 CS or something like that, and he had better items. There's just a Glacial Shroud for Seraph, which isn't very scary of an item on its own, but Seraph now with the Ninja Tabbies, a lot tankier, a lot harder to kill. Darshan only with Brown Boots, means that he won't be able to keep up as easily with that big stompy monster.
Gotta keep up, need some boots. Niski goes pretty aggressive onto Huhi, waits for the passive, gets the extra proc there. Blue buff on him as well. LeBlanc, at this stage, when you have the extra auto attack damage you can get from your Hextech Revolver, helps out a lot in those types of trades that we just saw there with a distortion in, and able to get a little bit of mid lane control here. Blue buff actually goes over to Omar instead. I didn't quite catch the end of that one, but they definitely messed up that handoff.
Yeah, that's not really where you want the blue buff on the Gragas as opposed to the Talia, but that's kind of the hand they've been dealt now as Seraph moves down into the river to clear out the enemy control ward. Omar God hanging around, but doesn't want to make any kind of a play onto that one this time. Lyra still level 6 compared to Omar's 7, so slightly behind in terms of jungle leveling, clearing out a control ward on his own. Not quite up to Runic Echoes either. You can say the same about Omar God working towards that Cinder Hulk, and that's one of the changes we've seen with Gragas since the Cinder Hulk buffs. He gets to go for that item first. He gets to be tankier quicker, which is very, very nice for him, so he can get into those team fights, be on that front line, and soak damage for the team. Which, honestly, CLG needs him to be that front line. Darshan also going to be right there with him, but keeping Stixxay and Huhi alive so they can do that consistent damage throughout the course of the fight. That's how they win against these bursty style champions like the Cho'Gath, like the Elise, and like the LeBlanc.
Yep, Seraph you can see there as well, uses the feast on Cannon Minion. He wants to start getting up to his 6 stacks, which you can get off, whatever you want early on. Those are the kind of freebies to get your extra health. And then, bottom lane play.
All right, Stixxay going for it. Tossing Afromu in there, a nice binding. Omar shows up here too, needs a little bit more damage. Hakuo goes down and Stixxay takes the kill.
They combo very nicely. We get to see the Morgana.
Oh! Ooh, flash for flash there, Afromu.
Goes for the point blank binding. Apollo does have his summoners available, but he had to use both of them. CLG bottom lane definitely taking control back for themselves, and whenever a Kalista lane gets control of bottom lane, that also means Dragon is going to be difficult for the enemy team to contest. And rotate up nicely to that one. They're going to push down the turret first, who he can roam over. Omar's already there, and CLG, just like last game, get the kills, but instantly trying to pressure objectives afterwards. That's 50% of the turret. Lyra comes down, trying to defend.
Will hold the line for now. Apollo blowing up those minions with the explosive charge passive. Being able to clear them out in time means that CLG can't secure that objective. Kuki eating some quick bursty damage from Niski there mid lane like you were talking about with that Hextech Revolver. It'll only get scarier as that turns into the fully built Gunblade, but bringing up the thing about Kalista and how she controls the dragons, this game actually has both the better than Smite champions on opposite teams. So I'm interested in seeing how those two are going to work together, or work against each other, I should say, in making these neutral objective contests for Baron and for Dragon that much more entertaining.
If I had to choose between the two, I would still take the Kalista over the Cho'Gath, because Cho'Gath, Omar decided he didn't want any more of that. 2v2 down bottom side, though.
Afromu's seriously in some trouble here. Black Shield popped to keep the stun away from him. Now Stixxay's got to kite away from Hakuo here, putting some more spears into him. The Black Shield already down, but it doesn't matter. The binding into the Rend, enough to take him down all the way. Darshan coming in, trying to finish Lyra off, but now he's going to be CC'd as all of Envy comes in. The cavalry has arrived. Darshan in retreat. Huhi makes his way into the fight with the wall. Omar God now also on the front for CLG, trying to tank up here, getting away from the chain second proc. CLG wants turret first blood, and it looks like they'll have no problem getting it. Seraph hanging around a little bit too long, has to flash away, but the binding still finds him. Omar God will be tanking up for. Niski makes his way into all of CLG and gets immediately smacked down. Now Seraph trying to get onto Stixxay, gets the shutdown with the feast. Omar barely walking away as Apollo wants to clean up some more kills here. He could go right to reset city, but Lyra goes too close and goes down instead.
Oh, and Apollo down!
Apollo, the Black Shield, a little bit more damage coming in. The Rupture will not find the knockup onto Darshan because of Black Shield. These guys are dancing with death, trying to go back in and get greedy for these kills.
Incredibly close there, low health members. Everybody's blinking on the way out, but the turret first, turret bonus goal did again go over to CLG. Here's previously to this scenario, though, the setup to it was Omar, no ultimate going to be available on the Gragas when they finally do get down to the bottom lane. They almost were able to take down Afromu here so early, but look at how many spears are in Hakuo, and he just gets rended down before all 3 teleports simultaneously come in, and they're able to turn around a lot of damage here initially onto Darshan.
And then the Weaver's Wall to bring Huhi into the fight. Why not?
who he joins, and we go on for another minute here in the bottom side. We're wondering a little bit at this point why Seraph was sticking around with the rest of the team backing off and the turret about to go down, but he does have his flash, and he flashes out of that second engage.
As yet another fight breaks out, this time in the Envy jungle. Afromu not afraid to press up into these guys' territory and try to get some of that vision down, try to build more advantages for his team. Omar and Stixxay on to the Mountain Drake, the first elemental Drake this game. And there's all those spears that you were talking about with Kallista's objective control. Means there is no problem taking that down.
Yeah, just for good measure, he gets it down to about 1100. Pulls out the Rend, easy secure there. You can get a little bit more in there. Plenty of vision for CLG creeping through into the blue quadrant for them as well, though. And it's a similar setup to last game where they gain their little, pocket control here. First turret bonus goal. Drake comes shortly after. Now the vision starts to seep into the Envy jungle, and every new move that Envy make here is going to be a little bit easier for CLG to predict.
Blade of the Ruined King also done for Stixxay. Wanted to point that one out, as you know that Seraph's going to be stacking a lot of HP on the Cho'Gath, but now he's finding himself caught out in the river. Darshan pops the Cataclysm just to keep him there. Huhi bringing in some more damage. Afromu with the binding. Omar's here, brings Stixxay to hell. Why not the whole team? Bring that monster down.
All right, let's see what they do afterwards, though, because typically it's been, the 5-man try and push down mid-turret, but they're actually fanning out to go attend to minion waves first. They send Darshan up top. Actually, nobody goes down to deal with the bottom side, so Envy are going to be able to trade bottom turret, but CLG are going to open up the mid lane.
CLG, again, they find the kill, they find the objective, they've got the momentum, they've got the tempo, and now they're going to get that tier 2. They've got 4 here.
Yeah, and Envy have a bit of a flank, but Seraph doesn't have his teleport, so even though he's reviving shortly, he can't join either, and it means that CLG are going to be able to take 2 turrets for this one, in addition to Darshan on the top side.
Ooh, that was
that one.
A massive objective swing for CLG. 3 for 1 in turrets overall there. 7 to 3 in kills, and they're still up 4,000 gold compared to Envy. Envy's just having such a hard time responding on a macro level to these guys. CLG just always seem to be 1 or 2 steps ahead.
And now with so many of their turrets down, it's just very easy for CLG to transition between lanes here. Every rotation for Envy gets a little bit more dangerous. They have to walk through CLG vision to even get out halfway onto the map. And Omar does find Lyra going for his own red.
Lyra being Lyra. Trying to win through the jungle, counter jungle the opponent, find him, mess him up a little bit, but doesn't want to stick around any longer. Recognizes CLG's far enough ahead, and Omar's probably got backup, so he's not willing to throw his own life away for that red buff. Items are starting to come online too. You've got that Gunblade for the LeBlanc all the way done. You just saw her purchase her Sorcerer's Shoes there. Cho'Gath closing in on that Righteous Glory to help him get into the fights and get on those valuable targets like Stixxay. Because we know that Kallista, like we saw in the fight bottom lane, if she actually gets near that Cho'Gath, she becomes Cho'Gath food pretty quick. So with Righteous Glory being able to enable that, that could be one win condition in these fights for Envy. They also have the win condition of let Trist scale. That one's still going to be about a half hour away from us, but if it does happen, Envy can always fall back on that one. CLG, though, if they play like they are right now and like they did in game number 1, are not going to give Envy that time.
Yeah, and even though they have the Tristana, there are a lot of obstacles here for Envy to overcome, because, as you said, not only is it going to be a long time, but CLG have some scaling of their own, and currently Darshan's found Seraph.
Darshan just will not let Seraph get away from this one. Beaver's Wall comes in. It's going to be a full-on 2v2, though, as Niski makes sure he shows up at the TP. Darshan now the one in the most trouble. Seraph turning the damage right back onto Huhi as Afro grabs a kill onto Lyra. Another fight breaking out there in the jungle. Darshan dies to Seraph, but Hakuo now has to retreat from Stixxay, who nearly finds himself another kill, barely missing out thanks to the heal as they rotate in. Afromu with a bit of a strange flash there, but doesn't find the mark.
That's a question mark, Ping.
Yep.
I'm a firm believer in taking control of the question mark Ping flame. I immediately will question mark Ping myself when I do something like that.
Yep.
So then it doesn't hurt so much when the rest of the team does, right?
Yeah, if you know you're going to be getting 20 of them from everybody else on the team, as long as you were the first, and you say, oh yeah, they're just agreeing with me. Yep. They're not flaming me. We're working together. This teamwork.
Ha ha ha. Funny, right, guys? All right. Let's take another look here, though, because CLG, the 3-man squad, was able to get that first kill onto Lyra. It's Omar flashing in, and they stun lock him from 100 to 0. Meanwhile, we get the large zoom out here to see the Huhi map traveling. This is where Darshan does get the early start on his Seraph, but you can see Cho'Gath has so much base effectiveness there with all the health coming from his ultimate stacks and his Righteous Glory that's enough to true shot Darshan there right through the extra damage with Huhi, and they 2v1 while the 3-man squad actually got caught out.
And you could tell he had clicked his feast onto Darshan before he flag and dragged back into the fight, because as he knocks Seraph up into the air, he gets numbed. And so even though he gets the knock up, he still gets taken down first in the fight, causing Huhi to have to retreat. With a lead at 20, CLG is 18-2 in summer, and Envy is 2-15 with a deficit at 20. So if you ask the stats, Kobe, this one's looking pretty good for CLG.
Well, let's ask the top lane here, because Stixxay and Afromove got 5 members of Envy coming for their heads.
Stixxay not afraid to just stand and fight, gonna be knocked up into the air, and Seraph with the flash into the ulti gets the kill, but Niski drops 2. CLG now in retreat. Seraph is very tanky and continues the charge forward. Silence onto Omar God. One more hit to proc the winner's bike. Gonna stun him up. Righteous Glory also slowing him down. Huhi trying to kite, but it's a 2-for-1 for Envy.
Cho'Gath, baby. Righteous Glory. He's so sticky. You get the extra slow on your Vapor Whirl spikes as well. The AoE silence, just a tremendous amount of presence there from the Cho'Gath in the middle of that one. And Envy, they take the initiative. Yes, they are behind. Yes, it's a bit rough for them, but Niski on the control ward calls for the extra teleport from Seraph. They catch out the bottom lane first, and even though Stixxay, as you said, puts out a lot of damage here, and Niski does flash the last spear there, but Ignite is already on Afromove. So they did trade 1 kill back, even though the bottom lane got caught. Then, though, it's all the Seraph game. He chases him down, gets the slows, gets the stun from the Braum passive, and able to finish him off with his auto attack as well. A little bit of a grasp proc there to get an extra bonus damage on the jump away.
Bonus regen now going the way of CLG though, as they grab themselves Ocean Drake #1, their second elemental of the game. Apollo with free firing time on the top lane tier 1 means he gets that for his team, takes him up to 2 total turrets. They're only down 2,000 gold. I mean, this isn't a death sentence for Envy. They're doing just fine with how they have the scaling 80 carry and the burst potential from the rest of the team. And Seraph is just a huge threat.
He definitely is. He lands the Rupture here, but now is a bit 1v3.
Nope, Darshan gets hit by the chains though, slows him down enough to get away for Envy. Trying to make sure that they don't overcommit to anything now. They've done well keeping themselves in the game, not allowing CLG to run away with it.
This is a 5-kill Cho'Gath, by the way, with Seraph here getting quite big. And remember what we talked about earlier, where you can get 6 stacks off of, whatever you want, minions or whatever for your ultimate. But after that, you have to kill champions, you have to kill epic monsters, and he actually, since he's getting these last hits with it, he's got 2 extra stacks, up to 8 already, which is a pretty decent pace for Cho'Gath and getting extremely tanky. Again, it does so much for your team fight. Yeah, you do have a Tristana that's scaling up, and it's nice to have DPS from the back line, but once you have that large tank on the front line, that's really where it all comes together. Try and buy some space for the Tristana to actually keep DPS uptime and work out. Niski, though, 1v3.
Stixxay is just not afraid of this LeBlanc at all. Normally you think of LeBlanc as an 80 carry killer, but today the 80 carries turning the tables. Revenge for all the 80 carries out there that have been insta-gibbed by her in side lanes, just trying to farm and have a good time, but Stixxay's not putting up with any of that today. 10-6, and Stixxay's got 4 of them for CLG.
Envy do get the answer of mid-lane turret for themselves, so they keep that gold pretty close. CLG do pop the Rift Herald here, and they've got a man advantage. See if they can actually use this Rift Herald pressure to get anything, though.
There are pings out onto Baron. They're just throwing Rift Herald out as a sacrificial lamb, or crab, or whatever Shelly is. Now they go for the Baron.
Timer was running out, but they do use it as a distraction. Afromove trying to buy some time, and Huhi walls off Team Envy. That might be enough to secure it.
I love this use of the ulti from Taliyah to block away the objectives from the enemy team. They secure it for themselves, and now Lyra's in some trouble. The stun comes out, the damage comes through, and the Wombo combo alley-oop to take down the enemy team. Lyra and Seraph both out of the picture.
Oh my goodness, CLG, is Huhi even done yet? He's chasing down Haku Aquo here. Whoa, okay, gets stunned up.
All right, he's a little bit far forward, but instead it's Apollo who gets punished. The flash from Darshan with the Tiamat active for the final hit.
That's definitely going to be a push on mid lane then. They just got 2 extra kills off of the back of that one. It's going to be an inhibitor.
That's what you do, Kobe. You get Baron, you kill 3 guys, you run her down mid, and you grab yourself the inhib. This is a game now blown wide open for CLG. It was so close. Envy looked like they were doing such a good job holding on, but the call to get Baron from CLG, the wall from Huhi, it all worked together.
Team fighting right here with the LeBlanc and the Elise, a little bit more difficult. Really nice pickoffs from CLG to get this, right? As you said, the distraction here with the Rift Trail down mid lane, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big issue because, oh, you know, they can't really burn through Baron that fast. Yeah, they have a mountain, but oh no, now the delay of the Taliyah wall comes in, cuts them off. This Taliyah wall buys time for them to burn through the second half of Baron. They needed every second of it because right when they arrive here, Baron is finished up, Darshan goes over, alley-oop from Omar, and they're able to get the dunk. Count it, 2 points there as they get 2 more kills and chase off Envy.
Now with that free pressure in mid lane and everybody nice and Baroned up, ooh, CLG's got all sorts of opportunities here in the side lanes to take down those remaining tier 2s, get themselves an even bigger gold lead, and try to lock this game away. Granted, it will not be as fast as game number 1 because at this point in game number 1, 3 inhibs were down. So Envy is doing better than them, but they've still got quite a lot of work to do if they want to regain that footing and find themselves a chance to fight back. 2.5 items completed onto Apollo, so almost at that core 3-item spike for Tristana, but when you're staring down the barrel of an enemy team that's this strong, you're probably going to need even more.
Yep, and here they come. Not slowing down one bit. CLG looking to move up those standings and try and get one of the high-rated buys for the playoffs here.
Weaver's Wall, again, used well by Huhi to try to secure these objectives. This is what that ultimate is so adept at accomplishing, but a 2-man rupture, a lot of damage coming out onto Darshan. The shield barely keeping him alive through that feast.
Apollo has actually knocked away a couple of people at different moments in this game that were very low health. Not quite getting to execute damage. Here comes Darshan right back with the teleport, though.
All right, Feast is down. Now the fight can start. A lot of spears down there into Hakuo as CLG breaks open inhibitor turret number 2, going for the inhibitor itself. Omar God, the only one hurt. CLG is mission accomplished status now. Getting themselves back, they can regroup bottom lane with the remaining 1 minute of their Baron and start pushing that last line of defense.
CLG get off the Baron empowered recalls in. Not going to take them too long. Yeah, there's Cloud Drake coming up, and you guess they can just pick that up on their way. But yeah, as you said, objective number 1, push straight down that bottom side. They've got double lines of super minions. And CLG looking to close the book here on this entire series. What a, big performance from them. And it definitely says something because people have a lot of questions. They're like, oh, no. Omar God, yeah, he looks decent, but how is he going to do when the pressure mounts and when they start to get the playoffs? Well, he's holding up just fine. Darshan barely holds up in this fight, by the way. Gets all the shields, needs all the shields. So I would say I'm not going to blame Apollo for, knocking that one away because you don't calculate in the heal plus the double shield there with the lock, with the activation as well. And it was still, even with all of those, very close to getting that execute. Definitely is a feel bad moment when you knock away someone like that, but that's the least of their problems at this point because CLG are at the door knocking and they want the inhibitor to answer.
Time for the miracle defense from Envy or the end of the game likely here. Omar God been having a great performance. As you mentioned so far, he's had some awesome engages, some flash body slams, good casks as well. Really stepping up now that he's the sole jungler on this team. CLG potentially under critique from some people saying, well, he's got to step up. This is the last couple of weeks. This is their playoff spot. Omar God's got to do or die, and he's doing right now. As the Weaver's Wall comes out, the binding lands onto Seraph. Very, very tanky, though. Apollo gets himself in some trouble there. The seismic shove almost able to put him in a spot that's too dangerous. Yep. CLG continues to push now. No more wall.
And time is in their favor. I mean, CLG, as we said, look at all the minions inside the base. Apollo has to deal with them. That's the Tristana. That's the main source of damage for Envy. So it allows CLG to even face tank turret and get some more damage.
And we were talking so much about Lyra for this series, Kobe, and he's 0-4-1 in this second game. He just hasn't been able to find his mark. and get himself back to where he wanted to be. He was part of the first blood that Envy got so early with that rotation from the LeBlanc with the teleport. But after that, he's just been coming up with zeros.
And a lot of it is due to the CLG team play. This is a team, over and over, they state how much they want to focus on team play, team camaraderie, communication, all those things really coming together for them. And it really does add to how quick they end out the games and how quickly they go for these objectives. Another engagement from CLG here.
Trying to put multiple men there into the Cataclysm. Apollo knocked back, more damage from Stixay, who does not know how to retreat, and why would you? They are so far ahead. Aquo dies as the third man on Envy to drop, make it 4, only Niski remaining, and he's not going to be there for long. It's a 2 for 5, an ace for CLG, and a 2 for 0 over Team Envy.
And a 2-0 for Omar, God's first series, starting the entire time. Some confidence for their new jungler and some confidence for the team moving towards the playoffs, trying to get that top spot, trying to get that playoff bye. CLG victory here.
CLG feeling good about that one. That means they put the pressure on TSM to say, okay, now you got to win your first game, and then you get to stay tied with us. We're the ones setting the bar. And CLG, you can see, they look pumped, they look happy, and why would they not? They've managed to work together as a team, put these games away very quickly. Second game taking 30 minutes, first one taking 26. They showed sheer dominance from start to finish and a lot of teamwork.
Definitely looking good there. Everything really on point. There were only a couple of instances in each game where things got a little bit hectic and you started to worry about who's going to come out in these frantic skirmishes, and there were some very low health moments. But in the end, it was their renewed focus on, after each of those skirmishes, instantly getting like 50% of a turret, then not overstaying for it and returning to these objectives. That's how they were able to really push the pace of this game and take the entire series, really.
And it was really fun to watch. Honestly, watching a team be able to work together like that and regroup after having something that seems like a mess. Because sometimes if a team gets themselves into a spot where you take a messy fight, everything devolves into messy fights. But CLG did a wonderful job of mentally resetting.
Mentally resetting in the game, mentally resetting in the season. It's not like teams go into it like, you know what, it's going to be no big deal. We'll replace one of our main players, in week 8. There's only 2 weeks left till playoffs, no problem. They obviously were having some internal issues. They were trying to work through them, started subbing, then moving to more full time here. And it doesn't answer questions. Those are still going to be floating around, especially because they still have playoffs to games to play, and the pressure is only going to get more intense for Omar from here. But things look good for him right now, and they look good for CLG actually rallying behind this roster move and finding success.
Yeah, Omar wasn't just somebody who was along for the ride. He did a lot of work for this team, always on the front line, always engaging, being a part of what you saw with the catches in the enemy jungle, and even in that first game being critical to making that level 1 play, coming around and then waiting for his body slam to come back up. He seems like he's ready to step up to that challenge, which is exciting for CLG, because if they can make this roster work, this is a team that wants to go far. This is a team that wants to participate in Worlds, and
this is a team that wants to be number one.
Number one.
And as the analyst that said, they aren't really looking for a guy to go legendary from the jungle, right? They want that tank player right now, especially, and that's what they're getting.
Well, for more on that 2-0 CLG win, let's check in with Degon and the veteran in the top lane.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by Darshan. And Darshan, great series here, but let's talk about the preparation that you guys had to put in after a tough loss against Immortals. You were able to get the job this week done against Envy.
Yeah, it was actually pretty hard, considering we had to shake up our roster and have a new jungler towards the end of the split, which is something I haven't really had to deal with before. So I think Omar has done a pretty good job catching up and trying to fit in as fast as he can, but we still have a lot to work on, and I think we definitely played pretty well today, but it wasn't as clean as we'd like it to be for sure.
Specifically in this series, what did Omar do that allowed you guys to carry and take the win?
I think he's just really good at understanding what needs every laner has and making sure they're able to play, with vision, they're able to play with confidence, and I think he did a really good job of that. Playing with who he this set, I think he did really well.
So it's no secret that we live in the world of tanks. In this game, you pulled out 2 different carry type champions. Why? It seems like it would be easier to play the tanks.
There's always opportunities to play carries, especially when you have Omar on a tank like Gragas. It's definitely a great time to pick a carry, and so I was really comfortable playing Camille and Jarvan, and they're really strong in the meta, so why not?
it's a given that you guys are going to be playing in the playoffs, but how do you want CLG to be looking? What is the form that you want CLG to be in as you move into those last final games?
Yeah, so when we had the switch and we had to go with Omar instead of Dardoch, we have 4 weeks to essentially train up Omar and kind of become a team again. And I think the first week was a little rough. We didn't have the most ideal practice, but I think we have 3 more weeks left, and we're going to make the most of it to dominate playoffs. We don't want to be a team that kind of goes on and barely wins every set. We want to be able to crush NA, and we haven't really shown that. We can do that against every team, the top teams and the bottom teams. So we definitely have a lot to work on. But when everything finally gels well together, I'll be really happy, and I'm pretty excited for playoffs.
Well, you guys definitely took a great step today with your victory over Envy. Congratulations on today's game. For more on that, let's send it over to James and Mark.
Thank you very much, Degon. CLG getting the 2-0 over Envy this time around. Darshan saying that, they don't expect things to be perfect right away, and they're, looking to make a lot of improvements in these coming weeks. But from where I'm standing, feels like they didn't really miss a beat subbing Omar into that starting roster.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that they weren't as clean as they wanted, but at some point you kind of have to tip your cap to Envy a little bit. They had a 4-man roam down the ball lane early this game. I mean, if a team's willing to make that kind of play,
you got to respond.
Yeah,
right?
Something's going to happen. You're not just going to be like, oh, nothing is super clean. So on the one hand, I see what he's saying. There's always room to improve. But for this is the first time as a starter, pretty clean series overall, 2-0.
I was impressed, absolutely. Let's take a look at Champions League, because we also heard the conversation there around carries, right? We've talked all about the tanks in 7-14. Oh, the Cho'Gath, the Zax, and the Maokais. Well, guess what? It's not like you can't be playing things Camille and Jarvan in this day and age.
I think that's the big thing, is as much as we all are like, did you see that Cho'Gath this game? He was 5-1 and was 4K HP.
Right, and then lost the game.
Right, I think if you can execute on the comps for the most part, I mean, people talk about how diverse 7-13 was as a meta. Everyone loved it. And while I would agree, 7-14 definitely ended up a little bit more unstable with some champions and items at the start of it being very strong. I think it did just add more champions to the pool of viable ones. It didn't really necessarily knock out things like the Jarvan or a Kled or a Rumble. You still see those being picked a fair amount. It's just now there's a Cho'Gath and a Maokai and other things as well.
Right, of course, another position that's contentious is that ADC position. Typically, Caitlyn banned out, but Tristana and Kalista being the next two that people jump at. Of course, Stixxay very happy in this meta. He's known for his Kalistas, his Tristanas, and his Lucians, for example, picking up that in the first rotation this time around. He and Afromoon performing this time around.
And they were really the highlight for CLG this game. They got the attention early on in the bot lane, but after that, they were able to start making plays on their own. Stixxay had some really nice engages onto Hakuo, was able to punish that Braum pick pretty heavily early on. You see just right away, not getting the shield up, getting the chain CC down, and Morgana as a counterpick to Braum is very strong. They did it in the first game, they do it again here, and just very good performance.
We say the bot lane, but we also, again, in those first 2 clips, you saw Omar God right there alongside them. So the trio working very well together. I love to see Afromu enabled to make plays, and it kind of ties into exactly what we were talking about earlier in the day, that Omar doesn't necessarily have to be the initiator himself, but if he latches onto the veteran shot caller and Afromu and is in the right place at the right time, if they layer their CC, there's almost no stopping them.
And that's the other thing, too, is that he's not just the primary initiator. It's not, okay, Omar, we're going to play 4 carries, and you're going to run in there and be the engaged.
It's all on you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Jarvan, you have a Kalista, you have a Morgana, you have a lot of other tools that he can kind of follow up on.
Right.
We saw a lot of attention around the mid lane as well. There were dives going on there, and he was often comboing together with Darshan to make those plays, not just himself.
And again, the reason why at the beginning of the segment I said it doesn't feel like CLG has missed a beat is because of plays like this. 23 minutes into the game, they get a single pick on Aniski. That's enough to call this Baron. Beautiful walls from Huhi in this game to secure objectives. Let's watch this one play out.
Once again, Omar God kind of comboing together to cut off the escape path out of Niski. They get that first kill. Stixxay was pretty big at this point in the game off all those bot plays. And then you have a Kalista, you killed the enemy mid laner, you're relatively free to go kind of force down this Baron. They go to make sure they get some vision control, they push out one more wave, boom, boom, boom. They start forcing this down.
I actually kind of like the fact that they drop Rift Herald there, if only to stall Envy a little bit longer in terms of having to clear that out to regain that mid lane control.
Yeah, exactly. So CLG understands the steps. We criticize some teams for missing them. Being able to force that mid lane was important. Huhi also gets a great wall off. Lyra can't get in range in time, but Envy was still walking forward, so they get the punish afterwards, able to kind of dumpster down onto Lyra. Seraph is going to get a trade kill onto for him. We kind of got thrown next to a big Cho'Gath, but end of the day, they pick up a couple more kills with that Baron, and they're able to basically close this game out pretty cleanly after that.
Again, that came at 23 minutes. It's very atypical to see a team be able to take a Baron that early on into the game in the face of 4 enemy, champions, right? If you could sneak it, great. But Envy was fully aware that that was happening and still could do nothing about it. Again, to me, it speaks to the fact that CLG is a top-tier team here in the NALCS.
Just exactly like we were saying in Game 1. You see them get a pick, and they can get objectives off of it. They're not a team that sits around and stalls out and wonders, oh, well, what can we get with this? They instantly try and force advantages with it. Game 1, they were grabbing turrets off single picks. Here, they grab the Baron, and after that, it's basically game over. They had like a little bit of unclean play around the top side. You could probably hear that's what Darshan was hinting at.
Yep.
There was a big triple knockup out of the Cho'Gath that maybe could have made that turret push dangerous, but they got out fine, and they were able to close the series
Now,
out.
we talk a lot about the bot lane and Omar God this, throughout this series, but we do want to give a nod to Huhi here, who will pick up player of the game for his control on Talia, right? The more and more we see this champion used properly, the more I am impressed with top-tier teams and their ability to take advantages without having to get kills or off of just a single kill.
It's one of those abilities that, like, the better you get with it, the more amazing it becomes. You see Game 1 able to take a turret for free, no one dead. Here, off a single pick, like, yes, you get mid lane control, but that's usually not enough to just force a Baron.
It's kind of reminiscent of some of like the pristine Ryze ultimates that we had seen back when he is in the meta, right? To end the game or to flank on people. When players get a mastery of a champion like that to that high a level, it's just spectacular to watch.
And Huhi in particular, being a playmaker, someone who has been criticized in the past for being too aggressive. I mean, even his Talia points, he's had some walls where he shoots down to the bot lane, ends up under the turret, flayed right in and dies. I remember a couple specific plays like that, but he's someone who doesn't give up, always keeps trying, always keeps learning, and he's not afraid to make a mistake while trying to make the correct play.
Right, this pushes CLG to 11-4, so getting those wins as they need because they're neck and neck with TSM when it comes to, playing for that second first-round bye behind Immortals. On the flip side, Envy, we talked about this impossible schedule that they have, right, going into these last 2 weeks. All right, you've suffered your first loss while C9 on the other side is going to have a much easier time. So it's about how is Envy going to deal with these losses in terms of keeping their mentality and their heads on straight.
The scary thing is that a lot of this is off the back of Lyra not playing that well early on to the season. He didn't have a great season overall compared to his first one, but especially now in the later portion with the meta kind of changing in the jungle, he does feel like he's struggling to find his footing with it. Elise is an early game champion that still feels like it should be fine, but he did not have good performances today.
Right.
We've seen the Graves, not super impressive. Do we want him on a Cho'Gath? That's not really the Lyra style. It feels like they're floundering a little bit.
I'm starting to be less and less impressed by Cho'Gath, right? We had a whole lot of hubbub around how impactful he could be, how dangerous he could be, and that's not to say we haven't seen carry performances or glimpses, of the OP-ness of the Cho'Gath, but I'm looking at Maokai, I'm looking at Zach, I'm still looking at so much of the others, even the Shens. At this point, teams are still finding ways to use a nerfed Shen in a more effective manner than a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and I think it's just, I have a hard time faulting the Cho'Gath this game. He's 5-1, and your mid laner gets picked off, and Cho'Gath's like, well, what do I do at this point? I'm trying to run through a Talia wall. I'm not just going to flash it randomly, and that is.
But that's kind of what I mean.
Yes.
Because he doesn't have options, right? He's so reliant on his team giving him the opportunity to get onto a carry of the opposing team.
I mean, if you're comparing it to a Flash Maokai W, then that's instant CC and it's huge. And then the zoning tool from his ultimate, I mean, you have a lot of powerful things with it. And to that point, I would agree. But Cho'Gath also doesn't have as many weaknesses that you might be able to point out where, like, he can farm jungle just fine. He can take range matchups and not get bullied very hard at all. You see him often farming equally in the top side. So if you're looking for a blind, safe pick tank, he might be the best option right now. And I do agree that, like, some of his, oh my god, that's ridiculous moments are not quite as strong as a Maokai.
Right.
But I do feel like he doesn't have almost any weaknesses at the same time.
Fair points. There we have it. We've got more league action coming your way. Team Liquid hit the Rift next as they go up against Cloud9. Don't touch that browser. Playing a lot of that today.
I've gotten like 20 quadra kills.
Oh, 20, let me see. 2. One too many zeros.
I've got so many quadra kills, you're trolling.
TP coming in too. It looks like Aphromoo in some serious trouble here. Cocoon comes out, only finds its way on the black shield. Niski wants to get that extra CC down at Stixay, and they get the first blood.
Alista, Calista, 13 TP.
I'm here too.
We're on the TP. On the TP. G4, G4. 4v4.
I have no E. You can go Elise, go Elise. Go. I have ulti, Zach, go. I'm hitting Cho'Gath.
Cho'Gath.
Cho. I found Cho.
Aquo dies as the third man on Envy to drop. Make it 4. Only Niski remaining, and he's not going to be there for long. It's a 2 for 5, an ace for CLG, and a 2 for 0 over Team Envy.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Irving DeBiz III, and someone left behind this awesome color caster from our previous series.
I'm still here.
Finders, keepers. It's Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. You gonna stay for this one?
Yes, I'm all in.
Thank God. Butts are in seats for our second series. Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Things are about to happen. So let's start off by diving into the roster rundown. On the blue side, it will be Team Liquid. That means coming into the top lane, we are going to have Lorlo, Rainover roaming around the jungle for this one. Golden Glue at the mid lane position. Piglet at bot with support, Matt, and Coach Kane for picks and bans.
And on the red side, it is Cloud9. Up top will be Impact starting today. In the jungle, Contracts. Mid, Jensen. Bottom, Sneaky. Support, Smoothie. And Coach Reaper himself on stage once again. Let's see what this iteration of Team Liquid can do, because Rainover, as you said, is in the jungle now.
Yeah.
You know, they added Dardoch. He got some games yesterday. Reignover has, been working through a lot of things, but a lot of people were like, why are you even picking up all these extra junglers? It seems like Reignover should be right in there with the tank jungle meta. He's really enjoyed playing tanks in the past, and they're stronger than ever.
They are, and this seems to be that kind of control they were looking for in the team, in back and forth of finding that roster. And we'll see how they can do. Despite some troubles, they have been finding early game leads, kind of pulling themselves up, but where's the end game for them? When do they take down that Nexus?
Yeah, I mean, they struggled yesterday. Yeah. They made some of the games versus Immortals, look pretty close for some points. But man, they threw a lot of big leads. They threw some games with Barons. So there's definitely a lot of issues here, for Team Liquid to work through. And people still have a lot of questions, but they're doing their best.
Yeah, and it doesn't get much easier for the struggling squad here, as now they have to face off against Cloud9, who seems to be playing on what is their ideal patch this time around.
Yeah, Impact tanks, work both ways, because Impact has always been at home on them as well. And the top lane has been a bit of an issue for Cloud9, whether it is Ray coming in, having some confidence issues, or Impact even, himself. So that may stabilize the top lane for them. Contracts, though, he's been very happy with the new meta as well. Jumped right on the Kane train, and he was all over it. Very mobile, going aggressive early, and even giving people a lot of tips on how to play a champion. Like he absolutely fell in love with his champion very early on. So we'll get to see if he gets to display it once more. But it's a possibility we get other carries from him. Or even a bit of flexible tank jungles from him. It's really been a lot about, though, how is he going to work with Jensen. And in the mid lane, priority for Cloud9 is still kind of the case, and still kind of how they want to play the game.
Well, Contracts has to be, you have to be comfortable on something if you're going to be giving tips to other people in that sense. I don't think the Kane will come out this game, but we might be surprised. LeBlanc, Zach obviously going to start things off. Should see the Elise out there, and Thresh, as he's been finding himself on that ban list a lot more in recent patches.
Piglet in a very happy mood, talking about ban that Thresh out, no problem. Get me Kalista first pick, please. Caitlyn actually still on the table here. I think Cloud9 will probably use their last ban if Team Liquid don't jump on it here. So probably be the Caitlyn ban, and Team Liquid might actually be able to get that Kalista for Piglet, and he can continue smiling.
Syndra from Jensen. That's a pretty easy one to get off the list. I think that power pick away from him or just about anybody. And 20 seconds left here for Cloud9. What do they really prioritize taking away last? What will they give Team Liquid, really?
To Caitlyn or not to Caitlyn?
Yep.
I think that they will ban the Caitlyn. They could switch it up here. They could leave both Caitlyn and Kalista up. Problem is, Caitlyn's range then is difficult for Kalista to deal with early on. So you don't really want to trade those two champions because they're both marksmen. They have to match up in the lane, and Caitlyn has a tremendous range advantage that is very annoying, so not going to be the case. Will they pull the trigger? So it's actually the Maokai first. Both of them left up, and they're going to give away the Kalista, it looks like. Lorelo or Reignover will be in command of this champion. Works great from the jungle, great from the top lane. Both of them have actually used it before as well.
And how did the Cloud9 answer? They know if it goes too late, they're going to have to be able to destroy the tree somehow, some way. They get maybe a hyper carry on their team, putting Tristana in there. More of a demolitionist now, but can put that damage down towards the late game here. They're looking for some damage on C9.
It's pretty rare. It has happened before, but a couple other teams have prioritized Tristana over Kalista, but it is so rare because so many teams just really value the mid-game spike of Kalista as well as the dragon control that makes it really easy for her to slide over and execute those. Tristana, picking that one early, she does have the explosive shot trades that we always like to mention and are beneficial into the Kalista, but a lot of other people still going for that one. Anyways, Golden Glue, Vault Boy, able to get one of his favorite champions. He has actually a pretty long history with Taliyah. I talked to him when he took his little soul-searching trip over to Korea.
Soul-searching? I like that.
After he got benched there for one of the times.
Right.
And he went over to Korea to improve and play in solo queue. And one of the things he came back with, and he was talking a lot about to me, were all the little things he learned about Taliyah. And how to use, the move speed from her works ground and how to go for trades in specific matchups. So I'm always, pretty happy to see him get this champion because He felt like he improved a lot on it while he was over there.
I've been waiting to see this guy come back a few times here and there, but Trundle back in the mix with so many beefy tanks back in the lineups.
Trundle, everybody's first thought as soon as the tank meta approaches is, where's Trundle at? When's he going to shred all these strengths? You know, the ultimate is perfectly suited for taking down those defenses of the front line and boosting his own. He can also split push, which people always just mention the ultimate and kind of leave it at that. But not only does he individually, you know, have aspects and have parts of the kit that are very good versus tank meta, but he also, as far as working in a team strategy, can deal with it quite well, because if you can split push and pull the other team apart, and tanks are notorious for mid game, they pretty much have to be 5-on-5ing, you know, and that's where the biggest strength comes from. Trundle does have more options than that.
Like the interactions I'm thinking about, you get a Maokai ultimate, you throw a pillar up, a lot of disengage there. But also a lot of catch potential here from TL. They can fly forward with this composition so far and crowd control someone. Kalista, and we get the Morgana coming off from Cloud9's side. A few more mid laners hit here. LeBlanc, Syndra, Cassiopeia. What's our final ban from Liquid?
Maybe Orianna. People are like okay with that matchup, but that might be the last mid lane champion that they would ban. They're actually, yeah, still gonna just leave that one up. Talia does quite well into the matchup and can roam better than Orianna. Nobody really like beats Orianna or like dumpsters her, but Talia can do different things, right? You can shove her a bit early and try and get the roam game off.
Blitzcrank gets taken out, preventing Smoothie from his third play of the summer split on that champion. Will he take the Alistar?
I talked about it actually in the series that we had before this. I was thinking that Aframu was going to be playing Alistar, but Alistar got some buffs, you know, 5% extra damage reduction on his ultimate in the last patch, and that combined with the previous trample buff that we had a couple patches ago.
More crowd control plus his other hits.
I really do think, you know, Alistar here should be moving up the tier list for supports, and Smoothie's going to be able to take that one.
Scaling. A little late game here, put onto the Kog'Maw. Piglet's going to be looking to rain down the living artilleries. See if he can hit true targets. What will they combo this with, though? What will Matt take?
Still have quite a few options here as far as playmaking as well, but whenever you have the Kog'Maw, it always helps to have a little bit of added defenses. You can either go kind of LPL theory and have just your front line charge forward and everybody's super aggressive and have Kog'Maw, you know, pulling up the rear, or you can have a little bit more defense here. They've got versatility. There's a Gragas for disengage. Now they have Janna for disengage as well, which kind of opens up the Gragas to be able to use, you know, his cast more offensively sometimes. Interesting for Jensen hovers, but he actually locks it in. All right, Cloud9 are going to be running the Twisted Fate into Talia. Talk about roaming. He definitely one of the very best. Let me check here. Actually, this will be, Jensen's first Twisted Fate of the summer for sure.
Yeah, it's one more unique for him.
I'm going to check all the way back of this actually entire year maybe.
Check Spring, do it. A few new ones in here as well for Matt. He's actually going to put himself, I believe, near the top of the list for most unique picks for supports. Putting himself for 12 or 13 with this one. Picks in the Janna for the first time for protection on Piglet. So Jensen and Matt kind of stretching their wings, if you will. Opening up that champion pool just a little bit. We're about to head into game. Team Liquid versus Cloud9 as they get onto the Rift. Cloud9 looking to push the limit here in these last few games. Just two behind a lot of the top on that tier, or on the record list right now, of where we place towards playoffs. Team Liquid, every win counts for them. The early game has been under control, but they cannot find the late game under fire. We'll see if they can do it here. Hashtag TL win, hashtag C9 win, as we get on to the Rift.
All right, let's take a look. Jensen, first Twisted Fate of the year. See if he can actually get off, you know, one of those bottom lane plays. That's where we often see him try and take advantage. The Kog'Maw is the obvious target, right? Even with the Janna early on, she won't be level 6 before Twisted Fate is level 6, so you can make those plays on the bottom side. Alistar engage, Tristana jumps in with Rocket Jump, and Twisted Fate is there with a gold card. He's even bringing Ignite to the party. This is going to be an interesting little maneuver here. have to keep your eyes wide open for the early game, especially with contracts on Jarvan. There's a lot of possibilities for variable gank paths.
We see that boots focus in the beginning. A lot of times, as you're saying, the Ignite, we see just the flash ghost, so TF can stay mobile, stay out of range of something, continue slinging gold cards. I like the aggression.
Yeah, and you know, Ghost is just so much more versatile for late game split pushing, you know, being able to move around those team fights, as you said. But Ignite brings that snowball potential. All right, everybody just, It's bad luck to interrupt an Alistar while he's hanging on the bell, by the way.
I like that. I've got to get behind that. See Smoothie and Matt both actually going coin here. Sometimes you see Alistar and Pass go for that face of the mountain.
Just so much money. Gotta get it. Yeah, the heals are pretty nice from face of the mountain and possible shields, but
money.
You can't really argue with money.
Nope.
Impact gets the first bite here on the bark, and he also is gonna get a little bit of vision.
I like that. That's good.
Saplings here are going to help Reignover with this pull, and it looks like Impact going to stick around until he sees the start. He wants to force him off this. Does actually lure away one sapling, but there's another one for Reignover. Impact wants to make him use his smite. Not going to happen. Ooh, he actually does in the end as well.
A little afraid there. He might have gotten maybe a pillar kill. No, I'm just kidding.
The 1-2 damage. It's technically a possibility.
Well, he didn't have 2, but you're right, it is. Piglet on the bot side. Trying to push against the percentage here. 82 to 19. Or 18, I should say, if I even read it right. As they continue to push up. And Matt looking to get those auto attacks in here and just get a little brush control, but he's got to be careful for that all-in real quick of C9.
Yeah, presence in lane towards into here, but you have to worry because there's another Ignite on Cloud9. Smoothie on Alistar also running it. So there are definitely no questions about what Cloud9 want to do early. It's bottom lane pressure. They've got lots of extra damage there. And maybe we'll see Contracts actually gank mid and then pass down to bottom. Jarvan is definitely one of the champions that does not want to just power farm early in the jungle. You know, they reduced a lot of the armor that he starts with, all the base armor. So usually we'll see him do 3 camps, maybe get some health off a Scuttle Crab or go for a gank early on. He goes for the look, hangs around in the river, but you know, Golden Blue is playing pretty defensively there in the mid lane, hovers to the bottom side, so no opportunity, and he's going to have to get back into the jungle and just clear out some of his red quadrant instead.
Very interesting the way you can kind of look at those ganks against the Talia as well. Has she kind of worked ground up to the left, so it would be more plausible that she'd actually take a fight with Jensen towards the bottom side if they were to gank that way. Kind of fun to play around those little things. We'll watch where Golden Goo plays, and then attack when possible. Here it looks like they're cleaning up. It will reset in the mid, 23, just about 21 on that CS side. So even there, not too much discrepancy in the bottom, but Impact has been able to get a good push on the lane. Should be cleaned up by Lorlo, but he's able to continue warding on that bot side and keep small looks at where Reignover might be. A little love from Contracts as well, if they thought Impact was pushed up a little too much for that counter gank, but it looks like Reignover will be headed that way, just a little late for some camps on Wolves and the top side.
Got his red buff ready, and one of the things about Maokai top lane is still has super good gank setup, and it's a very large possibility. Good ward though. Was that Contracts we put that before he recalled?
Impact actually just had it pushed and had the chance. He's been controlling the lane.
Well, Reignover going to use some time. Impact saw him on that ward.
Ruh-roh. Few hits, about 210 HP. Bramble Smash, not enough. And just calculated, like you said. Impact gets out. Should be able to walk this one back to lane if they don't double push it.
So let's talk about that a little bit, because whenever someone, you know, a jungler is waiting either on a Blascone like that or in a brush around your lane, so often, you know, in your solo queue or something, your laner will like throw a skill shot at them and be like, go away. But Impact wastes his time. He stays up front, knowing that he's going to recall and use his teleport back anyway. He has time that there's an extra wave that Team Liquid would have to push. So he baits Reignover, wastes a good chunk of Reignover's time, which is very important, as Reignover, one of his biggest strengths has always been efficient pathing early on and controlling the extra camps of his enemies. So I really like that play from Impact, even though it's not a flashy play and it does not show up at all in statistics. It's the intelligent play there from the top laner, and this is the benefit, right? Contracts goes for a counter jungle, steals away all the small raptors, which is a large portion, of the rewards of that camp.
And now matching back up top lane, 42-28. When both even say, hey, call here, armor here, we're just going to keep farming out. Impact's more than happy to do that and get bigger on this Trundle.
Yeah, Impact can already bully, in this Trundle-Maokai matchup. Lorlo actually even missing some CS there, just sitting on the ground. And he knows that he doesn't even need more kill pressure. He just go Cole, continue to win the lane, and maybe he'll have a payout later.
A little love for Matt. Just got him on the bell. Smoothie's going to be able to add a bit of extra damage, but good focus from Piglet and Matt to just focus on Sneaky there in the return. They hold that off for now, but it looks like C9 does want a little bit of blood in that bot side. Here's Impact's aggression as he's getting these minions hurt as they get up to the wave. These are all going to be knocked out by the turret here, so Lorlo missing quite a bit of CS. Might get one of these guys.
And he's got to worry about a dive at the moment. Contract's heading up. There's an ultimate from Impact available. Ooh. Only 1 minion left, though. That's too late. And they're not going to have time to pull it off now, because even though you have Twisted Fate on your team, Golden Glue on Talia can also wall up from the mid lane. And that dive going backwards would be a huge detriment to Cloud9. They're already, in a very good spot this game, and they don't want to, risk a tower dive at that stage, because there's a lot that they could throw away here.
It's nicely done. Sometimes teams feel like they've made a move on a position, so they have to continue to do so. Here, pulling off gives them another opening, and that's a lot of damage to start on the contracts, but it's a 3v2 situation without Golden Glue really being able to offer much from that range. Here's Lorlo now, but has he come too late? It looks like teleport to bot lane? No, just to fight in the bot lane. I apologize. Impacts is still down. It looks like Matt will live out of this situation.
Nice little flash there from Contracts, dodging that ultimate. They're able to secure the kill. And the reason that Lorlo so late to the fight is because, again, Impact pressuring this matchup.
Yeah.
Trundle gets to come first. Good job by Cloud9 pressuring on the area where they have strength. Twisted Fate ultimate comes down, so Reignover has no way out. I guess he could have body slammed backwards over this wall maybe, but C9 already had 3 members there. They're able to collapse. They grab the first blood, and they're able to, not only get that kill, but I believe also steal away the blue.
A nice blue or pink ward placed by blue. TL getting themselves deep to get that vision ward in just on the side of Contracts. This may slow down his role. Maybe they can start to make their own moves based on what his direction starts to be. Reignover with a bit more info. Maybe they'll steal this over now for Golden Glue.
Yeah, at least Reignover gets to kind of answer here.
Gets that back.
And they go for the counter blue. Able to trade them after the fact. Golden Glue will be happy about that one. They, as of now, have not yet seen this control ward. Golden Glue should be able to find it, though.
Yeah. No.
It's going to leave it for Reignover to pick up.
Smart move.
Not going to dirty my hands with that control ward.
You wipe it off. I'll take the last one.
All right. Well, Jensen's first ultimate was successful. Nice invade for them. And it does allow him to try and, get to this earlier Rod of Ages. A lot of times we'll see this. Oh, never mind. Okay, not going to go for that. A lot of times we will see the Rod of Ages start for the Twisted Fate. When he's just kind of like farming this lane. He's not getting early cooldown reduction for his ultimates. He's not going for the super quick Lich Bane either, but you get a lot of defensive and you get a lot of sustain due to the Catalyst passive. So playing a little bit for the stacking up of the Rod, a little bit for that scaling.
Oh, cone in, body out. Doesn't look like he wants it to go that way. The team has 4 members now as Impact has Lorlo's number. Impact teleport also up. They probably have the timing on that one as he has Lorlo pushed into the turret. So first dragon picked up by Cloud9 and goes over to them.
Pretty effortless objective here for Cloud9. Impact, very big presence early on as well on this Jarvan. He was the one to get that kill, one to get that first blood. The one to pop the blast cone too.
Back over. Looks like Golden Glue might try to roam down, but Jensen's just on his heels. Maybe they turn this one back around. A quick cue from Golden Glue. Tongue twister. So much control up top.
Contracts again. He's back at it, and Sneaky's there with him. Oh, a little bit too early on that Cataclysm. Rainover already sliding out over the wall, and he gets a 2-for-1.
Just in and out. No Sunfire for Impact. He wants to be able to make these dives possible for himself and continue to harass Lorlo. The Tiamat is his build. He looks to finish this call in 32 more CS. That's going at a pretty fast clip. He still has a lead in the lane. Smoothie looking for a little pressure here. Finds it. Double. And they stop Sneaky's damage with a quick Howling Gale.
A lot of pressure here from Cloud9, though. Keeping them at the turret so that they can't answer roams. You know, a lot of Cloud9 has been top lane from Impact, having pushing, having pressure, allowing Contracts to have this early pressure. Then bottom lane as well. Smoothie and Sneaky constantly going aggressive, constantly pushing to the turret. So that's why it feels so much like Rainover's playing catch-up. And Contracts is constantly the first one to these plays. For Team Liquid, they are doing an okay job at keeping up some defensive vision, but look at the gold. It's really taking its toll here as Cloud9 have been able to earn this 1,300 gold lead, mainly from their pushing lanes and that translating into jungle control.
And you see mid is even on CS, but TF still getting a bit of extra gold. Gonna have his item spikes a little bit quicker if nothing else plays into that lane. A lot of things, like you said, playing in favor of C9 and just kind of go at this pace. But we will have to see. Team Liquid looking at first turret percentages 71% to Cloud9's 53, which is pretty odd, but that's a quick swing in the money that could equalize this game, open up the map if TL can kind of push that pressure we saw from them recently in the early game. Looks like they get pressured more so by C9 to start things off again towards the top side. Golden Glue could get the flag and drag here towards the top. The team is coming. Here comes Team Liquid. Lorlo's going down fast. The turret aggro perfectly back and forth on the teammates, and now does Impact have the help? Jensen's gonna have to be the bodyguard here. They can't get the seismic shove on.
Rainover's on the way.
And this is gonna be tough. A gold card onto Golden Glue could be bad. Rainover has the full spell reel, looking to do damage onto Contracts. The rest of the team goes out. Contracts to flash out. Explosive cast, one last shot. C9 limping away, somehow still alive. Jensen wants to even fight some more as the bot lane holding on to everything here as top side could go to hell.
Impact does have teleport though, so Cloud9 make the escape after their kill. And even though Team Liquid get to put a bit of damage into this turret, Impact should be able to teleport right back out there and put a stop to it.
Pressure.
Oh, the answer teleport. He can't do anything about the 3v1 though. Low turret, and Team Liquid might be able to answer with some first turret bonus.
There it is. Put that percentage up, Kobe. Team Liquid, they do open up that first turret, first blood gold, or first turret gold, I should say. And that still a little bit of a lead for C9 because they've been continuously making moves like this.
Here's another look at that tower dive. Impact, he not only gets the big heal for the kill there, but he also had the extra defenses still on from his ultimate, so he tanked up the turret very well. Here, Golden Glue has a very quick cleanse to break that gold card, and he dodges a lot of the damage, hitting his threaded volleys and then flashing a knockup, but still, Rainover gets in there, knocks Impact over. They're not able to find any of the kills. With the health lead, though, as you know, the end of the story is that they still, with the map pressure, get the first turret bonus gold.
A lot of vision for C9, just above Jensen. Contracts has given him a very big human shield just in general, and jungler proximity as, again, they go after Golden Glue. Flash down, cleanse down, let's hit him.
Definitely, he is a big target. In the top lane skirmish as well, pretty much all those guys use their flashes, so Lorlo could still be a target here because Impact is absolutely smashing this top lane. Trundle loves these tank matchups. Mid lane, though, is the correct choice.
Oh, when summoners are down, so is Golden Glue. C9 had that on the plate many minutes before they even got there. It's pretty much when they got back out to lane. We saw Smoothie headed towards mid. So now mid turret going, oh, I'm sorry, top turret going down with mid pressure in C9.
Top turret going down, mid laner going down.
Yeah.
Smoothie with a very good roam there on Alistar. Didn't even have to use his flash to create this play. And they actually got vision of him from Rainover, but even though they had vision of Smoothie, no vision of Contracts, and he was able to slide in there with the Jarvan, slides over, gets the kill on the Golden Blue. No summoners, as you said, easy target.
Apparently Smoothie just a little late on a healer hit there. No assist. It's all right.
But
cool
he was the distraction.
He was the distraction.
They were like, oh,
Overall.
look, Smoothie, he's so far away. He's not going to gank you, Golden Glue. You're fine.
He's just sitting on those wards.
Golden Glue, why'd you lie to me?
It's the long con. They didn't have that top side warded. And Jensen now 0-0-3. He's charging up, so kills are great, but the assists are good too as he looks for that Rod of Ages to get stacked, and he is safe in mid. 2K gold lead bumping up to 3K here as C9 starts to own another dragon in the game.
Oh, they own it all right. Maybe there will be a Kog'Maw steal from Piglet. That's the only thing I can possibly see here.
I wouldn't put it past him. He's got the Corki steals. The Kog'Maw is happen as well.
It's going to be rough. Blinded. Okay.
Oh! Just missed.
Half credit for trying.
Or you could do the Bloodwater Howling Gale Baron steal. All of the steals. All the memories.
But the crab, the real prize here. Oh, actually, they want Contract.
Apparently, it is the crab they're going to fight over, not the dragon. Explosive cast there. Golden Glue does have the wall, but the team is going to be here. Contracts is going to use as much damage as he can to try and get himself or the team an advantage in this situation, but no go. Too little, too late.
Nice focus there from Rainover and Golden Glue. Not distracted by the little scuttler.
No.
They take down Contracts. They keep up the chase. And, you know, he's not able to buy enough time for his EQ to come back up. Rainover, though, overstaying a little bit in the jungle.
Ooh, the wall pass. He's used everything he can to get away, and now he's going away. Jensen's going to get that first kill of the game with all the assists he's had. Teleports in with the gate and the cards. Not wild enough as Golden Glue cleanses himself to safety once again. Fast on those fingers.
With that roam from the bottom lane, Team Liquid are able to take down this turret, but Cloud9... looks like Impact actually wants to solo this Rift Trail. He can do it because, you know, the eye will open up for a top laner just like it does for a jungle. That's where most of the true damage comes from.
Can you cast the pillar behind him to hit him? I mean, come on, Kobe.
You can do whatever you want. Trundle with his move speed, if you just put down the Frozen Tundra, you can walk right behind him, smack the eyeball, very easy. And as you can see, makes very quick work of Shelly.
Taken so much control to that top lane now. We'll see this play once again. Rainover just about got away.
Yep, Smoothie though, he's like, you're not getting out of this one, buddy. He flashes. They get the jungler kill in answer to Contracts to avenge his death. Meanwhile, Golden Glue, he only had to burn his cleanse, and that was exchange for the Twisted Fate ultimate, so not too bad of a little chase down there in mid. He lives just fine.
CS discrepancy is starting to climb a little bit in favor of C9. I should say CS advantages in favor of C9. 74-72 for Impact and Jensen, about 30-40 CS above their opponents. And a little bit more love here. They can go right by Lorlo and just attack Golden Glue, but they can't see Rainover and Matt. That's what they were worried about. C9 holds off. Team Liquid making some good moves here. It's just C9 playing too patient for them to work.
Yeah, Team Liquid hover to their side where they have all the vision. Smart thing to do there. You know, all their support here is coming from the bottom side. They've got plenty of wards in the blue quadrant, and they are able to avoid that engage while remaining around mid lane. They really want this turret, pressing for it hard with 5. Maokai could actually flank around and get an ultimate off too. Cloud9 need to be a bit careful.
They are going to hit. Rainover Contracts going mano a mano, and it looks like he's going to get a little help from Piglet. He walks forward, puts himself in a pretty scary spot, but the rest of the team is backed off. Lorlo is being the front line for this. The reason Piglet can walk up, and TL have just routed Cloud9.
Beautiful play here from Team Liquid. Like we said, Maokai flanks around. Talia Wall sets this up, and they're able to get that ultimate from the side. Team Liquid, mid lane turret goes down. They even up the gold, and they're trying to push on further. Jensen's still split pushing on Twisted Fate on the bottom side, and he does have his ultimate up, but it's not too threatening.
I thought that was going to happen completely different. Mid would be held, Rift Herald bot. They continue through bot, but TL just kind of turned that C9's play on their head. Let's see how they organize this.
A little bit more threatening, actually.
Yeah?
Jensen Lichbane was completed, so he finishes off that turret.
Gotta be careful.
And it's also a double Mountain Drake. Those really sneak up on you. If you're split pushing and you have a Lichbane Twisted Fate with double Mountain Drake, he actually just annihilated that turret. Anyways, here's a good look at the coordinated play from Team Liquid. Really nice dive there. They're able to get two members. Baron, though, the double Mountain Drake also helps with that one. Team Liquid need to keep eyes on that objective.
Is he close? Oh, just a few more minions. He won't take too much damage before he does hit, though. Cloud9 trying to activate the plays as they realize things are happening across the map. That's Matt down immediately. No more Ardent Sensor for Piglet, but he's still able to fire back with 2 for himself. Bot lane goes down. Rift Herald going down as well, but C9 and Team Liquid trying to make things happen on the map instantly as they come out of base.
Yeah, Piglet stands strong there, gets 2 kills in answer for the engagement, and just absolutely starting to melt people already. It's that play to the Ruin King plus the Hurricane combo. It's strong for Kalista in the mid game we talked about. It's also extremely strong for Kog'Maw. He just pops the W, able to flash out of the Cataclysm to gain some distance, and then he sees Smoothie running with no ultimate on, and takes him out immediately. That red buff doing some work.
Another 48 attack damage on top of that for Matt's Storm Shield, which he got off before he died.
Woo! Ardent Sensor as well, baby.
Yeah. That's the quick first item that Matt actually built up before even finishing his Sightstone item, making sure that Kog'Maw Piglet would be the carry of this game. Now he's going to focus on clearing mid. He's flanked on both sides by protection and wards. And we'll see Impact head back down towards the bottom lane here. Tiamat for himself just continues to push. Or Hydra, I should say.
Matt Kog'Maw W. 1 auto attack. Scares off both of the backline members. We're already getting a glimpse of, the power of this combination from the backline. Can Team Liquid continue to move with it, though? They're down a little bit in gold. It's not too big of an issue right now. The biggest thing is going to be keeping control of these objectives, because Cloud9 do have very good split pushers. Already talked about the double Mountain Drake, but Trundle is going to beat up on Maokai so easily. Spirit Visage and a Ravenous Hydra, there's actually nothing that Lorlo can ever do in that 1 versus 1. And if Twisted Fate is walking around, then he's even got a fear for his life. So Team Liquid, their real fight is with keeping vision and trying to fend off the split push.
Well, let's see if they can jockey for position here towards this Baron attempt. Teleport is not up for Impact just yet. We still have to be careful. Both of these top laners can push each other out of those TP skills.
The Bramble Vest is a decent answer from Lorlo, to try and mitigate some of the healing. But even that, Trundle with Spirit Visage and the extra that he gets from his passive anyway is a ridiculous amount. So even cut in half, Frozen Domain and all that, it's gonna do its work.
Well, flash forward there from Reignover. Thought he could get the pop and knock up onto Contracts, which would have given them a much stronger than 50-50 Baron.
Here's the thing, though. Brambleback only works if you attack the Maokai. Now he's doing it.
Oh, just a little bit faster. Or got hit by the first one, rather, and gets out. You can see it actually went around him already.
Maokai can keep up this chase, and Impact already used his ultimate.
Oh, boy. This is where it becomes real tough. Throws down the pillar, and it looks like they're going to have to call Piglet down. With all that vision, Impact says, I don't want that fight anymore.
But a third Mountain Drake is on the table, and Impact can easily solo that one just like he did the Rift Herald. If the rest of the team can keep Team Liquid away.
Gold evening up.
Ward here from Team Liquid actually should see him.
Sneaking on the top side. If they decide to go for this fight, no. The backs come in. It looks like they're going to say, it's Baron, let this go. We can have a bigger fight for what comes at Baron.
Triple freaking Mountain Drake.
There can't be any more in this game.
There cannot be any more. The only more
it's infernal.
The only more you could get would be an Elder Dragon buffing up the buffs that you get here, but they can actually, I'm wondering if Trundle could even solo Baron at this point with 3 Mountain Drakes. They can definitely easily 2-man Baron with anybody, so, oh god, they're gonna do it, and they can burn so fast. Blast going over. Team Liquid has to check this. Maokai does have teleport ready, but he's far away.
Oh, Rainover's there. It's well within range for Rainover to do something. He gets Storm Shield immediately. Does mean it's not Piglets, but not a huge deal until the fight happens. Popped out. Contracts doesn't get a Cataclysm back. Baron's left alone. It's Smoothie going down first. Contracts very low as well. Matt's going to stay alive as he gets himself out of the fight. Contracts actually falls. How are TL members still alive at this point as C9 starts to get to the back side? Smoothie, sliver of health here. Sneaky, only about 500 as it creeps up. Golden Glue, the wall is just short. And it looks like TL stopped C9 on this Baron, all dragons aside, or Drakes, I should say. What a fight.
Oh my goodness, Lorlo, heals up the full off the minion wave as well, and Team Liquid chased them off. I'm almost as surprised as you that only one member of Cloud9 died in that as they were trapped in Baron. It got down to 2,000 health too, so that's one of those panic situations where it's a close call, but if you continue to try and burn down that Baron, not only is there a chance it gets stolen away, but you lose the fight afterwards. So Cloud9, they make a call to scramble and try and get out of here. They focus Piglet as best they can, but Piglet, even staying inside the Cataclysm, just fights his way out, takes down Contracts. Everybody else on Cloud9 has to scramble. Flashes are blown, and they barely escape without more casualties. That was a very close call.
Whew. It's like Baron might still be up as well as we come out of this replay. Sneaky getting himself through the brush to safety, but TL will gain control of this area quite fast. They'll have the wards down, and C9's going to have to do a little recouping.
Yeah, props to Team Liquid for recognizing the situation. They've constantly, come back to check the Baron over and over and chase Cloud9 off a couple of times. They're definitely cognizant of the triple mountains and the power that brings to burning down those objectives.
Ooh. Offer a little damage back for taking his ward. Sneaky stays very careful in this situation. Those bot lane summoners are down for Smoothie and Sneaky. That's a lot of protection for him. So we might see Smoothie with not as big of an initiation in this next fight. The rest of the team, or I should say the rest of Liquid moving together here. They gained front control over Baron, and now they actually have back control on that red side of C9.
Lorlo, as long as he's got this turret here, and a brush for extra damage on his sapling, is not afraid because Impact doesn't want to attack him due to the Bramble vest that he's got. Impact, once you get to the point where you ignore the Maokai though, and you just turret, that's where things start to get a little bit risky. Team Liquid, look at the four-man squad. They're chasing into the jungle right now, looking for an engage, and they got Smoothie's ultimate down as well.
Walk back up and hit it. He does need a minion though.
It's pretty low there. A couple of chomps on it.
Yeah, that's the thing too. He can bite it. Oh man. Sneaky moving around by himself here, but not in a very scary position. Could just look to deter the rest of TL off of this engage. Lorlo might have to go back and even get some mana before he can teleport into a fight. And even those are down right now. So it looks like things are actually going to take their time for the moment. A little bit of breathing room for both teams before they can get that big fight back in with teleports up.
Yep, Impact finally got the bottom turret. He worked hard for it, and now the ultimate from Twisted Fate scares off Lorlo, but Jensen's not even in range to teleport down there. He's going for Piglet? That's risky.
Oh boy. Voidu's just missing there, especially on a non-ghosted TF. We do have him running that Ignite. So things could get scary. We see how Piglet's not afraid to take those fights, though, with the pressure his team just set up. That area is clear for them.
Remember, the QSS is a 90-second cooldown, so that is a little bit of breathing room for Cloud9 to work around. Jensen didn't get to go back to base, though, so he's still only half health.
Whoa, Sneaky got out. He charged that jump before he got hit by the cast. Smoothie goes in. Remember, the ult was just used. They're forced into this fight. TL pressuring perfectly.
Good job for Team Liquid. They get the one kill onto the support. Now they're burning down the Baron. Actually, look at Impact. He's going on the inhibitor turret.
Oh, boy.
And Contracts is just going to try and steal it.
Yeah, they're not even halfway through this Baron. He's going to get onto the inhib, take the inhib as well. Mid lane's getting pushed. That's going to be 3 turrets if they can get the Tristana to the next one. 3 Mountain Drakes here for what is happening for the Baron. Will it be enough for Liquid? Have they gone too far?
Well, as you said, triple Mountain Drakes means that in payment for Baron, you're going to have to give up 2 turrets plus an inhibitor. They get back in time to deal with all the minions, and they did kill off Contracts, but Cloud9 not too sad about that trade.
Nope.
Yeah, they'd rather not, have, Jensen gotten chunked out and Smoothie go down, but they don't feel too bad about the trade. Let's see what Team Liquid can actually do with this Baron buff, though, because when that Kog'Maw comes to town and Jen is buffing him up with the Ardent Sensor, definitely have to pay him some respects.
Got a second cleanse on that Mikhails now. Get himself out of a scary situation with a bit of heal. So it is all about the Piglet and what he could do this game. Who can stay in front of him. Rainover has been trying to get the initiations in. It seems like they are doing the Snap Judgment together. Snap Judgment kind of sounds bad, but they're all there. Rainover with the flash hit on Contracts last time, the quick hits to get Smoothie's ultimate out. They're just looking to absorb whatever they can when they can. It's working pretty good.
Yeah, Team Liquid will be able to gain their Infernal Drink here. Baron gives them the extra power, and you can actually go buff up with Baron the bottom lane. So even though your inhibitor was taken on the bottom side, they can push that one all the way up to secondary turret, and they should still be able to get some gold out of this Baron buff, by continually pressuring those two lanes, even with super minions heading down. Impact for Cloud9 is trying to answer on the top side, though, getting that one pushing, and he's level 16 now. So Lorlo's going back, but it might get to the point where Impact also ignores him on inhibitor turret and starts taking that one home. Teleport comes in from Jensen as well. He gets the stun down.
Lockdown. Flash from Lorlo. Next card coming up. It's the gold. Ooh, almost got dashed out of the twisted advance there, but finds him on the other end as usual. And it looks like there's going to be the push. A teleport coming in.
Great call there from Cloud9. Now they do need to get out of it, though. Rainover uses his cast on the chase.
No TP for this time. Impact going to be going down to Golden Glue and Squad. Him and Rainover making a pretty good Bash Brothers. And Piglet getting a bit more kite potential and kill potential on that Kog'Maw with the red.
All right, he's got a fresh red here, and they still have some time left on the Baron buff. It is 4 versus 4. Lorlo comes up 20 seconds before Impact does, and he has teleport, so Team Liquid should not be wasting this time. And Piglet's actually making this call to go get a turret for himself. They will get that gold out of the Baron buff. But will they pay for it? Smoothie on a possible flank? That's super risky if there's no sneaky there. He's got to be careful because Golden Glue is going to find him.
I feel like Piglet feels like he has the front because he can void ooze. He just says make sure that exit is clear. They were behind him until now. He needs a front line. They're inside the base. What a rotation as they slowly make their way up mid here, putting the pieces in one foot after the other. And they're pushing C9 around at this point.
Yeah, that Baron has really paid off for Team Liquid. Uh-oh.
Do we speak too soon? The Cataclysm keeps him in from the Buster shot where the damage can still continue on the Contracts. Rainover to finish that off, and TL's going for the base.
Yeah, they I was going to say, if he killed Contracts, they might actually be able to end the game. They're still going to try and end the game here. Baron buff does time out, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. There goes Smoothie!
Across the map for both teams. Impact fighting on the top side to win, but it's Piglet on the bottom side coming out with results and the rest of the squad from Team Liquid here. It's a double kill for Golden Glue, and at 12-6, Team Liquid has the base waiting for minions. It's the only thing they don't have at this point.
And Contracts is still on the run here. Rainover's been on this ride for a long time and is getting dizzy. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still focused here. Nexus is their target.
And over the wall, he's working up quite a tab there with Contracts. They're going to be going for the Nexus. It's going to be hits in from Piglet. He's going to get the kill into Impact, though. He wants to pad that KDA, and it's a 4-0-7 Piglet, protected by Team Liquid. As the real fight is out by Baron, the Nexus goes down. Game 1, Team Liquid over C9.
Piglet on the Kog'Maw.
No wonder he's so happy today. Keeps that flowing, ends the game with
visualize the win.
$3 grand in his pocket that he didn't even need to spend. Hopefully they can take those and let it burn holes through their pocket in the next game. These are the wins that Team Liquid needs to find here with the ever-evolving and rotating roster towards the end of the split. They're locking things down.
Yeah, I mean, that one really came together for them in the end.
Yeah.
this focus on the Baron. They were facing a triple Mountain Drake with very strong split pushers on the enemy
Staring
team.
down the barrel.
So you have to make the call. And the point there when you're in that scenario is whatever you're doing, you have to be very decisive with it, because every second means Impact's going to take another objective. You know, takes down that inhibitor turret, takes down the inhibitor. But they use that Baron buff to get so much more back for themselves. Definitely some good focus there from Team Liquid, and some surprising upset here. They take game 1 off Cloud9. Pretty big stuff.
So good. We're actually going to take a look at that last replay in a few minutes. Overall, or a few seconds, as we don't have a few minutes. The day has to go on. Overall, looking at how that played out, it was just TL continuously pushing, wanting that Baron very, very bad, and pretty much saying, yeah, turrets are for now. This Baron is for the next few minutes. We're going to use that. That's pretty much what they went in, right?
That's definitely
looking at the team comp. They wondered Maokai jungler top. They're going to flex to start things off. They took the Taliyah early for Golden Glue's comfort, and they figured they would get the Kog'Maw in the end if they needed to protect. And they did a pretty good job at protecting Piglet.
Yeah, I like it when we have games like this because it's very clear, right, from Champion Selector. I go, okay, 5-on-5 team, split push team. And Cloud9, the split push team getting a bunch of Mountain Drakes is great for them, right? That's one of the biggest, assets that they can have. So it started out quite well for Cloud9, actually. And they were using the pressure decently, but Team Liquid were able to make the crucial Baron, the crucial team fight there as well. I think that we have the replay for us.
Yeah, almost have it up. Looking also from the other side, Impact back in for C9 on that top, crushing on this Trundle. But you can't even say it wasn't him. Here's the replay as we get back in. We'll get back to talking about Impact on the top, but TL were able to stay for the long haul, even after being down so much.
Yeah, and this is actually just the cleanup. So this is the 4-man squad. Well, we were watching the Contracts versus Reignover ring around the rosy circle thing. Impact right there was going down the mid lane to go for those minions.
It looked fun.
Just got a little taste there. That's just if you only came in now and didn't get to see the beginning of the game. Yeah. Honestly though, it really did come down to the team play and came down to Piglet. They protect Piglet. They have the Janna. They've built this 5-on-5 composition. Front line in front, Janna in the back protecting the Kog'Maw, and Cloud9 not able to kill off that Kog'Maw. That's the crucial thing.
And those are a few of the new ones we saw coming in. Matt bringing out that Janna. The TF going over to Jensen this time. A little more map control in his presence. Obviously puts the Taliyah in his hand, so the roaming isn't anything that's new to him. But it definitely didn't come out in the end game. It seemed like with all that map pressure, we see Cloud9 win a game. But somehow TL, with coming from behind, were able to restructure themselves. Something we don't usually see, being able to end that Nexus. They get stuck right in front of that base gate.
Yeah, definitely rough times there. And, happy for Team Liquid because they have had it very rough, right? Yep. They've been switching through all these players, and they're getting a lot of criticism. But, Golden Glue gets a win for himself. Reignover's back in. He's playing a tank. He's on Gragas. He definitely looked good there doing it, and they're able to make those crucial plays. Plus, he got to chase around Contracts at the end, delay his base, and get that victory for the team. So, moving on to game number 2 here, Cloud9, they're one of the teams that are tied in kind of the little bottom pocket of the playoff teams.
Right.
They're pretty much in there as far as the playoffs, but they desperately need these wins for the second half of the split for their seeding in playoffs, which is very
absolutely
important.
I mean, you have to think a few other teams are going to be able to put themselves over Team Liquid if they play it, who are above the lift. If TSM were to play this game, you expect to go a different way. So like you said, C9 kind of need these wins right now, make them happen. We'll see if C9 can even up the score when we come back with game 2 against Team Liquid. Do not go anywhere, please. Opening, and that's a lot of damage to start on a Contract, but it's a 3v2 situation without Golden Glue really being able to offer much from that range.
Trundle loves these tank matchups. Mid lane, though, is the correct choice.
Oh, when summoners are down, so is Golden Glue.
They're tipping behind. I saw both guys. Yeah, we went hard.
I go Tristan.
That's going to be 3 turrets if they can get the Tristana to the next one. 3 Mountain Drakes here for what is happening for the Baron. Will it be enough for Liquid? Across the map for both teams. Impact fighting on the top side to win, but it's Piglet on the bottom side coming out with results in the rest of the squad from Team Liquid here. It's a double kill for Golden Glue.
And E. Straight to the wall. Six like, oh, where did this guy come from? Contract's the W. Got on Visible. First blood. Contract killing Rabbit.
Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Zyrene. This week, we're going to be taking a look at League's newest citizen, Kayn. Kayn has been struggling in solo queue, and although a mystery to many, he was played to much success by Cloud9's jungler Contracts, who utilize Kayn's early strength, mobility, and transformation. Let's get into it. Contracts and Cloud9 demonstrated a thorough understanding of Kayn and how to get the most out of this champion. In their games against Phoenix 1, C9 invested in Contracts by leashing his early jungle clears, getting him out onto the map, and enabling the champion's high-tempo style. Kayn as a champion has some of the highest level 1 stats in the game. Out of 137 champions, at level 1, Kayn has the 5th highest armor, the highest mana regen in the game, and the rest of his stats are all at or near the top of the charts. This is offset by the fact that he has some of the worst growth stats in the game. This means relative to other champions, Kayn is strongest early and should be making use of this advantage to gain a further edge over his opponents. Stealing away enemy jungle camps, fighting the enemy jungler, and creating pressure via invading is how Kayn plays best. In short, Kayn should be a bully, much like Contracts was early on in his game versus Team Dignitas. But what sets Kayn apart from the other bullies is his mobility, which enables him to invade with relative safety. His kit might not look it, but Kayn has best-in-class early game mobility. Looking at the champions played in the jungle on patch 7.14, most champions in the jungle have a single way to get over walls without utilizing an ultimate. But only Kayn and Lee Sin have early access to 2 ways. But what makes Kayn's mobility just that much better and in that S tier is the freedom that he has with it. Both Reaping Slash and Shadow Step are free targeted, whereas Lee Sin has the prerequisite of needing to land a skill shot or have a nearby allied target. Reaping Slash also has a 7-second cooldown at level 1. As a primary damaging ability, this makes sense. But as a movement tool, this is an absurdly low cooldown. If you compare this level of mobility to other junglers, it highlights just how slippery Kayn is early on in the game. And because Kayn has the highest mana regen in the game, completing the first part of a jungle enchant gives him enough mana regen while in the jungle to freely cast Reaping Slash and never run out of mana. When he reaches this point, Kayn should be using Reaping Slash much like Nidalee uses her Pounce to navigate the jungle. Even though it's his primary damaging ability, you can see Contracts using it to get to camps faster, pushing Kayn's strengths and saving the longer cooldown Shadow Step for ganks, healing, or just in case he gets invaded. Putting it all together, Kayn as a champion is what I would call an invader. He has great early game stats, unrivaled mobility, and needs to use these or else he naturally falls behind because of his lack of scaling and utility. I asked Contracts about how to approach playing Kayn, and he said, Kayn is unique. The mindset you want to have is getting whatever advantage you can early. You need to spice up your pathing and ganking routes because you can become very unpredictable, and you have insane counter jungling abilities that can get you a really big advantage early, and you can be 100% safe while doing so, especially against the meta tanks. When it comes to his invades, Kayn's are low risk, high reward. You shouldn't be scared to dip into the dark side of the jungle. Let's go through some scenarios. Contracts goes for an invade. When he gets caught, he makes use of all of his mobility spells to get away to safety. When he doesn't find the enemy jungler, he's stealing their camps to compensate for his poor stat growths through a gold and experience advantage. In times when he does find the enemy jungler, he does one of 2 things. In his match versus Phoenix 1, he tracks Mike Young and uses that information to set up his own game. Alternatively, he's using Kayn's high base stats to trade. Even if he doesn't get the kill, just dealing damage to enemy champions rewards Kayn with orbs to work towards the Darkened Scythe transformation. Although Kayn has 2 transformations, there's a clear winner here in terms of which of these is favored at the moment. Transforming into Rost gives him an immense amount of spell vamp and allows Kayn to bridge into the mid-game by adding a 1-second AoE knockup to Blade's reach. Not only does he get some much-needed utility, but this means he now has even more survivability. If he already has an advantage, transforming into Rost makes it even harder for the enemy to take you down and get back into the game, which Contracts demonstrated when invading a 3-kill, 0-death Mike Young and healing 855 HP over the course of 4 seconds. I asked Contracts about the gap between solo queue and professional play and what mistakes he sees players making the most on Kayn, and he said he saw them trying to make too many big mid-game plays around level 6 to 9. Kayn is at his weakest at that point in the game, and instead of looking for big fights, should instead be looking for small skirmishes and ganks around that time so he can get his transformation. Because once you get your Dark form, you're substantially stronger and your team fighting immensely improves. Kayn is a different type of champion, one whose playstyle rewards junglers who are willing to take risks early and get in the face of the enemy. But if you don't take these risks, then you're not playing to Kayn's strengths and allowing his weaknesses to surface. So Contracts has a message for all the solo queue Kayn mains still struggling to get wins. Get good and start invading.
Welcome back to round 2 of Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. Kayn player?
I have not yet. I've been playing all the tanks.
You will see.
I'm waiting on some Kayn buffs.
All right, we'll get the laundry list from last game, go down what we need to talk about. Great game for Team Liquid, and that puts a player of the game, Piglet, right there for his first player of the game coming in. A few of the teammates stealing it away throughout their wins previously, but this time he was the one shining.
Yeah, on that Kog'Maw, he had no fear, basically. He was continually getting dove by Jarvan in the Cataclysm. It is easier to do when you have a Janna at your back and buffing you up, but he played it quite well. Very high DPS output for him. Most on the team and really able to bring that 5-on-5 through. Golden Glue was definitely a big part as well.
Yeah, the man on the screen.
A lot of good things for Team Liquid to actually be happy about at that game, right? They took a game off Cloud9. They have been struggling quite recently. And another, next on the list, our laundry list of things, Riv, is going to be Dardoch is in.
Fresh fingers on the rift.
Even though Reignover had a good, Gragas game, they're bringing Dardoch back in. He played both previous games. He was a Gragas and one game on Jarvan as well. Happy to get right back in there. So they're still utilizing their substitutes quite frequently. This is only a single change, though. Everybody else is going to remain the same.
And we'll see what they have going into this game. Obviously, we swapped sides, so C9 is going to be able to play a little bit of that take and give game and picks and bans. The Kalista actually left up quite a bit throughout that and not even picked. Actually, banned in second phase, I should say. But yeah, throughout that phase, wasn't picked. That's what I was going for. Then I realized I kind of left it hanging a little too much.
Not picked.
So we'll see as we get to picks and bans. We know the LeBlanc and the Zac are there. Liquid tried to flex that Maokai last game, but it was Matt picking up that Janna for the first time this split to help out there. Piglet Kog'Maw. What happens this time? Jensen, does he go back to the TF? Maybe, maybe not, but it was his first pick here in the summer.
Yeah, it was interesting because Cloud9, even with the Twisted Fate, even with the Trundle, very good split pushers and triple Mountain Drakes, not able to apply enough pressure. And it was really the decisive shot calling and the force there of Team Liquid in the mid game around Baron that kind of broke that split pushing strategy. So maybe Cloud9 will go with a more standard and also take up the 5-on-5, grab some tanks, a little bit of scaling backline for themselves. Maokai's off the table, though. They won't get their hands on that one. Team Liquid not going to even let them try and first pick it.
Yeah, Impact in still. Know they're going to be a bit tanky on the top side. Wonder if he will bring out anything that will be kind of damaging bruiser-ish. There's that Thresh Band, the Elise one, as we saw before.
Whoa, Caitlyn's left up.
But Caitlyn is left up. And that was the choice for Team Liquid. Piglet says, that's fine. I will lane against this.
Yeah, let's see what he takes. Will it be the Kog'Maw again? Caitlyn's been notorious, even with the attack speed nerfs coming through. Huge amounts of damage, long range for lane bowling. There's a Kog'Maw. Kind of expected for Piglet round 2. Had a lot of success last time. Maybe they'll get the Janna as well. There are definitely a lot of good Ardent Sensor supports right now that can go along with the Kog'Maw. Any source of CC or healing can proc Bond of Stone as well, which then in turn counts as healing for more Ardent Sensor magic as well.
What will it be? What do they answer with on the side of Cloud9? The Jarvan is locked in. That's going to feel good for Contracts to have a pretty strong early game for himself. And also harass, it looks like Dardoch on Gragas as well. So even though we get the swap of the junglers, we will get the same jungler champion. Bard gets locked in for Smoothie.
I actually love this lane. There's so much damage in a Bard Caitlyn lane. You can really try and bully early on. Bard, ever since the Meep system was kind of reworked, definitely gets a lot of damage on those auto attacks, and we get to see Smoothie with something he hasn't used in a little while.
Huh. Very much the same for Team Liquid, even though they have swapped over to the red side this game. They would just need to grab that Maokai, which they don't have. We're looking for that Alistar down on the bot side for Smooth, oh yeah, it was Smooth. I got myself confused. 4 seconds here. Another ban up for Cloud9. It's going to be the Janna, actually, so they do take the away from Matt. Less of the comp they had last time, as they remind me what he was throwing down. Final ban here from Team Liquid.
All right, gonna go take another whack at the mid lane here, maybe? Yes, sir. Syndra finds herself as well, grouped in with the LeBlanc and Cassiopeia. Maybe, again, we'll see the Twisted Fate from C9. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like they're the type to try the same over again, so it could be just a team fight. Go Orianna for a bit more control. First thing off the bat, though, should definitely be, as I said, another Ardent Sensor support here, trying to deny the best possible shielders for Kog'Maw. There's still many other options for it, but the premier two here, Janna and Lulu.
Matt's got 7 plays on that Karma. This was banned last game, but it was actually banned towards Smoothie. Let's see if they want it. It's going to be maybe a Gnar pickup so Lorlo can be tanking on the top side. They'll just wait to see what Matt actually has to protect Piglet against all the way through. And we'll get the last few picks from Cloud9 here.
Interesting. So Jarvan could be flexed here for Contracts, could be flexed up for Impact as well into the Gnar. It is something that, especially if you are able to get some gank pressure onto Gnar, Jarvan definitely has the possibilities of trying to pressure early and can set up ganks and go for those. But Contracts,
crowd's getting hyped.
As that Orianna, as I said before, it's the more team fight oriented one.
All right. Pretty beefy comp coming in here now with this Galio, a team that wants to go in and fight quite a bit. And they have the protection to do so under the tempered fate of a Bard. We'll see if Cloud9 can get that synergy to work. It can be really good, or it could be really chaotic.
It is clear though, and this is that expected kind of reaction that we were talking about before. After game 1 with the split push, not working out for Cloud9, they default back to 5-on-5. We get some hard engage. Here's the combo you're looking for with this comp. It's a Bard ultimate into the Jarvan Galio combo. It pretty much guarantees it. Like, if you have people in stasis there, they're going to sit around for the Galio ultimate to come down. You get a big knock up there. There are also options where even just the Bard and Caitlyn can combine. If they have to, do their own work in 2-for-2, you can set up Caitlyn traps pretty easily as well. Or Jensen went with a more team fight oriented mid laner. So all things point towards Cloud9 saying, all right, fine, we'll just beat you in the 5-on-5 then. You guys were able to pressure our split push and force us to collapse, then we will be collapsed.
Mix and match from split push now to fight. We'll see what happens. The coaches shake hands and they head off to the backside, leaving the players now to the mechanics and their own minds. Hashtag C9 win, hashtag TL win. Team Liquid backs against the walls for most of game 1. They were able to catapult off that wall right into C9's base, kind of turn them over. And I'm sure C9 was wondering what happened there. They'll have to take another look, but no time to reminisce right now. We're going into game 2. They got to look ahead, and they got to look to bring this to a game 3 if they want to keep the series alive. We're on the riff. Hashtag C9 win, hashtag TO win.
Yep, Team Liquid are looking to catch up to Echo Fox here. If they can get another win and end this series quickly. Meanwhile, Cloud9, as we said, every win is important between those teams that are kind of top 6 and jockeying for position in playoffs, looking for seeding so they don't get kicked out too early.
No coins this game. So we got Spell Thieves, good words, and Matt with starting out in Relic Shield. He said bot lane could be pretty treacherous, comes from the side of Sneaky and Smoothie. We'll have to see if Piglet and Matt also try to go hard. A good concussive blows could change that lane around.
Risque.
He's not wearing much.
Oh, he's
Slowly moving down, but not so sneaky. Over the wall, gonna level his E. He's gonna start with that and need a bit more help from his team. It's not gonna be terrible, but
yeah,
he'll get his skills in order.
Nice little chunk out of Dardoch there to start it off. It'll be a little bit less healthy. You know, I wonder if he'll actually get any help on his pull then, because it's a pretty significant amount. He's trying to use his passive to heal back up. 1 charge burned. Not too big of an issue. Actually, they are going to have a very good pull, so it won't really matter there.
That's true. It'll get locked up, stunned, a little extra damage, and they can retreat out. Ignites to exhaust in that bot lane. Smoothie obviously running a little more damage with Sneaky in their Caitlyn Bard matchup. Looks like Golden Glue actually goes for the heal over cleanse this game without that much pressure of hard crowd control too. Just about a lot of the competition.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to cleanse a Jarvan knockup or a Galio knockup or a Shockwave displacement or a Bard Temper
Fate.
Temper Fate. Hiya, there you go.
Nice hit on the bindings, traded damage back and forth. Expect that first Bio Arcane Barrage from Piglet to always do damage before that first melee wave goes down.
Yeah, that's a whole theory behind laning the Kog'Maw here. Aggressive with W up, passive with W down, and actually both lanes play appropriately around that cooldown. It is a long cooldown. It's 17 seconds, I believe, at level 1, and definitely have to use those openings as such. We already saw contracts going for the very quick red steal since they chunked Dardoch out early and they saw him go back to that blue side, and they know for a fact he started there because of the delayed pull from the bottom lane and then arriving in the lane late. So Contracts takes advantage. Good team communication from Cloud9, able to steal away the red from Dardoch.
So does anything on the map, as a jungler, if you knew that happened, he started bottom, would you say, due to something on the map, I want to go top or mid, or would you try to track Dardoch in that case of knowing what's happening?
In the case where the lane matchups we have for this game, I would definitely try and track Dardoch. So you can see Contracts, not only does he steal the red, he leaves behind his trinket ward to make sure that Dardoch did in fact go at least check his red. So not only does he steal it, he gets notification, yes, Dardoch did check it and he was fooled. So he's going to be able to pretty easily keep track of him. Mid lane's the only thing that really has to worry right now. Jensen's actually warding for himself right now as well. If he wards on the top side, they also have Scuttler on top side. It makes it very easy now for Jensen to just hover on the top side of the map.
Yep.
And Contracts even is able to find Dardoch with the Scryer's Bloom plant. So they continue to deny any sort of early moves from the Gragas. All calm farming thus far.
Makes it pretty easy. I mean, somebody had to hit it, so they give a ping to Contracts, but they really don't know what his pathing is at the moment. Figures he has a red, but where does he go with that second red? He's quite powerful already. Looks like Dardoch's going to head towards the top side. No real push on either. His Impact loves to push that lane, get a roam, place that ward. He's been playing very safe and kind of baiting in Dardoch, or Rainover, I should say, in last games in the instances that he can.
Yeah, he's going to have to use his teleport back to that, wave, because it is kind of pushed up there and doesn't want to let Lorlo freeze it. So he gets back, and there's a possible move here as Nar's about to turn Mega. Oh, he's on the ward. No, he's not. Oh, now he is.
See, he stays. Just as we were talking about, making it look comfortable.
Punched him in the face there, too.
Big minion wave coming in. Meganar comes out. He's got a wave to dance around as the fight in bot happens. They have to walk right away there. And he didn't really take any damage knowing he had the minion wave coming in. He used it as a shield.
Yeah, just as we said last game. Impact again. These are plays that don't show up in statistics. He's delaying enemy jungler time. Sees Dardoch on the ward, stays up, then he counters the attempted engage from Lorlo. Quick knock in the noggin there. doesn't even take any damage, delays more jungle time.
Gets most of that CS, it'll catch him up. There's the hop. Flashes might have to be blown here, and they get Lorlo's flash. As soon as Dardoch leaves top, they answer back.
That is an interesting choice to trade flashes with the Gnar. Now, you're kind of banking on the fact that since this wave is pushed up, Gnar's going to have to play a bit defensive here because Impact still has his flash. So you can set up the gank, and Jarvan, when he's level 6, can get back there. I wonder if they're actually going to be able to punish it, or if he's just kind of making him blow flash so that the Gnar is less aggressive and less abusive in lane with the constant harassment in range 4 and the boomerang spam.
Impact is kind of like side harassing. He's passing the Q through minions, but making sure it lands after them. So damage on Lorlo, but making sure that wave stays there. See just a few, leave one, so they have to be slowed a bit. Here it resets. Call me a liar, but he was doing it, I promise. 9.2 to 8.8. Just a quick fight back and forth. The wallop comes down, but Impact, what a control in this lane. Just 2 rings in. And it's just potion chugging for Lorlo at this point.
Ooh.
Good steal. Very nice.
Tipper there on the big chicken. Oh, they're going for it. Taliyah Wall comes in. They know Contracts doesn't have flash because he traded with top lane.
Level 6 for Impact. Does he come in to help? He does. They're going to stay outside the charge, and they know they can hit him just after. Does the Shockwave come through? Golden Glue down to 100 HP. Jensen picks it up. Shockwave is still available in this fight. He's waiting for him to center up. If he pulls it back to himself, he's got a good one. There it is! Hits it out of waits perfectly and just dances around this fight. Loses his teammate, but picks up the 3 kills for the team, along with Impact. 3-2, just 7 minutes in. Let's see it again.
Jensen is king of the hill afterwards. So this, I think it's a good call. And I'm like, oh yes, Team Liquid, they want to take advantage. They know Contracts doesn't have his flash from topside because they traded it. But Golden Glue gets absolutely annihilated there. Impact uses his flash, gets him with a taunt. Jensen, huge play to take him out immediately, and then walks up for the double shockwave. Almost buys time. There is a ward in that brush that Team Liquid place, so they are able to get the kill on Impact, but Jensen gets 2 of those kills right onto the Orianna. And this is, as we said before, basically the star player for Cloud9. Kind of the pivotal player that they play around so much. And him on Orianna is definitely the place they want to be.
Golden Glue just coming up. Looks like he's just going down as well. Jensen picks up his 3rd kill of the game.
Golden Glue goes up, Golden Glue goes down. And you see the Bard interaction with the Cataclysm there. Nice to create some extra territory for an easy stun. Smoothie also able to put out a lot of damage. Nice roam from him. Bottom lane back there for now. Sneaky gets a little bit worse for wear, but should be able to get some healing up from those Bard charms.
And C9 gets pretty much what they comped for. They hit level 6 and they say, oh, little skirmishes? Sweet, let's do it. Even more so than last time. They get a fight right above mid. Jensen gets very big. And I don't think he's really had the chance to back yet. He did, but still has 900 gold in his pocket for his next spike item. And that's going to be way quicker, maybe a 10-minute.
They ping down onto the blue buff, but here comes Dardoch. He's in early. So what Dardoch was counting on there was the body slam touching. It was just a couple pixels off of touching Smoothie though, so he didn't get that knockup, didn't get that stun to hold him in place for the ultimate, and that allows Smoothie, to flash out and get his magical journey off.
Oh my word. These aren't the games that are fun here for Dardoch, always having Contracts on his tail. And they just basically walk around him even without having full vision. Just basing off time and what the lane is doing. Here again, they're able to steal off the blue. See if they get back for their own at this time. Like an easy in, easy out. Everybody has a chance to get over a wall here with the team. And TL looks to make a fight, and Cloud9 kind of just pops over the wall.
Yeah, and that's just really, really difficult to deal with for Golden Glue. Not only is it a 3-kill Orianna, and Jensen's the one playing it, but they're stealing away blue. They're controlling your mana reserve now. Your resources are extremely limited. The vision is all Cloud9's around mid lane. So Golden Glue is definitely a target. He knows it. He did have that ward expire that just saw Contracts walk to here, though, so he should be playing appropriately. Contracts wants to EQ over and ult, but Golden Glue uses that speed of the work ground that we talked about. And this is him actually using a bit of jungler time.
Yep. Every little bit they can get back here will be very helpful. Contract seems to have way too much control over jungle paths and just being able to kind of be an annoyance to each one of TL's lanes.
Orlo just came out of Mega Form, so he's going to have to charge up for quite a while here. And Vincent's heading on the way. They're not going to try and give him any time. Contracts goes in early, gets half his health off, and they're going for this dive.
Their shot shields. Here's the turret. They got him down below half before they even needed to dive. He's going to pull himself out. A few more hits, gets him that Mega Gnar. He's going to buy time. Talia won't be coming up the mid, but it will help the team get a little bit more pressure on mid and on that bot side. We'll see what happens.
Dardoch looking to answer. Blast Cone's over. Smoothie sees him, and they get the stun this time.
Oh, they go for Smoothie. I would have said almost sneaky at that point, but the fight was just to actually pressure them off. It looks like they'll have the turret as well. Top side and bottom side pressure for both teams.
Yeah, minion wave was not cooperating there. Team Liquid trying to push it up, so bottom lane DPS could not answer, and Dardoch has to back off. They don't blow his ultimate, though, so they keep the cooldown. Rushing onto the turret, though. This is first turret bonus. Will Team Liquid add to the stats? No! Smoothie's going to delay it.
The hits, the flashes, the body slams, and they do. 2 games in a row, Team Liquid grabbing that first turret blood for themselves. Do they push this one farther? Lorlo on the wrong side of possibly the right fight. And he gets a 2v1 on that as he goes to Mega Gnar. Beautifully played to buy himself time. He almost did it in the last fight too. There are just too many members of C9.
Jensen left alone in that mid lane as Golden Glue is threatening the roam down to bottom side. It's unnecessary, though, and Team Liquid still get the first turret bonus once again. Regardless, Cloud9 with their 5 kills in a pretty good spot here. We'll see if they answer back on the turrets, though, because Team Liquid are actually swapping up to the top side to keep the domino effect rolling. They want to get the extra outer here, and Cloud9's defenses are a little bit far behind. Currently, Contracts as well as Impact are heading up there, but it's going to be Team Liquid favored numbers game here.
Dardoch on the edge, making sure this push for Lorlo, Piglet, and Matt is a little bit safer on that top side. Contracts moves down now through the blue side jungle.
This could be all 5 members of Team Liquid. Remember that Golden Glue with the Talia can just push the wave and roam up to the top side, so Cloud9 probably going to lose another turret here as they're trading on bottom side, keeping Sneaky and Smoothie down there.
Just thank you very much. Maybe not Golden Glue that's getting it, but Dardoch steals back to blue. TL grabs the top. And again, C9 is trying to play a little bit of catch-up here as they start dropping that bot turret.
They get the trade off. Meanwhile, Cloud9 trying to hold their mid lane here. Jensen continuing to rake in that farm.
Yeah.
And anytime you do trades like that, you have to split the map. Your mid laner hovers to your bottom side if you are Cloud9, and if you're Team Liquid, your mid laner hovers to the top side. Drake and Rift Herald may be traded here. Dardoch should probably be going for that one. He slips over to the other side. It's going to be a mountain for the Rift Herald. Rift Herald actually, at this stage in the game, I do have a high value on it because I just love getting mid lane turret down early. So
yeah,
if they're able to utilize that Rift Herald for a mid lane push and get that turret down to open up the jungle, then I actually think that trade is pretty decent, even though a lot of teams love the early mountain drakes and prefer that side of the trade. We'll see, though, because Cloud9 have already heavily weakened Team Liquid's own mid lane, and that might even be something they go for.
Yeah, that separation as they went back to buy just probably about 2 or 3 minutes ago. They got Morel Namicons. I was like, oh, Golden Glue's, wow, that's pretty close. And then he threw a Haunting Guys in on Jensen's side. I was like, that's how much extra money he had. Now, can't really be fought or toyed with in the mid lane. That pink ward replaced, as we saw it disappear real quick. It looks like Vision is trying to be moved around here by Liquid where they feel it's comfortable to protect it. Piglet has to be careful here. A little ahead of himself.
Yep, C9 going for it. One more little chunk. Golden Glue! You stepped too close to the shockwave, buddy.
Just a few more hits. 97. HP, I think, Sneak can get up and get one for himself.
I actually want to see that again. Golden Glue used both summoners. We didn't quite see the setup for it. Smoothie actually is roaming down towards the mid lane. And they do have a Galio ultimate, remember. So Cloud9 are just trying to defend,
Yeah.
while Sneaky's able to get solo turret gold. I don't know if they can actually defend, though, because Team Liquid are pushing hard on bottom side, pushing them off.
Gotta be melee cock. Close. 2 more damage. No, I'm just kidding. Good clear by Winds of War for Impact. Does this actually keep Lorlo in? A quick taunt. Double knockup from the flag and drag! And that's what it looks like when you stay a little too long and C9 wants a fight. 7-2 here. TL's been able to pick up a lot of the map, but they gotta be careful to get out safely as they're doing it.
I mean, I guess Lorlo only has 40 armor on Gnar since, you know, Black Cleaver and technically Doran's shield doesn't give armor, it just blocks damage. But
this mid again.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. Because Golden Glue, as he said, he used his flash already, and then he goes back in and then uses the heal. Stuck right in there with the shockwave, goes down, and that's kind of where this all began. So Cloud9, they get that kill onto Lorlo on the bottom side. Also, Sneaky during that took the top lane turret by himself, got some more solo gold.
Surfing away. Keeps himself safe. Their jungle is completely lit up. They know exactly where TL's going the entire time. It's going to be hard to make any moves or get any of these Weaver's walls to be a surprise onto C9. They have to slowly kind of absorb what TL's doing, though. They've been able to answer back with a few of their own turrets, but TL seems to still feel there in the driver's seat, and it's actually a really good strategy.
Oh, teleport flank coming in. Contracts wants to engage.
One's locked up. How they play the protection game for Golden Glue. Now there's the teleport from Lorlo. Mega Gnar immediately, and C9 sees the same thing, backing off. They're going to go ahead and hit the Rift Herald, but turrets are prepped now in the mid and the bot side if TL gets that big fight. They open up the map.
Yep, Cloud9 do have the positioning on the mid lane, so they get the minions going their way. Team Liquid, remember, Golden Glue used his wall already, so they don't have it. And Cloud9 get a bunch of alone time with this turret.
Kind of the thing, you take the positions to get, or you take the steps to get into position to take mid with that Rift Herald. If it doesn't work, you basically lose exactly the same thing. C9's right there to push right back. Contracts is going to get the hit. 2-member knock up. That's going to be right on a Golden Glue. He goes down, and Contract gets himself up for the team fight. So Cloud9 can come out on top.
Yep, Lorlo, no teleport, and he just keeps split pushing, but it's going to be at the cost of an inhibitor turret there. Smoothie had a nice flash on Bard to answer and follow up with that Galio ultimate. Contracts, you know, it's often the job of the Jarvan in this Galio-Jarvan combo to go down with the ship and just get in place, get the Cataclysm down for the Galio ultimate to set it up. Lorlo, though, trying to answer back here with some damage on at least the inhibitor turret.
Happy to be back in Gnar mode, swinging away. Looks like he is, or mini Gnar, swinging away, and now is running away. Flash, heal. So a lot of other flashes down on that side of TL. Flash heal up for Sneaky, so this fight could be big. He also keeps himself protected and safe, taking red. Baron in a minute 14. Cloud, 1 minute. And we'll see this fight in mid one more time.
Contracts. There was a control ward on that top side. Really nice flank there. Gets right over the wall. Perfect placement for the Galio ultimate. Smoothie, as we said, flashes forward, grabs that stun so that they're able to get those 2 kills and push on to the inhibitor.
Pink wards for C9. Clearing and pushing them forward. And it looks like Impact's going to take to that side lane. Even without his ult or that teleport up, they feel the map is at least objective-free enough for him to get a quick push. He's got at least 2.5 waves stacked up, so that'll have to be respected by Lorlo. And now Impact gets to make a move that could really affect the fight first. Oh, looks like Lorlo might have to follow. Get some wards in, but he's going to have to go deep for that wave. See if Cloud9 activates here on the top side of the jungle.
I hear a Golden Glue fighting in the mid lane. All right, Dardark, though. He's got his blast cone to fight over. Oh, he won the fight. Trounced that son.
The little wins.
Honestly, though, let's talk about Cloud9 Siege. Caitlyn, Sneaky, he's been patiently farming Riv. He's almost to his first seal item completion. They were able to pressure this turret down, you know, and go purchase with their money. They'll probably be able to complete that in time for setting up perfectly with all these Baron baits. They've already got ward control over the red quadrant. Cloud9 kind of leisurely walking this one in. It's such a big shift from the first game, as we said, like drafting a completely different style. Oftentimes when you see teams try out the split pushing or, you know, team compositions that require more precision and they fail with them, they'll often just go right to these team fight 5-on-5.
Oh. A flash for a Cataclysm there. Contract's almost taking the fight. They actually respect what's happening coming in from Lorlo, so Impact's not there to also join in, and things go over to Baron. They're trying to set up the Bushwhack with all of this pressure on the top side, but TL is not leaving each other's side.
Nope, neither Cloud9, all holding hands here in the brush. There they go.
Oh man, Matt, what can you do for Piglet? Glacial Fisher goes down, not much. Even the Shockwave comes in, a little overkill there as they died a lot faster than they thought. Coming up with another Clockwork wind-up auto attack. It's a double kill for Jensen. Ghosting forward for a fast kill. Impact's holding off Lorlo, but this matchup has changed.
That is going to be Baron, though. So Lorlo, with this red buff on Gnar, is going to be able to pressure and grab this inhibitor turret. And with Darda coming down, probably the inhibitor. But, as I said, the Baron should go over to Cloud9 unless Golden Glue is able to make something happen here. Can he steal it?
Weaving dreams. Heading around, going to go over a pink ward. It looks like he's just out on this one. Baron is going to be going over to Cloud9, 21 minutes in as they're making big moves on this game. Answered back by TL on the bot side, however.
Yep, since Cloud9 picked up the Baron buff, the Baron empowered recall means that they can't finish the inhibitor. They did get the turret, but without the inhibitor down, you don't have the super minions, and Cloud9 will be very happy to utilize this Baron. Sneaky with his static shiv now done. He put out very big chain of damage.
Get energized. Try to do what he can. Piglet not coming online as fast as last game. Actually going through that power trough that Kog'Maw sees. But still can be late game Kog'Maw. Just doesn't have that Hurricane yet. Isn't spreading out as much damage throughout the fight. It's just single target at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like with this blasting one too, he's going his Rage Blade before.
That's true.
Even completing. But sitting on a blasting one's not too helpful. Contracts though gets belly bumped back a little bit. They see the two solo laners in mid, so they want to try and chase these guys down. But one of those solo laners is a Galio. You have to really respect that ultimate at this point because C9 have such a healthy lead at this point.
Not amazing wave clear until Piglet gets that Hurricane. A little ways off here. You can see him just solo shooting out these melee or these minions from the Baron. Taking quite a bit of time, and it's enough time for C9 to put pressure on the bot. Possibly this next one as well, as Golden Glue won't be able to do much to clear it. And they're going to be able to stand tall here on the steps. Whoa. Should be all right. Not really like they want to start a fight on him, but just enough room for Sneaky that he can't hit the turret. Nicely played.
Yeah, Caitlyn setting up her traps. Going to be able to get some easy shots here on the turrets. One more wave being ushered up. We usually say this, but yeah, Baron buff can be used to accelerate the minions, get them there a little bit quicker.
Top side can use a friend, but it's going to be moving in slowly for C9 as they work the bottom. Tempered Fate to slow down Golden Glue's damage return, and that's going to be a very quickly dead Lorlo. Even in Mega Form, they're heading for Matt. Last few shots, the Winds of War, as well as Jensen able to pick that one up. And now they're onto the inhibitor. 13-4, sub 30 minutes. Cloud9 making fast work at TL's base, and they're going to go back for the mid inhibitor as it's up again.
Yeah, they might not even end up leaving this base. 20 seconds on Lorlo.
Big wave.
Looks like they want to collect all 3 inhibitors, maybe. Sneaky left alone in the mid lane, and the rest of Cloud9 have no more minions to work with.
I gotta wait. They're ordering more, though. Promise to be here before 25 minutes. Good delivery time. Respectful. Looks like they're gonna get a bit of vision on the way out. They won't clear, but I don't think anybody's a straggler. Sneaky actually does see that one. It makes it safe for the rest of the team. They won't get picked off here. Actually up to them. They keep taking small things, but it doesn't look like they're gonna find too much trouble. So see this fight one more time. Nice Tempered Fate to start things off, and just power through for C9.
Yeah, look at that combo. The Shockwave lands, but at the same time, Team Liquid almost able to get one off of their own. Jensen flashes forward, grabs the other kill, and Cloud9 leave only one inhibitor for Team Liquid to work with.
You see the 17-6 record coming out. TL having a deficit there. Pretty spicy. 7-0-4 though for Jensen, really heating things up. Looks like he's about to finish himself a Rabadon's death cap. That's really wants to go. 13,000 gold, 9,000 to Golden Glue. So what a lead he got just from those 3 kills. Just from, I say, the early game 3 kills. You have to be able to use that, and he really was able to put the pressure in other places.
Definitely was a big collapse there when contacts with the river. Dardoch gets stunned up and they lose a little bit of health off of him, but the big issue is the top lane push here. Cloud9 almost onto the turret. Uh-oh. Golden Glue goes golden.
Glacial Fissure to lock them down and stop them. They have a few of these to work with. Weaver's Wall, Glacial Fissure. Those being down means C9 feels a bit more comfortable at stepping forward.
All right, pretty comfortable, you could say that. Piglet's down to half health. He does have his flash available, so that's one thing that Team Liquid can bank on. They really need that damage output. His Rage Blade is completed, so if they're praying to the League gods for a savior here, then that is going to be the one.
You can see he's hitting wards, hitting other things, trying to keep that Rage Blade stacked as much as he can. He loses a bit of damage each time it ticks down. Here we are back to the turret. Impact's going to be right in his face. Can't get away from the taunt. Very hard to play with for a Kog'Maw, but they are actually not really decided on what they're going to fight. They turn towards Dardoch now to the turret, and they may look for more TL members after this, but they play it safe. If it's there, we will take it. And that was just Lorlo in front of the inhibitor. He had to go first.
And C9 on the Nexus turret. It's going to even this series up 1-1.
Shot first on the Nexus turret. The Mother 1 has already fallen with the work C9's been putting on the base. Piglet very nicely done on the outside. Slows down the clip at which they're going to be able to take this one. The Acathian Surprise not scaled up enough per level to take down Impact on the passive. And it's just ever so slowly they're going to take this Nexus. Maybe even the minion pockets the last bit of gold, since you do cash in from the Nexus last hit. C9 brings us to a game 3 over Team Liquid.
10-0-4. Jensen ends the game on Orianna.
He was dancing around, man. He had those ballerina shoes on, blue suede shoes, if you will. Jensen. Orianna had the ballerina shoes on. Like, the team's so happy as well to come back from that one and just say, okay, weren't really playing our game. We got a little messed up trying to split push as they pressured us into different things. So let's play what they want to play, because we feel like we can do it at another level.
Especially with the way the meta is right now, I feel like that is the best course of action. As we were saying before, after you try out a composition that requires a little bit more macro control, a little bit more communication, and they don't find success with it, just default to the 5-on-5. Grab yourself some tanks, grab yourself some late game carries, and as soon as we saw Jensen get those early kills in the river with the little chase onto contracts, him getting the lane control after that, him getting the kill money for that, him also getting to play against a summonerless opponent after that allowed Cloud9 to even repeat pressure on that mid lane, and he just took off.
Felt good for that. You got to carry that into next game, because they're not always put on the platter for you. It only gets harder as you get into game 3. But for a deeper dive on that one, let's hand it off to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm not sure it got harder for C9 in game 2 here, though. A much smoother game for them this time around. C9 extending to a 3rd game. Let's go ahead and pull champion select up, because one major change that we want to highlight here for Cloud9.
This champion's pretty good for Jensen, I hear.
Pretty good on that champion. Pretty good on that champion. Let's remember that in game 1, he did play the TF. And I know you had some thoughts there. There is a justification for playing TF.
You're playing Team Liquid, one of the last place teams in the league. Your team is often maligned for only being able to play one style. You have an Alistar taken. They had a Jarvan, I believe, in that game as well. They have the tools to jump in. And Orianna obviously combos great with that. You have a Tristana. You could probably have picked that champion and won that game.
Right.
That said, if you want to try and improve and try something out on the LCS stage, that's the perfect time to do it. So they have the Trundle. They say, let's try a split push comp.
Right.
I don't think C9 legitimately thinks that picking TF there increases
the absolute ideal.
Yeah, increases their chances to win. I think it's pretty obvious that Orianna would have increased their chance to win. So I think they were just trying a different style. After they lose that game, they said, okay, we got to get serious here.
Exactly.
And I think that's when they buckle back down onto this Orianna.
Had the game to give. They come back this time, put Jensen on the Orianna, and now we're going to show you why he is so damn good at this champion. Let's roll it out. This is only 7 minutes into the game. This is Team Liquid looking to make the play, but C9 will come out on top 3-2.
Pretty heads-up play out of C9 all around. The ultimate's coming in from Impact. Contract is trying to get health back by taking the Honey Fruit up. That buys enough time for Impact to eventually get in. They slam down
Eyes
Golden
on Jensen
Blue.
here.
Yeah, and then this is what I really like is as Impact is clearly losing this fight in his health bar, Jensen steps forward to get this nice shockwave off, pull both people back closer to him and away from Impact. They are almost able to DPS Lorlo down and get it a 3-for-1. Ends up being a 3-for-2, but he gets fed off of it and then just goes off the rest of the game.
And the importance there is he's using the Qs to reposition as well, but you always have to remember that you can use the E to reposition the ball onto yourself, and he moves into the right position to get that shockwave, so maximizing the DPS with his rotations of spells and hitting 2 targets with big shockwave allows them to come out on top. Crucial, too, is that he got 2 of those 3 kills, so it sets him up for tremendous success in the mid lane.
Right, he gets another kill, punishing Golden Glue roaming a little bit, gets his own roam up to the top side, something people have sometimes criticized him for not being able to do well enough, and just completely took over the game. The one thing was TL, for the most part, was doing okay in a sense of trading objectives. I think they got first turret, they had a couple turrets overall, and then they had a couple crazy plays where, you know, while C9 was taking advantages with their 5-man group, TL was still taking turrets, and they built up some CS leads given the fact that 18 minutes in the game, C9 had an inhibitor down, and that kind of takes a lane of farm away from you.
They had 4 extra turrets. They had like 13 to 4 kills, so like 9 extra kills, and yet they were only 7K ahead, and that was with a Baron in their pocket as well. So it spoke to the fact that Team Liquid was really relying on the split push pressure from the Gnar and just the hard farming with the inhibitors down. All in all, though, you look at Jensen's damage numbers here, no surprise that he gets player of the game for that collapse, and then utilizing the gold that he got to push forward for a victory for the team. That's a pretty fantastic gold graph out of C9. Now I want to talk about Team Liquid. You won game 1. You had Reignover in, and we even both admit that Reignover didn't have a spectacular game. He wasn't even necessarily the reason they won, but you did win. Why are you throwing Dardoch in? Why are you swapping things up? He had the 0-2 loss yesterday. The team went 2-0 with Reignover the previous week. Why aren't you sticking with what is seemingly working, even if you can't identify why it's working?
It's like a trick question. I can't answer it, James.
I know, right?
I'm not exactly sure why they choose to put Dardoch back in here. Like you said, Reignover, if you look at some of the plays he made that game, they were actually pretty poor. In that first gank, he could have flashed on top of Impact and potentially got a kill for the Maokai there. Didn't actually do it. That lane gets out of control. And so maybe they were saying, we don't think you're playing that well. Let's see how Dardoch's playing this series. And then maybe game 3, you can make a more educated guess. I can understand that, but at the same time, Team Liquid as a team was playing pretty well.
Right.
And we don't have, the comms. We don't know exactly who's saying what, but unless Reignover was a problem in communication, you could say, well, hopefully he'll have a better game the next game and he'll keep his comms up as well.
Right, also not to say that this game was a fault of Dardoch.
No.
He actually was one of probably the top performers individually for the team, but again, something about the squad as a 5-man unit seems to be clicking, at least more recently with Reignover, just slightly better. Moving into game 3 here, though, for Cloud9, they definitely want to close it out. We pinpointed at the beginning of the day, they have the easiest schedule in the last 2 weeks of those top 6 teams. They did go down a game here against Team Liquid, so it is about closing it out. I mean, do they just draft that hard team fighting comp again and rely on being better?
I think that's what they should go for. I mean, you don't want to risk losing a game here, end up with a worse playoff opponent just because you were experimenting in week 8 of the LCS. I think that's a pretty risky decision to go for. Now, that said, you do have a lot of other things you can draft. So if the Orianna does go away, I mean, we're in a team fight meta for the most part. While we do have Camille's and these other things you can use, you can find a couple tanks. You can find a carry mage for Jensen to play, and then there's everything you want down the bot lane.
All right, teams are all tied up. We'll return to see if Team Liquid can pull off the upset and take down Cloud9 in just a few minutes. See you soon.
He pulls it back to himself. He's got a good one. There it is! Hits it out of waits perfectly and just dances around this fight. Loses his teammate. Push right back. Contracts is going to get the hit. 2-member knock-up. That's going to be right on a Golden Glue. He goes down, and Contract gets himself up for the team fight.
Talk more, guys. Talk more. He's done. Yeah, good one. Oh, it's one. I'm ghosting for Braum. I'm cheating. I'm Jensen, up to you. Nice.
Golden Glue's damage returned, and that's going to be a very quickly dead Lorlo. Even in Mega Form, they're heading for Matt. Last few shots, the Winds of War, as well as Jensen able to pick that one up. But they are actually not really decided on what they're going to fight. They turn towards Dardoch now to the turret, and they may look for more TL members after this. But they play it safe. If it's there, we will take it.
All right, let's move on to the third one, though, because with all the Team Liquid moves, people, may not have noticed the TSM one, which I thought was super interesting because it feeds into something that Zale has been pretty passionate about talking about, and, the way that teams are using subs. Team Liquid is pretty clearly, like, trying to grab a whole bunch to try and find just whatever best combination they can possibly get to try and get some wins on the board. And then maybe use the rest of them for an Academy League or something like that later.
Yeah.
But TSM, in their video, they are going back to something that we have heard from teams before where, oh yeah, they're super excited to sign Mr. Ralez because he looks at the game completely different from Double F. And he learns so much from Double F. And Double F learns so much from him. And, they have different ideas about, this style of play or they're going to, look at macro differently and be able to really build off each other. Did you watch the actual video, Azale? Or
I haven't seen the
all right, that's
video.
just the gist of it,
Okay.
though. What are your kind of reactions to that? Because you've been talking about this stuff for a long time.
Yeah, I've been talking about this a lot. Like, I'm kind of tilted by the whole like roster stuff and the way that people talk about these subs and these players and stuff that are coming in. Because I think that teams are being super disingenuous a lot of the time, and I get that you can't just put someone on blast and be like, Didoc's toxic. We're gonna try out Omar out this week, guys. But teams are coming in and they're saying, oh, yeah, we're really focused on building a deep roster, and this is how we're going to do it, and different skill sets for different players. They're going to play different champions, blah, blah, blah. And then you talk to some of the teams. Like, I've talked to some of the managers and stuff. Liquid, for example, one of the managers wanted to chat and wanted to give us some information for broadcast, and it's like, oh, sweet. Okay, well, why are you trying these two different players? They play different champions? No. Well, what are their different strengths? Well, they're pretty similar. It's like, well, what are the reasons for...
How do you decide who plays? Scrims?
Exactly, scrims. How do you decide who plays? Well, this guy had a couple more kills on Corky than that guy. Okay, great, sweet. Like, this doesn't...
That's
you are
not a direct quote.
That is not a sub. That is not a sub. Like, this is not a sub situation. You are doing tryouts actively on the LCS thing. And I have no problem with that, but be straight up about it. Say, hey, we're searching for the right solution for our team. We're looking to see what works best, and that's what we're going to go with, right? And if that is what it is, then sure. But these are not like subs. These are just tryouts. They're just looking for a replacement.
I think there's a little bit to that. Yes, you're always looking for the best starter for your team, and you're always looking to put yourself in the best position to succeed. Sometimes when there's two players that are really close, if one guy's having a good week and the other guy's not having a good week, you could actively have a six-man roster in that way. But I haven't seen any team, at least recently in NA, actually use the strategic six-man roster.
What about Cloud9?
This guy brings... I don't think that's worked very well for them at all. They've tried the whole sword shield thing, but I feel like they put Ray on Shen, and you wonder what they're doing.
Yeah. To me, I think it's a pretty interesting point that you bring up, and I try and put myself in the player's shoes and like how does it feel and how do you see yourself improving and how would you work through if you every day are supposed to be teaching and learning from your position with this one other person that also has the possibility to permanently bench you. Like, the teams are very clear, and all the coaches have all the time been like, yes, you know, whoever's playing better or whoever gives us the best chance to win is gonna be in. Like, if your success in being a good teammate and teaching this other person all of your secrets and everything that you think about the game, do you start to even subconsciously hold things back when you're talking to them, or try and like keep whatever is unique about you separate from them, so that you can actually retain starter spot?
It puts them in a really difficult situation, because I know when I was getting good in League, and even a lot of pro players talk to each other cross-team, because you can gain a lot by hearing their opinions on picks and how they're starting in the jungle and how they're runing, and just having conversations with people in role. So in a theoretical world, having that in-house so you're not sharing strategies with other teams is good. But then you bring up what Kobe's just talking about with this history of, like, how many back and forth subs have we actually seen? Altec and Adrian are crushing with Dignitas. Are we going to see Big and Laud next week because they're a 7-man roster? No. So what type of learning is actually rewarding these guys is a struggle that these teams need to be able to answer if they want these environments to work.
And when I put myself in that situation, when I think to all my years as a pro and stuff, there was pretty much no quicker way to tilt me than to compare me to someone else doing the same thing. It's like, oh, Kobe, well, yeah, it didn't work out for you that jungle game. We'll just look at what Jat does. Jat does it better than you. So if you could just do that next game, we'll do better.
Yeah.
Right? Like, to me, yes, maybe there's some players that are motivated by bringing in the new guy and he's going to light a fire under your ass or whatever. But, like, to me, that feels of a lack of confidence. And if my teammates do not have confidence in me, like, that is very detrimental. And there are going to be some players that you feel like it's an even give and take, right? But what if Kobe's my sub and I don't feel like he's just mechanically better than me, but I know more about the game? What is he going to really teach me? Is he going to teach me how to move my mouse faster?
Be better, dum-dum.
Exactly. Like, then it's a one-way street. Like, I'm giving you my, like, strategical prowess or whatever, and you're just like, yeah, try click faster, bro. You suck. And it's like, okay, sweet. But if it's equal, maybe.
So
but there's so few circumstances.
Things are going a lot better now than it was before, because I think we finally figured out our core issues as to like how we should play the game, both together and like individually. I'd say we had a lot of problems that we didn't actually know existed, especially macro problems. Like, we didn't really know how to deal with our leads. It was basically just like before that one player, like me, for example, would just go in the side lane, split push, kind of just do my own thing, whereas now we kind of figured out how to work together as a team and how to really push our advantages together.
And Cloud9 showing that, coming into Game 2, adapting from splitting to just continuously fighting against Team Liquid. We are back for Game 3 of Team Liquid versus Cloud9, and you heard Jensen there kind of talking over their troubles and what's going on. Well, they have more troubles to face now as the winner of Game 1, helping to win Game 1, comes back in. It's going to be Rainover back in for Dardoch here. He was in Game 1, and now will be back in for Game 3.
That's right. They play the same champions. Both had Gragas. But yeah, Rainover finding the success there with Team Liquid in the opener. In large part, I think, due to the strategy that Cloud9 went with. And they talked a little bit, Jensen was touching on it there, how now he's got more of a clear idea what to do when he gets these big leads and gets ahead. That game, it was on display. Jensen is fed, and he's got these early kills. We're fighting around mid lane. We're ganking mid lane again. We're taking advantage of a summonerless Golden Glue. Then we're team fighting with this fed member, this Orianna, that excels in team fights. And that's how they push ahead with these leads and grab those victories. We'll see if it does come to fruition here in game number 3. This is winner take all. Team Liquid or Cloud9, who's going to be able to get that win on the board here? Week 8.
I gotta say, the surging here in the end from Team Liquid has to feel good for them. They are putting up games that they didn't even come close to in the beginning of the split, but they need to find those results. They need to find those victories. 4-11 gets them in that left column. They 8-6 now. Cloud9, we're just finishing up the first phase of bans. Last one for each team. That Caitlyn was left up last time, and it didn't seem to do too much in lane. Pigment and Matt held off. Maybe they'll be free to leave it up again.
I'd be very doubtful if they leave that one on the board. But as you said, it was left up last game. The Cloud9 fidget spinner on display. The crowd goes wild. Jarvan actually top lane ban here for Team Liquid. They want to get one or the other, right? trying to leave up both those OPs. Are you going to give us Ballista? Are you going to give us Caitlyn? Before they first pick Maokai, but that one's off the board as well. There's not really a tank that holds that same kind of weight. Maybe Cho'Gath, but people have kind of backed off on the Cho'Gath hype train as far as that early of a pick.
Haven't seen too much Corki as of late, but we also haven't seen too much Elise. See a lot on that ban list. As you can see, she was in game 2 on the ban list from the side of Cloud9. Now she will be in. And in the hands of Reignover.
Yeah, Reignover, he had some very good games on Elise like a couple years ago. He definitely has had success on this champion. That's what I'm trying to say. In the past. We'll see if he can actually make it happen once again. It definitely does require the more proactive early game. And it also requires probably some laners to be drafted alongside with some pushing lanes. It'll be interesting to see what type of matchup you want to draft into Jensen, though, as that has been a Jensen-favored mid lane here. I think Talia is actually probably should be the go-to pick for Team Liquid to match up with this Elise. I mean, they work really well together. Elise can get in there, repel in, get the cocoon down so that you can set up a seismic shove. Golden Glue, as I said before, also feels really comfortable on that champion, and feels like he learned a lot. But there it is, as we said, Caitlyn banned, so Kalista not having to face Tristana feels like they're gonna lock that one in.
10 seconds. What will they pick? Just the last one for Golden Glue. This has actually been Talia most of the time, if not within the first 3. And
got my money on it.
Gonna be again. Talia locked in for Golden.
Pay me out. Pay me. All right, Cloud9 though. Let's see. Maybe they want to actually snag. Well, I was not gonna say Vel'Koz, so.
Sorry, I was mesmerized for a second. I don't know what happened.
Sentry is what I was gonna say, but now that I've seen the Vel'Koz, I want them to do that instead.
Oh, Ori gets locked in. A little more lockup from the Chain of Corruptions on that Varus that Seek will be bringing in for a bit of an easier shockwave. Plus last game, it always feels good to be able to re-roll a champion, even if it's not a salty rollback. You get to just do it again, and this Orianna is going to be coming off that victory for Jensen. With just about 10 kills, player of the game. Let's see it again if he can do it.
Yeah, we'll see if they get any type of early skirmishes to get him fed early on once again. I think Golden Glue would like another crack at this matchup, and he's the one now with the Elise jungling for him, so should be interesting to see if Reignover really does try and play around that lane, or try and get off, Kalista. If you can get Kalista, as we said, the mid-game spike is insane for her. Leads into dragon control, leads into team fight prowess. It's definitely rewarding to go down there as well.
Oh, Gnar getting taken out for impact. Lorlo not wanting to match up against that on the top side. His Maokai is gone from game 1 as well. What is Cloud9 final ban?
Yeah, it seems like he still would like to play a tank maybe in the top side, because whenever you have Elise jungle, it leaves your 5-on-5 a little bit flimsy if you do not get a tank from the top side. Things like Taric can still shore up that weakness, and you use the invulnerability of his ultimate to try and round it out, but it does make things a little bit more difficult, and they're trying to ban out some of those champions that can be good against them.
We do know Smoothie used that Taric to great effect against Dignitas most recently. They were kind of pummeled into game 1 super quick, and then C9 was able to right the ship and find a way back through a bit of that bot lane. Final ban Trundle on the side of Team Liquid, and now we start our second pick phase.
As I said, 2 tank shredders banned away because Team Liquid's still looking for that front line, and Cloud9 have the availability of a Graga swap, either jungle, either top lane.
Guess to go back to the Taric. I mean, it worked out.
Pay me again.
Worked out really well. He's got that brilliance on lockdown. Gonna be running in the wind with some wavy hair.
It really has been a Smoothie special. He was one of the first North American LCS players to really jump on this Taric. He's been playing it for a long time. Really enjoys the team fighting power that he brings later to the game. And Taric himself has gotten a recent round of buffs. Increase the damage on the stun, even at level 1. Yeah, the cooldown is a little bit longer, but it isn't that big of an issue if you're able to choose your engages. Plus, a little bit more healing coming from him, kind of consistency there. But now it's going to be Matt, one of the champions he was originally known for when he first got into the LCS. The Bard play, will it be there once again?
Power coming in from Talia and Callista here as they lock in the Shen.
A lot of cross-map play here for Team Liquid. I was talking about tanks. They want a tank still to lock in. This is one that's a bit more versatile than even I was expecting. They have Talia, Bard, and Shen. So much possibility of long-range plays, but it seems to me that Team Liquid are drafting themselves into a comp that takes, more skill, more coordination, more communication to actually pull off, and it's more risky than default to this super strong 5-on-5 with your battle lines. Super strong tank on the front line and hyperscaling DPS later, but we shall see. Contracts locks himself into Kha'Zix to go after Reignover.
All right.
Not going to jump on the Sejuani or any type of Cinderholds for himself, or even trade over to Impact here. And Impact's actually going to take the Gragas into Shen instead of something like a Rumble or whatever that they have previously paired.
Nice that they kind of draw a few bans at that as well, saying, oh yeah, the Gragas' contracts. Remember, this is what he likes. Giving that up to Impact. That Trundle was in there and whatnot, so they they get past a few bans. We are heading into Game 3. Kane and Reaper say, good luck, sir. We are heading to the back, and we get to watch in anticipation and stress. I wonder how stressful it is to actually watch. You're like, make this play. You see everything from top down. You wish you could just tell them, but you can't. It's up to the players, and that's what happens here in each game, especially Game 3. Pushing each other to the limits here. Hashtag TL win, hashtag C9 win. Cloud9 looking to get themselves to the top of that, top of the standings, but more so secure that playoff spot in a better position.
Definitely true, and they've once again drafted some good team fighting for themselves. Bottom lane crowd control, Jensen on Orianna, an Impact and Initiator. Let's see if it does pay off for them yet again, because game number 2 was very convincing from them.
The oath has been taken. Matt gets that one. We'll see how the Fate's Call works for those two in the bot lane. Fate's Call, Tempered Fate. Great little combination to be played back and forth. Pretty much adjust the fight and take it when you want.
Yeah, Team Liquid are going to have to, because as I said before in Champ Select, this team composition takes so much more coordination, because you cannot just rely on outstatting 5-on-5, with the previous setup. You have to take advantage of all the mobility, and they have a tremendous amount of it. Elise is an early game jungler. You try and get the pressure going. That you steamroll that with level 6 Shen ultimates, level 6 Talia roams. Those Bard ultimates that you're talking about are a great way to set all of that up. So Team Liquid need to count on cross-map coordinated plays to farm up this gold, farm up an experience lead, and kind of run Cloud9 around the map and try to pick up objectives after they're able to get these picks and after they're able to get those kind of surprise plays going.
Very even all to start things out. Doesn't even look like there'll be any light invades on the Raptor camps. A quick start and help here from Golden Glue. Actually, I was going to say, does Golden Glue get help from Matt? Matt started to rotate up. I was like, is he going to get some Raptors for himself? A little cheeky play. But you do not want to lose that experience in bot lane for either member. Just start off regular on both sides.
Yeah, you do not. And it looks like both of them are putting a lot of effort into bottom lane this game. Reignover is starting up on the blue side, so it's a possibility. He even heads down there for an early Elise gank. As we said, it's very rewarding. Can be very rewarding to get a Callista an early advantage in lane. They love to bully the lane, especially with the Bard here. Smoothie gets off a nice little trade with his stun and passive as well, though.
Pretty early ward placed out by Liquid just to make sure there's no funny business down towards the bot side. And looks like rush control is the thing, the word of the lane at the moment. Back and forth, the dazzles of cosmic bindings. And eyes on contracts. Now to help Reignover. It was kind of the other way around last time. We'll see if Reignover can get under the skin of contracts.
Yeah, and he has full momentum here. I mean, this is at least level 3, so he's got control of the map at the moment. Stun here, another Dazzle lands, and there they go!
A little too aggressive. Piglet getting that damage within the minions. They are able to trade back eventually. Summoners down on both sides. Heals have been held though.
Rainover's gonna repel over to this Blast Cone real quick, then use the Blast Cone over to the Krugs. Continue farming his jungle. And that bottom lane, able to get the flash down on Piglet. Yep. It is definitely a possibility if Contracts clears his red and then returns all the way back down to that side to try and punish, but it's definitely going to be a while before he makes it back to that area.
Fast back by them as they were forced through. Just a fairy charm coming in from Matt. Can really level up quick, get some extra gold out of those auto attacks he's going to be in spells he'll be using. See if Sneaky and Smoothie continue to push that pressure in the bot side. A little love from Lorlo, sees Contracts. Now they have seen him on the bot and the top side here. Rainover said basically fed the information consistently, so he should be able to move clean around the jungle.
Contracts leashing the Krugs to maximum length so that Shen doesn't pull any funny business, and just in case there was a rain over there, since they haven't seen Elise in quite a long time. You can tell, look at this zoning though, because I really like to you know, talk about the way Kalista lanes play this, with especially with double range matchups, taking advantage of her passive. Matt moving up, just the first half down there. They do dazzle him on the other side though, and Piglet does not get his auto off to proc that extra damage. So a bit of a small win there for C9. So Piglet is getting his CS done, while as Sneaky has to give up a couple of them.
The tether bot lane. Never leave the tether of your support. We see the Bastion coming in from Smoothie onto Sneaky. That gives them the double.
Obi boots.
Big, look at a taunt back in. Says, I'll take a few more hits. Big damage from the volatile Spiderling and the hit from Rainover. But he's got that wave in a pretty good spot. Impact can just keep body slamming out of bad situations.
So pretty good dodging there from Impact. Able to get back into the minion wave, so the Cocoon's gonna go wide. Not too much of a threat there. No summoners burned. See if Contracts decides to go for Scuttle or something. They know they don't have any mid lane momentum here. Golden Glue first over to the roam. Jensen is in base. That's why Contracts did not want to fight anything.
Very quick, just a few lost chapters for the mid laners as they return. Remember, Piglet does have that buy, so not a huge amount of damage. He does have extra potions to work with if they get into a scuffle on that bot side. Everything fizzles out for now. It's a bit of a lead here for Golden Glue, but Jensen does have some minions to pick up.
Yeah, we'll get a couple of them for himself. The other interesting thing is, because Contracts just counter jungled there down on that red quadrant and left his ward behind, they should still be communicating with Impact. Hey, it's very probable that Rainover's up on this top side. He's coming for round number 2. The taunt lands this time.
Not a lot of mana on this one. Impact looks like he will be going down. Can't get to the thick part of the wall even. Can't even get out of lane. First blood going over to Lorlo Shen.
Able to pick it up there. Huge 4-team Liquid. Stun lands from Matt onto Smoothie, and a little bit of harassment on the other side of the map as well.
Nice steal.
That kill, remember, is going to give some extra experience to Lorlo. He's level 6 now, Shen. When we talk about all these cross-map possibilities for Team Liquid, they do want to, you know, get off to that early start and try and use those offensively. You know, setting up play in advance with the Shen Stand United is so much more potent than those defensive ones. Here it is, though. Taunt lands. Impact tries to body slam, but it's too late this time, and Rainover looped around behind. He was able to get those early Moby boots and went straight back up to the top side. That's why everybody loves those on Elise. Take advantage of her early ganking power.
Rinse and repeat. See, moving around towards the bot. Contracts was trying to clean up the scuttle. We saw Golden Glue steal that just before we went back into the replay. He's having a tough time of just kind of gaining any ground, not really falling behind. But the things he's trying are coming up a little short. He'll have more invasion now towards the bot side as they look to refresh her back towards Lorlo. Clean up the top side of the map since his Raptors.
So what happened here is Cloud9 saw Rainover come, you know, even though he has Moby boots, he's running right by all these control wards. C9 know that he is in this bottom quadrant right now. So both mid lane and bottom lane should be playing defensively and waiting for this Elise dive. Rainover consequently has to waste a lot of time as there's not really a gank opportunity for him. Now he'll know that the blue buff is up, though, and that's up for grabs. You can just go ahead and steal that one.
I don't know. Rotating out of lane immediately. Sneaky and Smoothie have been called back for assistance. I don't know how close they're going to be able to get onto this. Smoothie tries for piercing arrow, but it's not fire.
Yep, because they have contracts on the opposite side of the map, they know they'll be outnumbered. And he's going to get away with it. Contracts, though, should be able to go counter and just get the trade-off on blue. Still, though, they should be tracking Rainover, and mid and bot are both playing at their turret, as you can see. These are the types of things where tracking the enemy jungler, communicating with the team, don't go aggressive at this point, can save a life.
Oh,
Possibility of a dive, though.
Smoothie's not 6. They can't use the Cosmic Radiance. They only have the Bastion and Dazzle. It's not enough. What a timing for TL to hit this bottom lane before they get that last ultimate, and they come up with both kills.
Nice ultimate there from Matt to secure the second kill. Wow. Nails Smoothie after his flash over the wall, and that's the proactive setup that we were talking about. Shen ultimate comes in, Talia roam comes through. Bottom lane, there's absolutely zero chance for Cloud9 outplaying that one. And this is what you have to do to snowball this type of composition with all those cross-map plays we talked about. Step number 1, looking good for Team Liquid. They're able to accomplish it. It does get difficult as you move later into the game towards the 5-on-5s, but you get a gold lead moving towards those 5-on-5s. You get the Drake lead, and it happens to be an Infernal Drake, so they're very happy about that one. Team Liquid off to a very good start there.
Nicely done. We'll see it again. Basically, the wave that got pushed off here would have given Smoothie 6.
Yep, and too bad because they're both toast anyways. Rainover goes over with the repel. Matt nailed him with the ultimate, as he said, and Team Liquid with a very clean 2 kills. First turret bonus on the gold, as well as the Infernal Drake now in their pocket.
Jensen, get a quick ward in lane so he doesn't get taken by surprise from the fog of war by anything, especially a Rainover. And they also have good coverage towards that left side. TL, with that pressure towards bot, gets to do basically whatever they want. And now we'll just clean up the jungle for the time being. Red buff to be picked up. Might even go to Piglet, but it looks like he'll stay to farm in lane. They have to be careful. C9 looks like they want to create pressure here in mid with a pick.
They do have a lot of vision to work with, but Team Liquid just farming out their jungle and camps right now. Riftfield would go a long way as far as trying to crack that all-important mid turret. Lorlo can't do much about this because the rest of his team is not coming over, and Team Liquid actually making the call to push very heavily on that bottom side. So even though this Riftfield does go over, it might be at the cost of the secondary turret. I don't see there any sign of Team Liquid stopping or any reason for them to stop on this push.
Nope. Piglet can easily dance away if he needs to. He's got a wall of members that are acting as sentry wards here through the jungle. Great movement before. C9 really has the items or just the overall base power to react. Quick hit on the Rainover, put Sneaky in a bad spot. Cosmic Radiance now that Smoothie's ultimate is up. Jensen looking to throw in a shockwave. The Cosmic Journey's taken. What a hit impact coming in from the side on the TP. TL was not ready. 3-man shockwave from Jensen. Contracts goes down. Nobody can get back onto the damage that Jensen created. And C9 have to let that one fizzle out, losing Contract.
A lot of that is because Sneaky was chunked out so early. He couldn't add much damage to that, even though Impact got a very sneaky flank there due to his teleport and was able to cask in Piglet. And then the shockwave is followed up. There's no more extra damage after that, because here's it happens. They commit very hard to Rainover, but Golden Glue, you see on your left side of your screen, was able to get his Seismic Shove combo onto Sneaky. And he's able to get both Sneaky's summoners and a large portion of his health down, which meant, look at the members of Cloud9. That was basically a 4v5 on the re-engage there, costing Contracts his life.
Shockwave like that isn't something you walk away from too much. But TL with the right thing in mind. Now more on the plate as they go for Impact. His teleport was down wherever he goes. It's going to be a long, long walk back to lane. It looks like the... Whoa. Let's go, boys! Oh, Rainover comes in. Here's the cavalry. Brought through with the help of the Cosmic Journey, and Matt and the Bard plays across the map are helping the team. And they're all just helping each other. What synergy right now from TL?
Team Liquid doing exactly what they need to, again, with the cross map. Able to get up there very quickly with the bark tunnels. Golden Glue actually playing a dangerous game there. However, they will get the top turret after as well. So even though Cloud9 used this Rift Herald on bottom side and they'll get this turret, it's still going to be even. And the extra kill goes over to Team Liquid. They continue to snowball.
And that first turret percentage through the roof for these series for them. Bot lane was their first target. And looks like they're going to make work now, possibly mid. It's been covered by Lorlo, but they're going to have to respect this push now.
All right, mid lane outer turrets are the only ones left standing for both teams. A little bit of vision there in the red quadrant as they vacate the area as well for Cloud9. Couple thousand gold, and Infernal Drake is Team Liquid's lead. They also, should be working off of the more area that they have available on the map now. Since they're the ones with all these long-range abilities, trying to pick Cloud9 across, spread them out, and catch people unawares. Again, Bard setting up the plays for Shen to teleport in onto.
Oh, incredibly close. Whether or not Rainover was looking to use that for a zoning on the cocoon once you saw Jensen would dodge, but Jensen be too fancy these past few games on that Orianna. Playing it really well. Feeling confident with all his engages.
He always has been quick on his feet.
Yep.
Dodge there. And that was that Bard ultimate that we're talking about. They're looking to set up most of the plays with. It definitely does have a decent cooldown, level 1, but there's more tricks in the Team Liquid bag. Cloud9, though, they found time to group up. Impact's got the top lane slow pushing. Everybody now around mid. Jensen's side lane Orianna, though, he is not there. So they actually just want to hold this with Sneaky. And Impact is just there in case they needed extra disengage.
Yep.
Interesting because Drake is up in 25 seconds and there's not a lot of setup time left.
Lorlo can somewhat play the Stand United game here. He won't be able to teleport back 2 lanes, so TL may want to hold this as long as they can for him on that top pressure. It looks like mid is the idea to save. Piglet has rotated down to the bot side. C9 may pull the trigger here. They're short on minions, though.
Golden Glue looking to clear him out. Able to get that one pretty quickly, and there is the Cloud Drake available. Rainover's running up to the top side. They want to trade Cloud Drake for a secondary turret. Stopping off at red first, so maybe they won't even get that turret. Now there's extra speed for Cloud9 to try and get back into position. Impact is outnumbered, but he might be able to do some damage to the minion wave.
Blast the minions away. Make sure you clear the front too. About 5 more shots for them to stay at this turret, and they're going to get Matt as well. It should go down. They've called over Golden Glue. Looks like the pressure's on the other side of the map for Piglet. He's able to deter 2 members, almost 3, as Sneaky's pushing down mid, but C9 aren't going to get much out of this.
So Team Liquid are able to get that trade. They grab an extra turret in exchange for a Cloud Drake. We'll see if it does end up paying off. As we said, they definitely want more, open area to work with. Yep. Try and find those picks and pull Cloud9 across the map. But as you said before, turrets are temporary, dragons are forever.
That's right. We'll have to see how they use that. Fire to water. We'll have to see. I'm sorry, fire to cloud. I looked at it wrong. That would have been a lot better if it actually was.
Next one, another cloud as well.
Yep. So we got 5 kills on the side of TL. Slowest early game, I should say, for C9 within this series.
Yep. This time around,
it's actually Lorlo.
It's Cloud9 banking on the stabilize from the early game because Team Liquid were able to utilize the cross map really well. So it's up to Cloud9 to try and trade objectives at this point until they're able to 5-on-5.
Oh, Tempered Fate. Too many members.
Definitely a possibility. Got to watch out, especially in the jungle where there's less room to dodge.
It's like, I can hit this 4-man, but should I? It's always a good question to ask yourself.
Yeah, Impact does have teleport available, but they'd rather not use it. Cloud9 trying to dodge out here and defend their jungle. Ooh, wait, they're leaving that there as a bait for sure. Yeah, not going to take it.
Yeah, he cast his line out first. That's not going to work right away. You have vision for a second. or you're just going to lose your ward. So pressure from Sneaky. He can't really rotate over too fast. They might find themselves in a pretty tight position here, even more so with Golden Glue walling off the team. Got a bat coming in from Impact. It is not a teleport in. He is just going to go ahead, not even home guard off base yet. Just waltz right back out to lane as TL takes another one. 4-2 in turrets to continue to squeeze out more of a gold lead.
All right, now it becomes a little bit more difficult for these teams that don't quite have the same 5-on-5 setup, though. Yeah, it's all great and well early on in the game when you're teleporting around. Oh, this could be it!
Golden Glue just getting out. Probably wish he has the cleanse for that moment. A tempered fate from Matt on 3 members. C9 turns the other way.
Nice save there from Matt, allowing Golden Glue to get out, but Cloud9 want turret gold. They would just want to answer the turret discrepancy right now, and they have a minion wave on the way. The wave clear is mostly dead. Lorlo's here, though, so it's getting a little bit more scary for Cloud9. They got a shockwave!
Very close. Reignover gets the stand united just in time. Good eyes from Lorlo and call from the team. It's going to be Impact just on the left side, seen out by the Farseer's orb. And it looks like they're now going to be okay in this situation. Back and forth as C9 tries to get these kills, but TL is just limping away.
Yeah, pick there for Cloud9 does allow them to get about half the health of the mid lane turret. No gold reward, though, and Team Liquid still have a lot of deep wards in C9 territory to work with. That's how you spot up those rotations. That's how you take advantage of those rotations and try and have your Shen stay united. Have Matt set it up with that Tempered Fate.
Quick steal over. Golden Glue actually had to deal with an early game with none of those blues. They were being taken in the jungle. C9 was able to take away quite a bit from each of these games, really. Doing and faring much better here. Tied up in CS in that mid lane. Top. CS discrepancy not too big, but Lorlo was able to find those few kills with Reignover's persistence towards the top side of the map. And now the shields are paying off as Lorlo has time to push and focus on these fights where he has to help the team. Everything in place for C9, though. Yeah, all this work that TL has done, you see a team do in the first 20 minutes. Now when a fight happens, C9 can pick up almost just as much. It gets scary in the mid game. We'll see if TL can hold on.
Matt's looking for it up on the top side. Contract so low.
Didn't think he expected to see Golden Glue on the other side of that with Reignover up and down. Doesn't have very far to go. And it goes down. No hit from Lorlo. That stand united is still down. C9 working off those cooldowns, and they're going to be working very well to get a double kill over onto Jensen. Here comes another one onto Piglet. The triple kill. This just happened about 14 minutes earlier last game. Jensen's back in it.
The 5-on-5 we keep talking about. Smoothie comes up with a huge Taric ultimate, and they guarantee the engage there with Impact. Krakus goes in. He gets the knockback. Before that, Jensen's able to fully take down Reignover as well.
Yeah.
Those kills, that's why we always talk about how big the mid-game swings can be, how difficult the coordination is with those teams that are more reliant on cross-map stuff and picking people off. It's just, the squads that run these 5-on-5s, it's so much easier here in the mid-game to make a big push like this. Reignover gets chunked out super low. So does Contracts, but he goes invisible, and Jensen's able to finish the kill. Then again, Taric, just ridiculous here. Comes in, everybody's immune to damage. The Team Liquid has to try and run, but they can't get away. Stun there again, re-engage is the Taric plus the Gragas combination. They get the stun into place, and just like that, Cloud9 claims Baron. They're looking for all that gold you talked about trying to make up.
Yeah, it happened so quick because for the team that did work that 20 minutes early, you feel like it was all, the rug was swept out from under your feet immediately. You see Jensen doubling the damage, almost the entire team there if you add it up, honestly. Absolutely crazy. Pretty good hit. 3-0-0 now, item spikes coming in for him. That even puts him a blasting wand over Golden Glue now.
Yeah, they can definitely take this turret, and they want to use the pushing power of Baron buff while they have it. The Drake is pretty much theirs to take, but it's just a Cloud Drake. And they'd rather, you know, start knocking down some of these turrets, use the minion waves while they have them. They are on a bit of a timer.
It looks like they'll be able to get this second one. Team Liquid says, we may lose 2 here, but we still want to push our side lanes. They're fine with what Piglet was doing in the bot. He now helps the 10 mid. and Lorlo will continue to push topside. C9's going to have to respect it. I think it's the right choice. They have to wait for the wave, and it may take them too long.
Little cannon minion shooting away.
Yep.
Slowly but surely. All right, Taliyah wall is going to wall them in, but they actually want in.
They want in very much so. Smoothie and Jensen are back there. Big damage dealers on the fight, but Contract's also able to slice and dice as he comes in, and it may be Lorlo staying a little too long on that top side. The inhibitor turret's going down as they go for the inhib. He's trying to trade at least the turret and get back for his team, and C9's going to have a lot of time to work with here as they leave. He's not even going to be able to grab really 70% of that turret.
Yeah, Impact has the Baron-empowered recall. He's going to be able to get back there, no problem. Teleport is available. They can also pick up that Cloud Drake on the way out if they need, but some pings are going down to the secondary turret on bottom side. They still have some time with this Baron buff, and again, they want to use it.
Straight to the bot side.
Grab that extra little bit of gold before you go home. Everybody's pockets are full right now on Cloud9. They are some rich boys as they'll pick up the Cloud Drake and then go on a shopping spree 24 minutes into the game.
Impact with 980. Everybody else is over 1,500 on the side of C9.
Uh-oh.
Impact might be able to get out to spend that money, but they're going to shake him upside down and steal his change.
Gotcha.
There goes a bit of it. Lorlo and Reno for make out like some cool cats.
Lunch money stolen successfully there. But is that really going to comfort them as Cloud9 now have control of the game? Huge Baron power play for them. And let's take a look at how this one started. Taliyah ultimate, okay, it walls them in, question mark, but then Golden Blue actually used his full rotation of spells there and gets nailed by Sneaky, coming up big with that Varus ultimate to allow Cloud9 the big push.
Almost. Making sure nobody else is taking it. Jensen.
Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah. Someone's always in the brush.
Check the brush. Shake your shoe upside down. Make sure there's no spiders in there before you.
Look at that. Schrodinger's ward recently on Reddit. It's pretty good. I like that. Every brush, something or somebody or a ward in it. Always. 6-4 here as C9 has been able to pick up a few of their own kills. Remember, this was 5-0 for quite some time until that Jensen triple kill. Matt, pretty crazy spot, but knows out of those three, he's going to have an angle for a double bind. And gets himself out nice and safe to play that one smooth. Cleanse now on to Piglet as he has a quick Silver Sash. And get himself to safety without the help of Matt just now, but some big plays from Matt has kept Sneaky and, or I'm sorry, C9 and the rest of the team at bay. Those Tempered Fates are really coming up big.
Yeah, they have been big. Now it's time for Cloud9's comp to shine, because early in the game, I like kind of games like this where you see the reasons behind both teams' compositions. Team Liquid, they pick all this cross-map stuff. You know, they're making the early plays, you know, ganking bottom, Shen ultimate and all that, getting the turrets down. Impact actually is going to have to do another 2v1 this time around. He's got all the right moves to slip out. So early game, Team Liquids, you know, they have all that mobility to make the right aggressive plays, and they get the turret lead. However, Cloud9 with the 5-on-5, group up, they get their one team fight that they want with that engage, and they got so many rewards out of it. Baron buff, bunch of money, and now they want more. Secondary turret here on the top side, under fire.
Right by them. Seems like they have deserved it so far. Team Liquid has more to say. That looks like it's going to be the Tempered Fate. No actual follow-up after that. Piglet to push out mid, and C9 slowly putting a few things back in their favor. That Baron being one of the bigger ones, but they're really able to work now on capitalizing. Duskblade for contracts. If he finds anybody out, he's going to start canceling people out.
Big old Baron. That was a 20-footer, I have to say. Look at all the wards as well. The entire top half of the map is red. Light bright territory over here. Cloud9. It's kind of just goes to show how much control over the map they have after that single collapse that they got. And even though Team Liquid, they were able to get that secondary turret on the bottom side in exchange, in trade, it's kind of a drop in the bucket once these 5 members group up. Carrick now, not only does he have the big ultimate for immunity during that team fight, but the speed from Talisman here from Smoothie just makes it even easier for Impact to guarantee those engages.
Yep, got Swifties early. Make sure those dazzles hit his target, and he can catch up just in time. Smoothie really loving this Tarek play, and it's come up big for Cloud9. See if the support wars get any better during this one. 0-1 and 4 here. That's a 0-0 and 4 as they've been both making big plays. Eyes on Baron, like you said, light bright security system in the jungle for C9. Good luck, TL, getting there without being seen. The Russia, I mean, the Temper Fate pauses things, right? It gives them time to assess it, but it's going down so fast.
They can throw it at Baron right now. The problem is they don't know what the health is. It's actually timed very well. They stall it out at 3,000, but Cloud9 immediately return, and they go for the disengage.
Ooh. Quick task to throw him away. Impact wanting in, wanting out. That's only going to actually be 2 of the Cosmic Radiance. The team gets back on it. They actually get saved. I was wondering how they were going to play that one. It activated, and they got back to safety, but weren't able to use it as the engage. So they do get what they wanted. C9 again with Baron are going to be able to whittle down Team Liquid. Very slow, or maybe quick. Who knows if they take that next fight.
Yeah, they don't have Grog Assault or Tarek Ultimate, but, you know, Baron empowered recalls. They can get back to base and just defend their turrets until those cooldowns come back up, then go for the hard engage. And Team Liquid up against the wall here. Game number 3 versus Cloud9 of this series. They had such a good showing in game number 1, and even a little bit of hope. Now, though, maybe they get... That would have been such a big pick. If they could get both of the carries in that binding and try and kill one of them before the Tarek Ultimate came down, that might have been one of those, you know, game stalling picks that actually would buy them a lot of time. Not going to be the case here, though. And now, they got a whole team to deal with.
Takes Piglet so long to get through these minions. Doesn't have huge damage. It's all about being in the fight for a while, charging up for him, getting those fervor stacks, getting the pin cushion C9 members, if he can stick them full of arrows, but none of them take any tags. Bottom lane's getting pushed in here by Impact as he's working off the ball for the team. Lorlo doing the same thing on the top side, and his Stand United is down, so that's a teleport in if he does want to come back and play.
All right, here they go. Baron empowered wave. They're going to burn this one down pretty quickly. Stand United's available, but no move from Team Liquid to contest.
Where will they decide? Piglet flashes out. Matt holds himself. They knew they had to pretty much play that one safe, and they can't even get the Hell Shrine as they keep moving forward. Impact on the front line, taking the shields or whatever heals if they are there. And they are going to back out ever so slowly. You see Bastion on Impact. That's that link with Smoothie. He can now dazzle at a distance. Impact moves forward, and it looks like they're going to hold this for now. On to the Nexus turrets.
Only one left here. Cloud9 closing in. Team Liquid have no time left.
Lorlo swinging away. He teleports in. Here comes the fight. Cosmic Radiance goes down. The invulnerability goes up for Cloud9. And that means the TL members are going to start taking quite a bit of damage. Lorlo, one of the tankiest ones, finally getting himself into the fight. It's going to go down before he reaches the fountain. And that's Cloud9 coming up strong 30 minutes in, taking down Team Liquid.
Cloud9 play for the team fights, and they are rewarded. Mid-game, huge pick for them. Turns it into a Baron, and turns it into a victory in the series for themselves.
Smiling faces of C9 and Team Liquid. So close again, right on the edge of having those matches. Early game can be theirs, the turrets theirs, and it seems like once they get to that 20-minute mark, it's anybody's game once that fight happens. We saw that's when C9 came back again. This time, the triple kill for Jensen just around that moment, then Baron.
Jensen again, he has not died in this game. 7-0-2, again on Orianna. Smoothie's Tarek, so big for the team fight presence. Working really well with Impact, by the way. Coordinating those stuns, getting those engages.
And it really is. I mean, I give props to TL for their early game. The level 5 hit on Smoothie before they had Cosmic Radiance in the bot lane. They were able to take down Sneaky and Smoothie immediately.
Well coordinated.
Super well coordinated. It seems like other teams are able to act faster or say, hey, I think we know what Liquid's doing towards the mid game. They're going to try to fight here. Let's hit that. It just seems like you almost can't find where they're instantly going wrong because it's a team fight. And you say, well, team fights are team fights. They can go either way.
Yeah, it is right now with the options for engage, hard engage, like the tanks as well as the items. It just seems so much more reliable to draft for the 5-on-5. Because even if you're facing this deficit, you're down in turrets. You know, as long as the CS is close right there, it just seems like the couple thousand gold or whatever, it's something to have to work around in the mid game. But boom, as soon as you get that guaranteed engage, as soon as you take that big team fight, then it removes so many of the options for a team running something a little bit more difficult like that.
It is interesting as well to see C9 having a bit of a different split, coming off one of the teams that we saw last year at the finals, really having trouble finding themselves this season, rotating the roster in and out a bit, but kind of finding the same results with that. I'm sure fans kind of expect them to do more, but they are also saying that they're trying to find the problems, and they feel like they have kind of organized a bit of those through.
Impact for sure looked very good on Gragas. He was playing that front line extremely well. As we said, tons of engages for them, and victory for Cloud9.
That it is, and for a first-hand account on that win, let's hear from Degon and Cloud9's man in the mid lane.
All right, thank you very much, Riv, and great job on the day. I'm joined by Jensen, and now that last series was pretty crazy. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was Liquid put up a pretty good performance, I'd say. I don't know if it's because we played worse, but it definitely didn't feel like we were playing like a bottom-tier team. Yeah.
Do you think anything of that has to do with Reignover finding his form yet again?
It's possible. They've been going through a lot of like roster changes and stuff. So yeah, it's possible they just improved a lot.
So you've got a big matchup for playoff positioning and seeding tomorrow against FlyQuest. What are your thoughts on that match?
I'd say FlyQuest have been looking pretty shaky, so I'm pretty confident going into the match, but we've also had some pretty questionable games, so it could go either way, but I'm expecting us to come out on top.
All right, good luck tomorrow in that game. Thank you very much for that. And for more, we're going to send it over to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, Degon. Great to hear from Jensen there. Of course, I would be pretty confident going up against FlyQuest after putting up 2 huge Orianna performances the way he did. But I think the point remains that this series as a whole wasn't incredibly easy for Cloud9 because, yeah, game 1, they tried something with the TF and it didn't work. Even in this game, though, they fell behind in the early game due to Reignover's pressure.
That's the thing to point out, though, is just because even though Team Liquid's team comp, I mean, you can clearly see it's just not going to team fight as well as the one that Cloud9 has overall. The Terex is going to outperform the Bar generally. Orianna and Kha'Zix might combo together better than Talia and Elise and those kinds of things. But Team Liquid had done enough in the early game to secure themselves a 3,000 gold lead about and probably be in a position that they should be able to close this game out. So it's one of those things where Team Liquid drafted to the idea that we got to get there fast. Orianna was taken in the first rotation before TL could ban it out again. Overall, a good decision out of Cloud9, recognizing that, hey, we can't mess around. We need to win this series.
Distinctly different comps and playstyles. So let's watch them interact. Very early on, Team Liquid's going to pick up a bunch of kills. Once again, Reignover being a part of all of them.
And this is kind of the reason that we were saying we're surprised to see him taken out in game 2, because you would have liked to see 3 games out of Reignover based off how he's been performing last week. And then, yes, we said game 1 wasn't great, but give him a bounce back game. And you saw it this game. He came back and did great. Influences top early, gets the teleport advantage. They're able to go make a play down the bot side. After this, Golden Glue gets out of lane very well with Reignover, including last week. His roams were much better, seemingly, when he's able to key off of Reignover's decision-making. And, when we see Dardoch in, well, yeah, maybe Dardoch makes a bit better plays on his own, but they obviously work together better as 5.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we could have 5 great individuals, but if they don't work together well, then what's the heck is the point, right? And in this situation, it does seem that the team is more willing to follow Reignover in those plays that he was making. We saw Matt on the Bard as well, performing quite well, at least in the early stages of the game. But as you mentioned, it came to a place where Team Liquid takes a team fight up against C9. And, I mean, just by virtue of this comp, you're probably unlikely to win. On top of the fact that you got Cloud9 members piloting these champions, one of which is Jensen on that Orianna once again.
And that's the critical thing, because between their top side of the map, it did feel like they got pinched into a bit of an awkward situation. The Trundle and Narbans making it so they had to flex the Gragas into the top lane, and then their last pick became a jungler, and it ends up as a Kha'Zix. Not super strong in the meta right now. We haven't seen it look too impressive. So with that falling behind early game, you're starting to wonder if this is going to be a situation situation that can they even get back into it?
Oh, and also, where's the Kane gone? Just as a curiosity, I want to throw that out there. But the Orianna we saw picked up in the first phase for Cloud9, and that to me speaks to the try-hard pants being put on, right? Like, oh, we went down a game, we can't lose this one, let's get Jensen on Orianna no matter what, before they have an opportunity to ban it in that second phase. Let's go ahead and watch Jensen play it out with the triple kill at 20 minutes. This is where the tides turn in favor of Cloud9.
Right, and he had a couple good looks earlier on in the game. There's a push in the bottom where he got a monster shockwave, just couldn't quite follow up on it. This time around, TL gets contracts low, kind of starts tunneling onto him. Jensen does not land his ultimate, so I think that once again kind of baits TL into this over-aggressive mentality. They jump forward, they get the kill early on, and then the monster Taric ultimate allowing them to run full force forward. They get the second kill on the Golden Glue, and once again, they have multiple members who are able to chase down Impact on the tank, able to find the right targets to focus down for his team. They get that triple kill, they get the Baron off of it, they quickly take mid inhib. The game still stays relatively close for a little bit with TL finding a pick off and some turrets, but they get the next Baron for free and end the game right after that.
Right, that's the thing, right? At that point, you're basically hoping to find enough successive picks, right, to claw your way back into it and maybe even just push off to end off of one of those. But otherwise, it's kind of disaster for Team Liquid once they lose that mid-game team fight and give control to the better 5v5 team.
Yeah, and like you said, there were still like a couple moments where you're like, TL can maybe do this. When C9 was getting their second Baron, all 5 members were alive on both teams, and Taric had to be used very early and defensively just to run out of the pit and get away. But, you know, C9 did play to their win condition. They found the early game, or the mid-game team fight to get the lead.
All right, 1.3k damage on Taric. I was just laughing at that because that's
hey, man.
Hilariously no.
How much did he stop?
Exactly. He finds his impact in other ways, and that's where I actually want to talk about this pick just as a champion, right? Because in the League of Tanks, we've got the Alistairs, the Broms, and all that kind of stuff still. We're still seeing the Karmas, even Lulu's being picked up today. Where do you feel Taric falls into the meta?
I actually think he definitely falls into a very highly rated position. I think you look at Thresh, Blitzcrank, Bard as some of like the most important playmakers, and I actually think Taric is probably right up there in that tier. Alistar, Braum, maybe a little bit further behind, but they have other upsides of being a little tankier maybe. He actually has a great laning phase against some range matchups, as well as setup, as well as come mid to late game team fights. You can make your whole team unvulnerable. So it's just a completely strong champion that I'm not sure why it's not higher prioritized.
I was about to say, do you expect more people to be picking up in the coming weeks?
I think they should, because we've seen it with Kalista, and it's like, okay, that makes sense. You throw Taric in, he gets a stun for himself. It makes him a little bit more self-sufficient, doesn't rely on other frontliners. But if you have another frontliner, which, by the way, tanks are super strong right now, it's not that hard to find someone that you can really set up to get both your frontline and your backline Taric ulted together.
Very much so. And then, hey, Smoothie will receive an honorable mention for his Taric play, while Jensen will once again pick up player of the game. That triple kill, disgusting scoreline for Jensen, 7-0 and 2, 100% kill participation. Hard to ignore his performance, that damage, leading Cloud9 to another victory.
Yeah, I gotta feel a little bad for Smoothie, but in a great performance, probably would have gotten it on another game.
I don't know, Smoothie's probably all right with it.
Well, I'm sure he's more happy to win, don't get me wrong, but, you know, he's got to pad those player of the games, you know, best support award coming out soon probably, so
well, and in general, supports this split, right? Again, as we've got the Bards, the Threshes, the Blitz, they're opening themselves up to a lot more recognition as players, and I love to see that. A role that, you know, by nature won't necessarily look as flashy in terms of you're never dealing the damage. Being able to play these high-impact champions in the support position is just fun to watch.
Especially considering how long we were in that kind of ranged mage support position where it was almost a year and a half of
I'm almost mad at Adrian for bringing out Karma.
Yeah, I'm like, stop that. We're leaving that behind.
We were so close. We were so close to being done with it. Why do you have to bring that out again, Adrian? I mean, who knows? At least it's going to help, you know, when it comes to the meta this split, I'm excited by the fact that it seems like a revolving door in the sense that it really, you know, all right, hey, tanks started coming out. And then people are like, well, if tanks are coming back out, let's go to Janna. And if Janna's coming back out, let's go to the poke, you know, damage-heavy supports to bully her. And then if we're going to do that, let's go back to tanks.
I think it just speaks kind of to the meta as a whole right now, because we're like, oh my god, tanks are broken. And then you see some of these Camille performances and you're like, oh wait, this is actually pretty crazy. And then you see some J4s and Kleds and all this other stuff being picked. I think we are in just a very flexible meta overall.
All right, well, so as we're closing the series here for Cloud9, we're going to be welcoming the members from NALCS1, where Dignitas actually just took down our #1 seeded Immortals in a 3 game series. A nice little stab back here in that third game. So real briefly, let's go ahead and pull up Champ Select for this game just to set the table, what these teams were working with when it came to the Dignitas victory.
And what's so funny is we were just kind of talking about, you know, Adrian bringing back the karma and all this stuff. Well, this time he ends up on Alistar, and it shows that he's not just that guy who can only play the kind of lame bully champions, though. I would say that's probably his preferred style. We've seen him play Leona, we've seen him play Alistar, and once again, this time on that champion, building a massive front line because the Jhin was taken early on, Kalista not focused at all, which I find very surprising.
Right, as soon as tanks came back into the meta and lethality was buffed, we saw a lot of people going for Jhin, and then we saw that the response in most cases was a triple tank line that Jhin just simply can't eat through. Once again, the Jhin gets picked early. There's no priority on Maokai from Immortals. Dignitas has shown that they love to play this champion, and hey, they don't go full triple tank. Kled still has slippery health building, you know, situations, and Alistar as well. It can be a complete nuisance.
Right, and I understand the Kled pick just because you are a little bit concerned about just picking a straight tank in the top lane and maybe getting focused down a little bit on the side of Immortal. So I like that someday as well being a carry threat, getting a champion that can kind of pop off in these games. It doesn't have to be stuck on just the Maokai, and especially when Shrimp's getting targeted a little bit heavy with the Nunu, yeah, we put him on the Maokai. Once again, the same kind of idea. Shrimp can be too aggressive sometimes. This does give him a little bit more focus on control as opposed to just running in and making crazy plays.
All right, now let's take a look at some of the gameplay from this third game of the series. Heading into it, 8:30 into the game here in the mid lane.
And this is kind of the big play that opened up Dignitas to take this series, and it was just a bit of a mid-skirmish 2v2 that ends up breaking out with teleports coming in, bot lanes roaming up. It starts out as a 1-for-1, but then the big thing here is going to be the Kled ultimate, tracking Cobelter over the wall, setting this up, and then Adrian with a great headbutt pulve combo onto the both bot lane members, allowing a really easy chase down for the rest of Dignitas. Flame ends up over the wall, not really able to get involved in this fight, so even though he teleported down, it was just one of those situations where Immortals had a better positional, or excuse me, Dignitas had a better position to take the fight.
All right, 3-for-1 in favor of Dignitas there. Now we're going to jump ahead to 21:30 into the game. Dignitas catching Immortals around the Baron. And hey, give credit to Immortals for going for it with 2 people down, but Dignitas responding in kind and find the fight they want.
This is the really big thing. And once again, Cobelter has a decent wall to stop Altec from getting in, but Keen's able to come around the backside. People are getting low from this Baron, as well as the fact, like you said, there was just a skirmish afterwards. Just trapped in the pit, stuck on split calls.
Adrian!
Just not quite enough damage to finish the Baron off in time. They have to choose to turn, which they can't really do. They're so low already, and it's just a good call, like you said, to try and force it down. Just not quite enough damage available to their team. The teleport eventually came through as well, coming back up. And Dignitas punishes, gets the 4-for-0, gets the Baron, and you're going to see on the gold graph really where that spikes and takes over the entire game.
I like the call from Immortals. I like the call from Dignitas better to contest. They get the, you know, the 3-4-man pulverized there in order to make sure that the damage comes through. Zero them out. They get the Baron themselves. And then once again, smooth sailing for Dignitas as that gold graph just continues to ascend in their favor.
And overall, just I think this is another example of just Adrian showing his diverse champ pool and the overall diverse champ pool of the bot lane, taking things like Karma early in the series, pivoting when he sees the Jhin, saying, nope, we want to try and get a big, beefy front line. The Alistar, the pick, perfect for that.
Now, let me ask you this. Is this Dignitas overperforming? Or I wouldn't even call it overperforming. Is this Dignitas performing well, or is this Immortals performing poorly?
I still think just watching Immortals draft since 7-14, I'm just not sold on them. There's almost none of the same priority picks you see out of other champions. The Jhin taking extremely early on, despite the fact that Kalista is a great champion. I know Tristana has a good matchup into it. I know they took Tristana first, but at the same time, you can just take this Kalista and brute force plays down around the bot lane, and you are stronger early game.
Right.
And that's something that Immortals is pretty good at, working with their kind of win conditions. Smithy is a smart enough jungler to know, with Kalista, I'm going to try and snowball that lane.
He very much so is. But I have to recognize that with Altec and Adrian in the lineup, Dignitas is quickly ascending the ranks, right? They pick up their victory today. Cloud9 did as well, but in a 3-game series against Team Liquid, so they'll remain tied in the standings. But for this Dignitas squad, the competition that they're taking down, and in a lot of cases, the way they're doing it, to me, is very impressive. And would cause me to worry if I'm TSM or CLG or any of these other top-tier squads that might have to face Dignitas come the postseason.
That's what I was about to say, is it's not so much like, oh my god, Dignitas looks scary right now, but if they keep this form up, they're probably going to be the toughest opponent in the first-round series, and they might end up upsetting somebody who is very scared to play them, and that's why the 1-2 seed are going to become so important, and why that CLG versus TSM match next week may be the highlight of the whole split.
Things are getting interesting here, ladies and gentlemen. Player of the game going to Someday this time around. You got that roam to the mid to get the first turret on that Kled. He's shown mastery on carries, split pushers, tanks alike. He can do it all.
Yeah, that great TP play in the first example where he's able to track on the Poe Belter. Just overall a great player, has a very diverse champion pool. He'll spam Maokai when it fits the team comp and then can flex off of it when he needs to. Plays carries, plays tanks. Huge player.
And for Immortals, hey, they just suffered the loss. Once again, they were solidly in first place. Their destiny was in their own hands. They've got to be concerned about dropping any more series from this point onward if they want to remain at the top of the table.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that when we were looking at the strength of schedule, overall the teams were pretty similar. A couple points above 50%, a couple points below 50%, but for the most part, even strength of schedule for those top 3 teams. Them dropping this series to Dignitas does not bode super well for them moving forward, and it's the kind of thing where I would hesitate for Immortals just because, like we said, 7-14 not looking too hot. The 7-15 changes are coming, but there's still going to be a bunch of the same strong champions between 7-14 and 15.
Yeah, very much so. Now with Dignitas, again, the changing meta around the supports, playmakers, great. That's serving them well. I want to talk about the Baron just a little bit more because we can't ignore the fact that they did have to turn a Baron play there in order to win the game. You know, in order to really grab control of that game. And even in a lot of their impressive wins, there has been some reliance on the Baron to strictly close the game. Is there any concern against, hey, a team like Immortals, for example, but also TSM and CLG, these top-tier teams and their ability to contest the Baron and maybe not give Dignitas so many easy avenues to a victory?
It's happened so many times now over the course of the season that I think it's not really like, oh my god, it's a crazy 50-50 Baron. They obviously understand the limits just very well. So it seems very, very risky compared to like, oh, what's the difference between that and a lower tier team? It seems like a pretty similar situation, but they just play them slightly better. So when they have the Kalista, the Nunu, the Cho'Gath, they always seem to just find a better way to use that Baron to get an early lead. Even in this series, when they were down 10k against Immortals, they still took the only 2 Barons of that game. They ended up losing, but they seem to have great Baron awareness and how long it takes an enemy team to approach on
That's a good point, right? They keep ending up with the Baron, which means they're doing something right around the Baron, and that's hard to ignore. Let's go ahead and put a pin in the day's games. Let's take a look at the standings. Despite their loss today, Immortals do continue to hold on to first place while Team Dignitas and Cloud9 take 4th place and both lock their spots officially for the playoffs, leaving Team Envy in 6th and Team Liquid knocked down to 9th. We'll be back again tomorrow with another full day of action. Coverage kicks off with Cloud9 versus FlyQuest on NALCS 1, followed by TSM squaring off against Team Envy in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS 2, Omar God and Counterlodge Gaming face Mike Young and Phoenix 1. Then Equifox take on Team Dignitas later in the day. Any particular one that speaks to you tomorrow?
I think I'm just going to be tracking the top teams overall. I mean, CLG looked pretty good today. They got Phoenix 1 tomorrow. You would expect them to handle that one just as easily as they seem to handle Envy today. But it's just, of course, where else are they going to go? Because, you know, like we said, Immortals is done for the weekend, and that kind of already puts the pressure on CLG and TSM to win, to match them. And if they just have a small slip up and drop a series, that puts them in a really dangerous spot.
Tracking those top teams as well as how Omar God will respond to the pressure maybe coming from Mike Young in the jungle. That's going to do it for today. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
We're loading up for our first series of the day. It's FlyQuest versus TSM. 2 more shots to go. 1 more. There's the kill coming in. First blood for FlyQuest in the bot lane.
Fresh. Play on Kevin. I'm on Joe. Nice one. Keep going. Keep going.
The front line is there. Look at the first damage.
Oh, that combo.
Huge Megadar and a Hans for a double kill already. The third coming through. The front pushing forward as well. Oriana gonna drop Turtles on as well. There's no carries left. Elimination gonna drop. TSM gonna make it 2-0. Gonna improve to 11 match wins.
Jarvan's up here. You can go Elise. Go. I don't think that. Go. Everything, Cho. I bound Cho.
Oh, alley-oop to take down the enemy team. Lyra and Sarah both out of the picture. Aquo dies as the 3rd man on Envy to drop. Make it 4. Only Niski remaining, and he's not going to be there for long.
You know, I've gotten like 20 quadra kills.
Oh, 20, let me see. 2. 1 too many zeros.
I've got so many quadra kills, you're trolling. I got quadras for days.
Yes, King. Yes, Trevor. Slay.
I saw both guys.
Kill,
we went hard.
I go to
Piglet on the bottom side, coming out with results, and the rest of the squad from Team Liquid here. 2-member knock up. That's going to be right on a golden glue. He goes down.
Oh, I'm ghosting for Bram. I'm chasing. I'm Justin, up to you. Nice. I have Sun. Closer. You get Baron, push it. Let's go Baron after.
Where's the smite? Xmithy's almost there.
Flame, that's my question. He's not going to be
Smart.
there.
They need to kill it.
Xmithy, no! Not going to get a shrimp over to smite that away.
Look at this, Ole.
Ignited already.
Kill.
That's great from Ole. There's Pobelta's second kill. Pobelta, he got black shielded, but Ole not so lucky. Cody is going to go down as well, and Dignitas come up huge.
They're going to get stunned. This is bad for IMT. Who's going to get it?
Back Adrian. Big three-man knock up on the other side. Keen takes down Ole. They just don't care. They're going to take the kill. There's a triple kill for Keen. They get their food. The Nexus is open. Dignitas maybe a little too far forward.
He's trying to finish it now.
He's trying to do everything. He got them ahead. He kept them ahead. And now he's going to end the game. Dignitas, topple Immortals.
2, 3,